Those of you who have followed my work on and off The Escapist for several years will know that a little over a year ago I had a fight with Clifford Blazinski, Cliffy B, formerly of Epic Games. We'd argued over Gears of War 3, specifically certain reviews that gave it an 8 out of 10, which Blazinski expressed dissatisfaction at. I called him avaricious and several other words. He said he was joking, said I was doing bad journalism. It was a whole thing. Now, neither side have ever said they were wrong. I don't think any side ever will. But I'm not a man who likes to keep enmity bred. I'm not a man who likes to keep grudges going. So, you know, I've enjoyed my interactions with Cliff over the time I've been working in this industry, and I don't want to go into 2013 with upset and sadness. Not the kind of upset and sadness that I specifically like and want to keep going. This is one that I don't. So I thought that I'd extend the olive branch to Cliffy to ring out 2012 the only way I know how. With a music video. This is for you, Cliff.
Cliffy B, I am a fan of you, the game dev, and the man. I've loved your work since that one about the Green Rabbit. It was so much fun. That game you did with the chainsaws, I played every single Gears of War. I found it quite inspirational, though I don't quite agree, it's emotional. I guess what I mean to say is that I really wish that you'd stay. I know that I gave you hate, cause you didn't like an 8. But there's an epic hole in my heart, cause you needed to depart. And if you're out there, my old friend, I want this sanity to end. Fill this epic hole in my heart. Fill this epic hole in my heart. I'll say you're handsome if I dare, though I liked you with the curly hair. And I must confess, it really hurts that you don't wear some tighter shirts. But once you said you liked my rants, and that got me tight right in my pants. I thought we'd get on pretty fast, but now I know it couldn't last. I guess what I mean to say is that I really wish that you'd stay. I know that I gave you hate, cause you didn't like an 8. But there's an epic hole in my heart, cause you needed to depart. And if you're out there, my old friend, I want this sanity to end. Fill this epic hole in my heart. Fill this epic hole in my heart. Hey there, Cliff. How are you, man? Me? I'm just trucking on, thinking about the good times. Yeah, I know we're different people now, I know times have changed, but when I die, when I'm looking at them pearly ones, staring Pete right in his baby blues, I want to tell him I did right by my friends, did right by you. I want to tell him I had an epic hole and Cliff Blazinski filled it right up. I guess what I mean to say is that I really wish that you'd stay. I know that I gave you hate, cause you didn't like an 8. But there's an epic hole in my heart, cause you needed to depart. And if you're out there, my old friend, I want this sanity to end. Fill this epic hole in my heart. Fill this epic hole in my heart. Fill this epic hole in my heart. Fill this epic hole in my heart.
I'd like to thank Miracle of Sound for providing the music and the instruments and the backing singing and all the lovely stuff. Thank you, and you can buy the single, Epic Hole brackets Cliffy B, when it comes on my new album, available in the new year. Thank God for me, Jim Sterling sings with the greats. Have a good new year. In the wake of the Sandy Hook shooting, video games have come under fire once again, with media pundits blaming them for desensitising gamers to violence. Now, I've often thought that the idea of a gamer being desensitised to actual violence is bollocks, and I've often used a bit of footage to demonstrate why that is. The footage is of Bud Dwyer, a politician who, on live television, put a gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger to avoid disgrace. The man actually committed suicide, there's footage of it, it's on the internet. Many of you have probably seen it already, but if you haven't, I'm going to show it, and I'm going to warn you now, it's pretty disturbing stuff. Some people consider it very disturbing. And the last time I showed this on a very old pre-escapist Jimquisition, a lot of people complained and were unhappy that I showed it without a good enough warning, so this is your warning. There are timestamps in the video description. If you don't want to see it, don't watch it, please. And yeah, that's your warning, so here we go, on with the show.
No, please leave the room if this will. Don't. This will hurt someone.
Did that footage shock you when you first saw it, be it now or at a previous time? Did you find it disturbing at all? I know I did. I know my audience of gamers did when I last showed it to them. This is because, for all the claims out there that video games desensitize us to violence, when faced with real scenes of violence with real blood and real death, the human brain, well, it has a way of telling the difference and treating it very differently. See, gamers don't want real violence. Real violence, like in the footage of Bud Dwyer, is understated, not glamorous at all. There are no popped heads with showers of tomato sauce blood everywhere. Nobody gets a dramatic final death speech. Video game violence in even the most realistic game is over the top and cartoony. It has to be. Same goes for movies. You know, when someone's punched in real life, you don't get that thwack noise the movies put in. When someone's shot in real life, it's not after emptying a massive clip of ammo and accompanied by a Wilhelm scream. Even the movies glitz up the death, and while some might see that as glorifying it, I see it as giving us something far, far different from the real thing. Because most people can tell when it's the real thing, and it's too gruesome to be entertainment. I'm sick of people assuming I'm desensitized to violence because I play video games. As a game reviewer, I play more video games than the average hobbyist, and as a specialist in the violent ones, I get to try pretty much every major shooter on the market. I can't handle a gun though. I'm terrified of guns. Any sane civilian is going to be terrified of guns. And then there's my stepson. He's seen me play Fallout, he's seen me play Call of Duty, he likes Soul Calibur, and he's even an avid player of the Dynasty Warriors games that apparently caused the Sandy Hook shooting. But he's trying to quit his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class right now because when it came time to do some friendly sparring, he just didn't have the aggression for it. Even moderate, friendly, real-life, quote-unquote violence caused this kid to flinch and back off. And this kid spends most of his day talking about how he's going to get a sword and kick everything's ass. Oh, and this sword nut's also got a phobia about knives, even blunt bread knives. Now, anecdotal evidence may be, but when the opposite research consists of making people play a game, then having them pop on an air horn to see how long they make a fucking noise, yeah, let's just say there's no decent evidence either way, so I'm going to go with what I know. Just the effort it took me to get the Escapist to show the Bud Dwyer footage tells me that we gamers have an easy time telling the real from the imaginary. I had to really pitch this to the Escapist's management to get them to let me show the Dwyer footage, to let me show a real man dying. However, I didn't have to get clearance from anybody to show any of this. With Bud Dwyer, the swiftness of a lost life coupled with the unsung, totally inglorious manner of death is what makes it so disturbing. He puts the gun in, pulls the trigger, the bang isn't even loud, and down he falls. There's blood, yeah, but no popped eyes, no glitzy spinning through the air, nor all the other stuff people find fun about game violence. We find game violence fun because it isn't violence, not real violence. You know, breaking a cat's neck wouldn't be very funny, but these people who hate games grew up loving Tom and Jerry. Were the baby boomers desensitized to the idea of animal abuse by the sheer volume of brutal cartoons produced during their childhood? No, because cartoon violence is so distant from reality, and we wouldn't want this stuff if it was as dry, understating, and upsetting as it is in real life. We don't want to be reminded how easy it is to actually kill us. And I'm not going to buy that our violent culture can encourage otherwise docile people to become killers, because unlike the warbling idiots of Fox News, Southington SOS, or the hypocritical NRA, I have proof. I have proof that gamers hate violence, actual violence, in the amount of people who complained the last time I showed footage of the suicide, and the amount of people who asked me when I said I was going to show it again to censor it, the amount of people I had to convince to let me show it again. All of these people, gamers, lovers of so-called violent entertainment who, when faced with the reality of violence, didn't like it. This video comes with an age gate with a warning with a timestamp written in the description so you can skip the violence. Never had to do that with any of the footage I've used from Call of Duty, Ninja Gaiden, Halo and Mass Effect in the past, because violent video games are not violent. They contain overblown cartoony digital parodies of violence, but calling them violent video games? That's dumb. And incorrect. And dummy-dum-dum. So fuck that.
You know, for all of the accusations that video games get, for all of the implications in violence because of their cartoony, over-the-top, showy displays of death, there are actual news media corporations out there, the ones criticising video games, who are turning actual violence, actual murder, into forms of entertainment. We saw this with Sandy Hook. 24/7 news coverage talking about all the people that died, splashing the face of the killer on the front pages of newspapers and magazines, all over television shows, to send the message that, hey, if you're mental and you want attention, grab a gun and shoot up the nearest skull, and CNN and Fox News will do the rest of the work for you. So thanks a lot, news media. It's no wonder you're shining that mirror on everybody else, lest somebody turn it around onto yourself. Fuck you, and thank God for me. Over the course of this show, the Jimquisition has been accused of blasphemy, of disrespect, of putting myself above God. When I say thank God for me, people often suggest that I'm belittling Jesus Christ, our Lord and or Saviour. Now, that's not the intention. When I say thank God for me, I'm not putting myself above Jesus. If anything, I'm putting Jesus below me, which, if anything, is a compliment, because I don't consider everyone worthy enough to be noted as being below me. Not even Willem Dafoe, who in many ways has done more for mankind than anybody, living or dead or not real. So think on that, please. There's your blasphemer. There's your intolerant soul. There's your heathen. Sue me. Or don't do that.
In the latest instalment of its long-running attempt to justify the online options in the new SimCity, Maxis claimed that the classic city-building franchise had, until now, been a lonely experience. Too lonely indeed to be left as a single-player game. SimCity is always kind of a lonely experience. You're planning your cities all by yourself, claimed creative director Ocean Quigley. One of the ways that things you do take on significance is how they affect other people. And then he goes on to say that, you have meaning in your own life and existence when things are done for others. Now, this idea that a game is meaningless unless you can interact with other people in it is, of course, not new. Just a glance at the amount of games stuffed with competitive and cooperative multiplayer can show you that. The message seems to be that playing with others isn't just fun, it's the alpha and omega of fun. Lonely is bad. Lonely is sad. Lonely is for the friendless and the forever alones, but that's bullshit. I've made the argument before that single-player games are still valid and even desired, and that specifically shoehorned multiplayer should be scrapped, but my argument's a bit more refined than that this time. I don't want to talk about how multiplayer drains resources away from single-player, how it's being contrived just to sell online passes and all that. No, I want specifically to talk about the concept of loneliness, and while that word has negative connotations, the desire to feel lonely in a game isn't a bad thing. After all, what if I like to feel lonely? What if lonely is actually a break from a real life already full of people? What if, and here's a thought, I already had games I played with people and wanted others for when I crave the exact opposite? What if, now that pretty much describes me. There are certain games I play specifically to feel alone, to feel isolated, to be cut off from the world. Games like SimCity, though in my case it'd be more like Dungeon Keeper or Theme Park, are titles I specifically play when I want total alone time. But here we have Maxis ostensibly calling my preference meaningless and empty, something that shouldn't matter to me. Well, screw that. This is why I always balk at the growing idea that open-world games, from Grand Theft Auto to Skyrim, also all need co-op, because the crushing loneliness is just too much to bear for gamers. These games too are things I play to escape people, to isolate myself. Some people get into an expensive tank full of water to feel this way. I boot up Fallout 3 and prowl the wastes with nothing but my own thoughts. It's therapeutic, it's calming. That, to me, is my sensory deprivation tank, my time to myself. It's important to me. But according to an increasing number of publishers and developers, it's wrong. For me, co-op in Fallout or the Elder Scrolls would defeat the purpose of my playing. It'd remove all the absorption I have in the world when there's this hanger-on from real life jumping about, with Chungus St. McChungus floating in text above his head, and now this guy is all I'm worrying about, and I'm trying even harder than usual not to suck at the game in case Chungus laughs at me, and I worry about the dialogue with NPCs because Chungus is getting bored, and just chuck the chuck off, Chungus! For me, co-op in these big lonely games would be about as pointless as co-op in a horror game, a genre I also enjoy for its loneliness, albeit in a more malevolent fashion. Fortunately, nobody's taken a horror game and put Oh right. Now, this is not to say that such games couldn't and shouldn't add multiplayer features. Its existence didn't ruin Saints Row or Crackdown for me, especially as it felt incredibly optional, and the game hadn't shifted its focus entirely towards it like fucking Fear 3 did fucking Fear 3. My problem isn't so much with the existence of multiplayer as it is with the assertion that lacking the multiplayer is a failing of the game, and even worse, enjoying a solo experience is now a failing of the player. I don't like the attitude that my games are less special and my enjoyment is less valid because I crave loneliness from a number of them. More and more we're shifting away from the solo experience because connectivity is the future and socializing is the #1 goal of everybody everywhere at all times. Fuck that. I have Twitter, I have Facebook, there is a time and a place for social interaction, but it is not every time. It is not every place. There's a time to isolate and a time to tune out, and I don't want those times to end because of this obsession people have with never letting anyone be on their own for more than a microsecond. People play games for many different reasons. It seems inconceivable to some folks that loneliness, social deprivation, might be one of them. That there exist people who play games not because they're socially deprived, but because they want to be socially deprived. That loneliness is a thing they do as a hobby. That loneliness is about more than just not being able to make friends, but sometimes getting away from your friends. No offense to mine. They're great people, just don't need to be talking to me when I'm shooting super mutants. Loneliness. It's a thing you can do.
And another thing to this accusation that I might be Christophobic. I'm not Christophobic, I'm not scared of Jesus or God. In fact, looking at the evidence, just looking at the evidence, I think we might find the opposite is true. I mean, look at me, I should have been dead of a fucking heart attack by now. Somebody doesn't want me up there just yet. I wonder why. Probably because somebody's been reading my little notebook about some of the changes I'm gonna be making. Thank God, by the way, for me. I think we went a bit too far on that this week, Willem. Nah, fuck 'em. No time for big old introductions today. I'm trying to get Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch reviewed and it's taking forever to play. Case in point, I'm over 35 hours into the game and the White Witch has only just started doing wrath. It's ridiculous. So watch this and I'm going to get some more grinding in.
Gamers, for all their vocal righteousness, have a habit of trying to keep as many mouths shut as possible when it comes to discussing certain issues. Oh, they can talk for weeks over the ending to Mass Effect 3, or how furious they are that some people may dare enjoy the new Devil May Cry, but as soon as someone discusses potentially offensive content in a video game, it's a case of, why is this news? This isn't important. Stop talking about this immediately, please. I remember an article former Destructoid and current Penny Arcade writer Sophie Prell wrote about Skyrim, in which she studied potentially sexist content in the game. Now, it was a reasonable article written by someone who actually enjoyed it, but because she dared use the term sexism next to the word Skyrim, she was accused of indoctrination, told to shut up, written off as ludicrous, all by people who clearly didn't read the article because they implied she was trying to take their Skyrim away from them, and she liked the game. This happens every single time someone suggests a game isn't 100% inoffensive, and I can only assume the attempts to shut people down when they talk about this stuff stems from a fear that those people want to take your games away. Like a church with a pervy secret, gamers are content to close ranks, shift the discussion, and generally silence anybody who tries to have a debate about things, because they seem to think that if they acknowledge potential sexism, racism, homophobia, or whatever in the industry, their games are going to be ripped from their hands and locked up in a big vault of isms. Well, that's not going to happen. Here's a refreshing thought for you. You can acknowledge games have potentially troubling, possibly offensive content in them without having to outright condemn the game. Fact of the matter is that Skyrim does have sexist content in it. It does. One particular quest, which always leaves a bit of a sour taste, involves trying to humiliate and blackmail a woman for the crime of having too much sex. You obtain proof she's had sex with 3 men and use it to embarrass her. So that's kind of gross. That is uncool. But the game itself is not uncool. I can still love the game even if it may do or say a few things I don't like. Another fine example is Shadow Hearts. Packed with more than a few elements of gay humour, it nonetheless comes off as somewhat homophobic with 2 Taylor characters who are implied to molest any and all male characters, as if gay people just have sex with men all of the time whether they want it or not. A tired stereotype, and kind of homophobic, and yet it's quite possibly my favourite JRPG series. Because I don't see things in this stark black or white, all or nothing, Fox or CNN, guns or terrorism wins kind of way, I have the power to acknowledge that the things I like might not always do or say cool things, and like Captain Planet says, the power is yours! We unfortunately live in a time of extremist opinions, where you've either got to blindly support video games completely, or consign them to damnation for eternity. In a way, I understand where some of the insecurity comes from. After years of mainstream media attacking games over trivial things and blaming them for stuff they couldn't have had a hand in, I can understand why criticism of games on a wider scale than simple reviews may touch a nerve. Hell, some gamers can't even handle simple reviews, let alone anything more complex. But look, let's be fucking reasonable about this. When a company puts a massive-breasted, dismembered torso in a collector's edition and calls it zombie bait, don't just shut your eyes, pretend you couldn't possibly see how that'd be a problem for some people, and insult anybody who does have a problem with it. Come on, please, you're better than that. You don't have to find it offensive, you know. You don't have to not like the game. Nobody will take Dead Island Riptide away from you. But to totally dismiss the potential offence of some people with callous disregard takes a lack of empathy, and is a bane of healthy debate. And this can go back to Anita Sarkeesian as well, for daring to suggest there were gender-specific tropes in video games. She was threatened with rape. She was considered harmful to the video game industry. Harmful for YouTube videos. Have you any idea how fucking paranoid that sounds? A discussion about the potential isms, about content that may be offensive in otherwise good games, won't harm anything. I know our culture is such that meeting anybody halfway is considered bad for some reason, but try it. Try to fucking acknowledge the isms in games and understand that you can do that without having to hate the game entirely. And if that content is enough to offend someone enough to make them hate the game, that's fine too. We all have our buttons, we don't have to like the same stuff. I've said it before, but I personally can't support Earthworm Jim due to the backwardsness of its creator, and I'm not about to take it away from anyone. I'm not about to suggest you can't like Earthworm Jim. There are games I hate and despise and have content that offends me, and I don't even want to take them away, much as I wish they never existed. And I love Skyrim, and I'll probably like Dead Island Riptide, but I'm still secure enough to acknowledge that, you know, there's some questionable shit involved with them, and we can have a conversation about that. You can acknowledge shitty portions of your favourite games without having to say the game is shitty. I think once we get past that fear that we do, things will be much nicer around these parts.
You know, I've been so busy dispelling myths and basically being a better example for humanity to live its rules by that I totally neglected to mention that I have another show on The Escapist now. It's called Movie Defense Force, where I take up the shield and the sword. That came out wrong, fuck it, no time. To defend bad movies that I like and other people don't like. So we got 2 episodes of those up so far, one reviewing Alien 3, the other doing Book of Shadows Blair Witch 2. So check that out, why don't you? And also, don't forget, please, sir and ma'am, to thank God for me. Movie Defense Force. It's a thing. I would love to chat to y'all today, but these deliveries aren't going to make themselves. Too busy playing Euro Truck Simulator 2, which is more important than anything, so you all just bugger off and watch the video and let me get to it. Gotta go to bloody Calais!
Free-to-play took a long time to earn the trust of core gamers. Largely the domain of shady browser-based MMOs and friend-harassing Facebook games, few were sold on the play now, buy later dynamic. However, in mid-2012, the model started gaining serious respect. Genuinely awesome games like Blacklight Retribution and Tribes Ascend appeared, providing models that encouraged you to pay because you were having fun and wanted to, rather than felt like you were being painted into a corner where you had to pay. People started taking notice. The wrong people started to take notice. Now, a model I had been sticking up for, excited about and proselytising in the name of, has been descended upon by the locusts of the game industry, and it's gone to fucking shit. Because EA, Ubisoft and its clammy ilk saw a model where customers were choosing their level of investment and dictating how much they felt a thing was worth, and thought, why are we letting the customer decide when we can twist this whole thing to make them pay first and pay later? Free to play? Oh no, pay to play and pay again to play more. After all, why do what those suckers did with Tribes Ascend when you can still charge $60 for a game and put in the premium microtransactions that would ordinarily support the free entry? That's what EA did. Now we have Dead Space 3, a $60 game, changing its entire weapon building system to support an in-game currency you're encouraged to buy with real cash every time you open a crafting bench. Games now are having features put in not because they make the game better, but because they're better at pressuring paying customers into spending more. We're getting games that exist as ongoing services to sell us DLC season passes and subscriptions, and if that's all your next game is going to be, a cynically structured exercise in wallet drainage, what the fuck makes you think you deserve $60 up front? What have you done to earn that? What? Yeah, we all saw this coming, and sure, right now it could be worse. Dead Space 3 is still a rad game as far as I've seen so far, but the principle of the thing infuriates me, and I hate to see where this could lead us. Every time a new, innovative service appears, some publisher comes along and fucking ruins it. Hell, I didn't even mind shitty bits of DLC once upon a time. If I loved a game enough, I might be willing to drop a dime on a new costume. But then we get Capcom charging for stuff that was once a big part of an original game's package, making us pay for cheats of all things. And we had Namco spearhead the idea of charging us for things they already sold to us by locking it on the ship disc. And then we got shit like launch day costumes at ludicrously expensive prices, like with the first Dead Space. I would have been willing to give money for some of this stuff had publishers been and stayed reasonable about it, but they keep having to push and push to see how far they can go before they turn off their entire audience. And now I'm loath to ever buy DLC for fear of supporting these kind of reckless, feckless, out-of-control wankers. And there's mobile gaming too. I saw a lot of promise in that. I put my neck on the line, defending it to people time and time again. But how can I? Now that the era of in-app purchases has arrived. You can't seem to move for iOS games that make you pay now and pay later, all designed solely to psychologically pummel you into spending. And the brooding great fucking hen at the top of this pile of shit-filled eggs? Square Enix, the most despicable mobile publisher of them all, releasing puerile, audience-despising, greedy fucking shit like Final Fantasy All the Bravest. A game that isn't even a game anymore, being nothing but pictures of Final Fantasy icons that you swipe before being told you need to spend $1 a piece to unlock new random pictures and $4 every time you want more levels. It's grotesque, it's scummy beyond words, and it's the future of a market I now feel like a fucking idiot for defending. Whenever a new way to deliver gaming appears, EA and the rest of the slavering wolves are all too quick to pounce, ready to twist and break its bones until it resembles the old way of delivering gaming. Because that's how these companies do business. They don't change themselves to adapt to an evolving market, no. They rip the market from other people and brutally snap it into pieces until it's adapted just to them. It's beyond frustrating to see these emergent business models get taken and fisted by the elder statesmen of the industry until they fall in line and dance to their specific self-serving tunes. Free-to-play is now free-to-pay. Mobile games are just cash delivery services in which you're the courier, your wallet's the cargo, and publishers are the uncompensating recipients. DLC is now buying stuff you already own. Publishers have stopped monetizing games and now just directly monetize consumers, trying to see how much cash they can get for basically fucking nothing. When will it be enough? When the market crashes again, like it did in the 80s? When even those customers still hopelessly locked in the thrall of mainstream publishers get pushed too far? Even they will have their limits. Don't believe me? It's beginning. Capcom's sales expectations are above its sales reality right now. People are starting to turn on this bullshit, and I can't wait, because I've had enough of seeing good ideas get muscled in on by bad people. I'm sick of being torn between loving Dead Space as a game, but hating it as a product. I'm sick of the fact that there's just no limit to the hunger of these companies anymore. I'm sick of being willing to spend extra money, but finding myself morally unable to because I've been made to feel strong-armed into it, or the publisher demanded just too much for too little. I'm sick of seeing the good in things get mutated into something I don't recognise anymore. Just... ugh. Fuck you, game industry, for making me despise the things I once supported with all my enthusiasm. Fuck you for making me regret ever sticking up for you.
As you can tell, I'm a little bit passionate about this, especially where Dead Space is concerned, because that is my favourite IP of this generation. It just is. Big fan of Aliens, big fan of Event Horizon, and that game is an interactive tribute to those things. So I get a little bit passionate about that, and very passionate about Final Fantasy All the fucking Bravest. But let's move on. I've made my case. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about that next week. Who knows? But until then, I guess all that remains to be said is thank big time, so much larger than life. Big time. Behold, it is me, Dead Space, from the video game Dead Space. Only joking, it's me, your old pal Jim Sterling, but I'm just happy about Dead Space. I complain about it a lot, but I actually do quite enjoy it. Why not watch this video where I prove it? It's getting hot in the bucket.
Over the course of this show, I've been highly critical of Dead Space. From its online multiplayer in Dead Space 2 to the threat of homogenized gameplay and microtransactions in Dead Space 3, I've had a lot to say about the series, and most of it's been critical. I criticise because I love though, and I'm so acutely critical of Dead Space because it is, to me, the best new IP of the generation. Don't get me wrong, I adore BioShock and I have plenty of time for Borderlands, but when it comes to getting stuff so right it's almost painful, Dead Space does it. Dead Space is a shining example of how to let influences from other mediums work for your gameplay. Unlike some developers so enamored with movies that they try to turn their games into films, Visceral took elements from Aliens and Event Horizon, two of my favourite sci-fis of all time, and integrated them into the gameplay. Necromorphs burst from air vents like rotting xenomorphs, Isaac Clarke succumbs to hallucinations brought about by the mind-screwing marker, but we're never taken out of the game to appreciate these filmic inspirations. Dead Space isn't a game trying to be a horror movie, it's a game that loves horror movies but knows explicitly that it's a game, and it uses these movies to enhance an interactive atmosphere rather than take us out of it. Immersive is a buzzword reviewers are trying to keep out of their writing as it becomes gauche in its use, but the term really does work for Dead Space, a series that poured so much energy into absorbing the player in its world. By far the most brilliant example of this can be found in the rig, the armoured suit that Isaac wears. Using in-world holograms and visual cues, the player's heads-up display is integrated into Isaac's armour as opposed to thrown on the screen in logos and energy bars. Isaac's health is displayed in a spinal reader on his back. Messages, inventory screens and navigation systems are all summoned via a hologram projector on Isaac's hand. In this way, we're never asked to leave the game's world to select items or review objectives, a feat not even the indubitably atmospheric Half-Life's ever accomplished. As well as looking just damn cool, the rig is a beautiful bit of visual design, used to enhance the gameplay as much as show off the art director's talent. Even when Dead Space 2 went a bit further in introducing cutscenes, Visceral Games never swayed from its commitment to atmosphere, working instead to integrate a beautiful compromise between gameplay and cutscene. The action never cuts in Dead Space. When there comes a time for Isaac to interact with and talk to other characters, his helmet opens up and the camera simply flows into pre-animated material, flowing back into the interactive stuff once it's over. The camera stays focused, moving with fluidity into the scene and right back into the gameplay to signal the return of interactivity. So much in games were made to pick a side. In-game narrative or cutscenes, immersive visuals or functional HUDs. Dead Space is one of the few games to say no to these stark lines in the sand and find a middle ground that absolutely works. Compromise has also worked for the game in terms of blending survival horror elements and more action-packed third-person shooting. The game's dark, oppressive atmosphere is genuinely foreboding and its jump scares are among the best in the business. At the same time, however, the shooting controls are tight, Isaac gets a selection of satisfyingly impactful weapons, and the focus on shredding away limbs with various cutting and ripping implements makes for some of the most engrossing and involved shooting you could ever hope for. The empowering nature of Isaac's arsenal is tempered by his methodical and heavy movements, especially compared to the swift, slashing, wildly uncontrollable necromorphs. Even when armed with some highly upgraded gear, there's an unquestionable sense of panic whenever Isaac's surrounded by multiple bladed, screaming corpses that he can't outrun. Dead Space also, most importantly, proves that a single-player game isn't just as long as its first run. With a beautiful New Game Plus mode that lets you keep replaying and upgrading gear, I find Dead Space games even more fun the second time I play them, and I've enjoyed each installment in the series multiple times over. Sure, Dead Space 2 can take about 8 hours to beat first time, but when it's compelling enough in its upgrades and secrets to make me play it at least twice more, that 8-hour game just became a 24-hour one. Quite why more single-player games that rock upgrades and other RPG-like elements don't have New Game Plus modes consistently baffle me, but Visceral really shows you how it's done. For the record, I played and beat Dead Space 3 a while ago and I can't yet talk about it, but let me say that while I have fears and criticisms, my love for the series has not been diminished and my respect for Visceral Games as a developer has not yet been tainted. As far as I'm concerned, those guys are absolute masters at atmosphere, story integration, and keeping a player locked into a compelling series. That's why, for me, Dead Space is the best new IP to come out of this generation. And whatever I may think about its long-running DLC practices, I do hope the core game gets the success it truly deserves.
Well, that was a good video, wasn't it? Dead Space 3, of course, is out this week. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. I'm still torn between wanting it to do well because I love Dead Space and wanting the microtransactions and stuff to not do well because fuck it. Fuck this whole pay $60 and then get a freemium business model. And I'm going to have to stop because I'm rambling and it really is hot in the fucking bucket, so thank God for me. Marker. I really hope the glow sticks come through. Otherwise I'm gonna look like a right fucking prat. Isaac Clarke could not stop pooping. He pooped out of his butt, and it filled the legs of his suit, hugging his thighs with shameful warmth. "I have pooped a lot out of my butt," said Isaac. "I will poop yet more this day." And he pooped. And it was wet poop. He knew. This show's taken on more of a consumer advocacy tone as it's gone on, with myself growing sicker and sicker over various slimy business tactics and the adversarial role big publishers have placed their customers in. I think companies now charge us more money for less content than they've ever done before, and I find it rather disgusting. Not everybody does, of course. Some people are fine with it, happy with it, so in the thrall of the video game industry that they, in fact, think it's a company's god-mandated right to withhold DLC, ship paywalled content on game discs, use DRM, charge for cheat codes, and employ whatever other get-rich-quick scheme they see fit. Why? Well, their reasoning is quite simple. Companies exist to make money. Apparently, companies exist to make money is a catch-all defense for anything shitty a company does, as if that's so noble an endeavor that we need to respect it and not call out bullshit when we see it. That's all there is to the argument though, so confident is its user that it validates everything, except it doesn't. It's a dumb argument used by people incapable of independent thought. It's basically the same as saying the ends justify the means, except where you usually apply that phrase to a good cause with questionable methods, there's no good cause. Ubisoft making money is not a good cause. EA making money is not a valorous endeavour. They're not curing disease, ending wars, or doing anything useful with their aims. Why, then, should the path they take toward making that cash be automatically okay? Even if it's true that companies exist to make money, that doesn't protect them. A thing's end game does not protect it from criticism. Class A drugs exist to make money, human trafficking exists to make money. Since when did making money become so fucking glorious and ideal, you get a free pass? And why does having a purpose qualify as a good defense? Viruses exist to self-replicate, but would you tell a doctor not to cure your illness because it exists to do its thing? Is the answer to a terrorist attack to go, well, the terrorists do exist to threaten us into thinking like them, so don't be mad if they blow stuff up? Of course we don't, because a thing's reason for existing is an absolutely ridiculous justification for whatever that thing does. Hey, look. There's nothing wrong with wanting to make money. Valve's a company, and it makes money, and I'm not mad that Valve wants to do that, but, you know, having it interface with the community, put out quality games, protect digital rights without making customers jump through hoops, and Steam sales, yes please, means it makes its money without gamers crying foul. You can make money without being a fucking prick about it, which is what really gets me when these people pull out the "they exist to make a money" thing. Yeah, sure, they exist to do that, but they don't exist to be reckless, short-sighted, industry-crashing fuck-apes, and that's what people are pissed about. Plenty of companies make money without punishing paying consumers with DRM, without trying to cripple the used game market, which has never been proven to actually lose a game sales, without putting free-to-play business models in $60 games, and without being Capcom. And those things may not bother you. You may be happy to buy DLC that was already sold to you because it was on the disc. You may think getting less content at higher prices is acceptable, and that general grievances with publishers aren't that big a deal, and that's fine. It's cool. Be the consumer you want to be. I ain't got no issue with that. But at least understand that just because you're cool with it doesn't mean everyone should be, and don't tell everyone else to march in step with you and all the other loyal fans because these publishers are just doing their job. There's a way to do your job while respecting customers and treating them with the same loyalty you expect from them, and there's a way to do it with spite and underhandedness. Acting like any company has to do the things EA's done over the years is off base, illogical, and evidently not true. Companies exist to make money. They don't have to drag their slimy balls across your face as they do it. Isaac, is that... Are you shitting yourself? Ellie groaned. Isaac looked at Ellie, eyes burning with remorseful confirmation. She gagged. I can smell it, she strained angrily. I can smell your fucking shit, you stupid fucking idiot. You fucking klutz. But then she pooped a lot. Dead Space 4. Entirely too much poop. Please do petition Visceral Games. I hope that they will take the speculative pitch I've been working on and make the Dead Space game we've always wanted. Thank God for me. Yeah, right, Solidus, though, but here's the thing. The Patriots exist to control our minds and our lives. So, you know, stop being so entitled. Oh, I want my freedom. Oh, I want independence. Whiner.
Okay, we're trying something a little bit different for this particular episode. We're looking at the Colonial Marines demo that Gearbox showed off at PAX and E3, and eventually the internet telling us what Aliens Colonial Marines is going to be like. The trouble is, it's one great big lie. This demo is, I want to say, 90% at best factually inaccurate. Like this scene we're looking at now. You don't wake up after this crash, explosion, whatever we've got going on here. You're not helped up by a Marine who asks how many fingers he's holding up, and you don't flip him off. So far, the only thing that's actually true in this demo is the character's name, Winters, and good on them for keeping that. This scene, this environment is in the game. There is a med lab with facehuggers in test, but that twitching, I've not been able to make a facehugger do that. I was looking forward to it. Went in that med lab, was dancing around those test tubes, trying to make them react, but that particular Aliens reference, to my knowledge, didn't make it in the final cut. Now, a lot of these environments are pretty true to the game so far, but this sequence within them doesn't happen. These Marines here are talking about the reinforced steel of the door being forced open. That's not a conversation that happens. In fact, I'm not even sure these Marines are in the game. These obviously exist just for demo purposes, which in many ways is fine. You can have demos that, as Gearbox said, this was a vertical slice of gameplay. It crosses a line, however, and becomes problematic when the slice you've taken contains no final gameplay experience, which we find out here. Again, this environment is in the game, doesn't look as good as this, but this is largely what it looks like. But the sequence of events within here, not so much. This bit doesn't happen at all. You're not looking at this map and having this guy chatting shit. So as I say, the real main problem with this demo is just what a complete fabrication it is. Demos are not always 100% representative of the final product. That much is very true. They don't have to show things that will necessarily be in the final product, but they've got to have some element of truth to them. And when so much of it is wrong, when so much of it is not the case, you have to suspect that, you know, this demo was probably made for the sole purpose of being a demo. This wasn't taken from the game. This was made to show us a falsehood. That doesn't happen there, the alien dragging that guy up. As I say, this, you can't just mash together various bits of missions or tell us you're doing that if it's not an actual mission. Here we have the so-called sophisticated AI, as Randy Pitchford calls it. You see an alien slipping up into the ceiling panel just there. That doesn't happen. These aliens are animated a lot better and move a lot more smartly than they do in the game. So again, this leads me to believe that either this is an interactive bit of gameplay made up for the purposes of showing off as a self-contained thing, or it's entirely CGI or scripted and isn't interactive at all. That animation of the alien pushing you out into LV-426 is also not in the game at all. Okay, we're looking here at a cutscene which, to the best of my memory, isn't in the game. I mean, just the smoothness of the animation here and the very xenomorph-like nature of the animation is captured exquisitely in this cutscene. It's just a shame that this isn't the game. This Crusher sequence is also a fabrication. The Crusher is introduced in the game in a rather underwhelming background bit of scenery before later coming in as a rather boring boss fight. Just one of those ones where you stand still, it charges, you move to the side a bit. I loved that when the Crusher jumps down and starts goring that guy. That was brilliant. That made me really excited about this new Crusher idea, but unfortunately the Crusher doesn't do that, or this. Not at all. It's just sidestep to the left and then shoot the charger's backside as it runs past you like a goon. Now, this is an interesting scene here because this scene is in the demo. This environment is in the demo. This battle is in the demo. The demo. I mean, the final product. This scene is in here. It's a bit different. There are a lot more environmental details in this area than there are in the final game. But the general spirit of this fight, at least at the beginning, is what it looks like. The trouble is everything else. This lovely table of assorted weaponry isn't here. There's a set of stairs that you just saw a Marine go down in the background. That stairs isn't there. In a minute you're going to be sent down those stairs to place this sentry turret and shoot a load of aliens as they come through a tunnel. Again, very much like the film Aliens. This bit isn't part of the final finish sequence. Also the third-person cut as the turret's placed is also not part of the game. You simply place it down in first person. So what you're looking at here again is something that's not in the game at all. This is a sequence entirely made up for the purposes of the demo. Vertical slice, of course, would assume that they sliced vertically through the game itself. That's an awesome sequence. It would be brilliant if that was actually real and not made up. Now here's where the demo and the video game align. The game looks a bit like that. Oh, and now it stopped looking like how the game looks. This isn't part of the sequence at all. It was literally just those few seconds in that room back there. So here we go again. This is reminiscent of the film Aliens. That was one of my favourite parts of the demo. That xenomorph just there that squoze through those the hole in those packing crates. Again, the aliens don't actually do that in the final product. They're not that smart. They don't manipulate the environment or move through the environment. The only time it's ever seen for them to do that is when it is entirely scripted, and those moments are very few and far between. Okay, here the aliens cut the power, which was all cool, bursting through ceilings like this with all these cool broken ceiling panel animations. Again, total lie, total fabrication. Just here the Marines getting massacred. I was honestly looking forward to this. I was looking forward to seeing these executions just happening all around like that, like a ghost train. But it's simply not representative. This is stuff that sold me on the idea that Gearbox had what it took and knew what they were doing with the Aliens license, but it was all bullshit. And it's infuriating. You know, I can understand a great many things with a game that doesn't live up to expectations, but when you've put out almost 10 minutes of complete and utter fantasy, of fiction, I lose any and all sympathy. This scene as well is a complete lie. Just a total fucking sham. There are no guys working on these power loaders. You only see one power loader in one small room, locked in a sort of standby position. And then eventually you get to use one, but it doesn't look like that. I wish it looked like that. This cool stuff with the aliens pouring in through a hole in a door doesn't happen. There's no flamethrower on the power loader when you get to use it. You're just button mashing in the vague direction of enemies and hoping you hit something. So again, this whole sequence is absolutely nothing to do with Aliens Colonial Marines. This might as well be a completely different game. And I wish it was, and I wish it was a game that was happening. Because look at that, the power loader takedown is magnificent. Oh, and here comes the Alien Queen. There are even screenshots of the Alien Queen fighting the power loader, which is also a complete fucking lie. So this doesn't happen. You actually fight the Queen by pressing 6 buttons on a catapult, or around 6 buttons, waiting for the Queen to walk past the catapult and sling shooting her out like she's a fucking spitball. So that's the Aliens Colonial Marines demo, and the lies contained within. Thank God for me.
Okay, there's no way we can do this week without talking about the PlayStation 4 reveal, and as I've already learned this past week using the social networks, there's no way you can talk about the PlayStation 4 without pissing off some sort of army of mental subnormals. So, here we go. Let's get to it so we can get the flogging over with.
A new generation is a place for new ideas, for new risks, for new everything. Just ask the publishers. They'll tell you they're more than ready to throw caution to the wind, that they're eager for new consoles. It's a chance to wipe the slate clean, start again, and sure, there'll be some carryovers, but altogether there's a sense of vibrancy and excitement that I'm not feeling right now. During this week's PS4 reveal, I didn't feel I was seeing a new generation at all. Not really. Not where it counts. Sure, the PS4 is interesting, it looks good, I'm feeling it, I like some of what Sony's telling me. The hardware seems good, but I ain't too bothered by the hardware. It seems this time, while the console's definitely changed, we've got the same old game industry with its same old bullshit, and I fear that prevailing attitudes and trends will see the reign of PS4 and next Xbox not as a fresh, energetic new generation, but merely an extension of this one with slightly better graphics. Let's look at what happened at Sony's PlayStation event. Although just a taste of what I'm sure Sony's got cooking, I think it's very telling we saw such little freshness in the ideas department. We had a new Killzone announced, we had a new Infamous announced, we had Media Molecule basically giving us Wii Music, we had Forza by Sony. Outside of knack, a lot of the most compelling games, the stuff we already knew about. The Witness, Watch Dogs, Destiny, and Diablo 3 was one of the biggest announcements. Diablo 3 for PS4. It seems that rather than be a time to show us new ideas, the fear of risk permeating the console industry is alive and well for the PS4. Sequels, franchises, things proven to succeed. I fear we won't get what we had last generation, where games like Heavenly Sword, Dark Sector, and Killing Day were getting me hot. And sure, none of those games turned out as expected, but they were new, they were fresh at the time. I saw none of that this week. None of that exciting sense of wonder and uncharted territory. I fear that while the PS3 and Xbox 360 gave us Gears of War, Mass Effect, Heavy Rain, Uncharted, Infamous, Dead Space, and a whole host of other new IP, this next gen will be more about just doing those old things again, rather than create a whole new stable, because publishers are just too afraid now. And that's not the only safe old habit rearing its safe old head. We had Square Enix come out to announce another Final Fantasy game was being... Oh wait, no, it didn't announce that. It announced an announcement of the announcement, telling us to wait for E3 to hear more. So the old trick of building undue hype by pre-announcing announcements, alive and well. Then there's David Cage, substituting the word emotion for words of actual substance, and suggesting he's been unable to make games that matter because of the graphics. So, assuming graphics are the only way to make games that mean something, alive and well. Half the conference was given over to showing us concepts. The aforementioned Cage had an old man head that looked very similar to the PS3 Alfred Molina head demo, which later turned out to be bullshit. Capcom showed us its dragony particle effects, making me think of Killzone 2's E3 tech demo. Square Enix showed us its demo from fucking E3 of last year, lazy bastards. All very pretty graphics, but none of it proven to actually exist, none of it proven to work interactively, the world of demos we can't trust and vertical slices that represent nothing but promises, alive and well. And what of the developer masturbation session? A whole bunch of devs telling us how great the PS4 is and how eager they are to work on it, just like they did with the Wii U. Yeah, how did that work out? Massive developer support for that, yeah? So we still have this total slurry of insincerity to look forward to this gen. Marvellous. Oh, and Destiny, a game we've seen barely anything of, no real gameplay for, yet is already up for fucking pre-order following its bare bones and shallow PS4 presentation. Obnoxious pre-order culture? Oh, look the fuck forward to that. There's Sony, of course, fumbling with an inability to provide backwards compatibility for PS3 games, even the shit you bought on PlayStation Network. Physical PS3 discs, I kind of get, because of the system's cell processor nonsense, but the PSN stuff? No excuse there. The PS4's new innards are no excuse when the PS Vita can handle digital PSN content bought on a PS3. So, console platform holders trying and failing to truly grasp digital content seems to be threatened to us right off the bat. Hooray! But like I say, this isn't about the PS4 exactly. That's a console I am interested in, and I hope it does well. And this isn't me singling out Sony. This is me having grown really quite tired of the culture and atmosphere around the console games business. Not the games themselves. You're damn right I'll take a slice of that Killzone. But the business of making them, presenting them, and being totally untrustworthy with them, I'm just tired. I want new generations to shake up, disrupt, breathe life into the industry, but it seems we're not getting that. Not at the moment, not this time, and that smells stagnant to me, and stagnation reeks of death. The console industry looked tired more than anything this week, trotting out the same old dog and pony show we've seen for the past 6 years, the same old attitudes, the same old tactics, the same old bullshit. Someone needs to crack a window open, spray air freshener, and get this fucking thing cleared out. Otherwise, this generation could, as long preordained and prophesized, finally be the last.
Just this past week, funny story, I said something about David Cage talking bullshit, and then was threatened physically by someone who said he'd fuck me up. So it's not just the same old game industry, it's the same old game community, and we love it. Thank God for it, but most importantly, thank God for me. And David Cage talks bullshit. Hello? I am David Cage, director of Quantic Dream and makers of such brilliant film games as Heavy Rain and Indigo Prophecy. I am honored to be able to talk with you all today about a subject very close to my heart and an industry I owe everything to. Please enjoy.
So when I think of the film industry, my mind wanders to its early days. The first movie I ever saw was Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. Back then, when film was first starting out, it struggled to convey emotion, restricted by the early filmmaking techniques. Standard definition meant we could not clearly see the human face, and thus make out the subtle nuance that makes emotion so important. Look at Jason in these early movies. The images are so primitive, so ill-defined, we can't make out a single thing on his face. He may as well be wearing a mask, for all the good the quality of film does us. Before film, things were even worse. Books didn't even have actors like Ellen Page, who is an actor I know. Instead, books had to rely on inferior forms of communication to tell a story. Things like a compelling plot, well-defined characters, believable narrative, early and inefficient tricks to recreate the illusion of emotion, rather than the true essence of the human condition. I've met Ellen Page.
I tried reading a book once. The book told me that the woman smiled, but there were no pictures, there was no film. How could I know she was really smiling? Without movies, these books may as well be fiction. I don't know whether what happened. Do you? Emotion?
Fortunately, film has now progressed to a point where high definition is starting to show us actual emotion and make movies I can bear to watch. High-def picture quality finally allows me to care about a film's story, whether I'm watching the latest Twilight installment or drying my tearful eyes as The Hangover 2 pulls at my heartstrings. Peter Jackson's latest, The Hobbit, ramps up the emotion with crystal clear definition and 48 frames per second, cramming more emotion into a single second of footage than any other movie. The Hobbit, being the best looking film ever made, is thus the most emotional. We have finally reached a level where we can dispense with tricks, do away with pantomime, no more good writing, no more sensible plots, we don't even need good actors anymore. The Hobbit may have had those things, but I wasn't really paying attention. I was too busy watching every wrinkle in Martin Freeman's little face, each wrinkle packed with a different emotion. Emotion.
So, this is what graphics means for film? I suppose now I must talk about video games, so here we go.
In video game terms, polygons is emotion. In 1999, Quantic Dream's game Omicron features a character with only 350 polygons in his face. Indigo Prophecy in 2005 gave us a character with 1500 polys. Each generation gives us more polygons and thus more emotions. But what does this really mean? Well, I hit upon a startling revelation. If polygons is emotion, and Omicron has 350 emotions, how many emotions is people? People like you and I, who have no polygons in our faces whatsoever. Even as far back as 1999, Omicron was more emotional than actual human beings. If polygons is emotions, and polygons is video games, then video games is emotions. To think all this time, so blind. But now, I understand.
I only read the one game blog, Polygon, for it has exactly one emotion. Also, I hope to have pioneering reconstructive surgery done, where they take tiny, teeny little diamonds and put them under the skin of my face, so that finally I will have achieved the perfect lifeform status and have emotions. It must be great to have feelings.
Until then, I can only work on the human race's one true outlet for emotion: video games. And the PS4 will finally allow us to reach the pinnacle of human feeling. Have a look at this ugly old man's head I made. Now utilizing the power of 10 million billion polygons, this is officially the most emotional video game character ever designed, and is not even in a video game. Just look at the startling range of emotion in his face. We have general apathy, not being very bothered by anything, and slight confusion tempered with a general lack of motivation to do much about it. That's just 3 of the emotions I've been able to work out exist just by looking at his face. And these emotions tell the story. Who is this man? What's his name? Where is he going? Where has he come from? We can just look at him and imagine a story, without the game ever needing to actually give us one, thank Christ. Imagine, if you will, thousands upon thousands of video games, each full of old men sitting down, doing and saying nothing. That's my dream for video games.
People say to me, David Cage, this is all fascinating stuff, but what does emotions mean? Well, that's about all the time we have for today. I'd like to thank Jim Sterling for having me on, and thank you all for watching. Until next time, my cool friends, thank emotions for emotions. Emotions, 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 emotions.
Hello, Jody. Come in. My name is Nathan. Nathan Dawkins.
Now, why the hell did they go and release that after I'd finished editing the David Cage episode? Who cares? I have emotions!
Always Online DRM is back again and it's here to stay, especially now companies have worked out they can get away with it better by pretending their games are services, a line some gamers seem to have eagerly swallowed despite a distinct lack of actual extra service. Games that require a constant online connection, like any shitty business practice, has its defenders and apologists. I still remember people arguing back in the day that Always Online isn't that bad. After all, who doesn't have an internet connection these days, right? We're always on anyway, so it doesn't matter if a publisher tells us to stay on. Oh, you poor naive fool. This is the video game industry, an industry that eagerly turns even good ideas into fetid, putrid, diseased clumps of pig dicks. You best believe they'll take a bad idea and make it far worse. Diablo 3 gave us a glimpse of what happens when a publisher forces a game to stay online so the seller of a product may continue to enforce its will long after monetary transaction. That was a mere hors d'oeuvre, however, before the release of SimCity, a game launched this week in a near unplayable state for some due to connection issues. A game that is making people lose their progress, have their creativity get destroyed for no good reason whatsoever. See, it's true. We all are practically online at all times when we game. We have a modicum of control over that, but we can't control when EA's servers are running, when Blizzard's or Ubisoft's servers are running, and it seems to me, well, they don't run very well, do they? What pisses me off most about ideas like Always On DRM or online passes or any other type of post-purchase seller control is that they're implemented long before a company has its shit together. It displays outward and open fucking contempt for the user that a company like EA can't handle a game with a constant online connection, but does it anyway. It comes to a point where excuses are meaningless. Sure, accidents happen, servers break, things beyond EA's control occur, but these are problems that could only happen due to a controlled decision made by EA itself, a decision to implement a service before it knew it could actually serve us. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If a game demands that we always be online solely for its benefit, it should damn fucking well always be online for ours. I accept no excuses, I accept no justifications. The decision was made to demand total online subservience from us, and it's only right we demand the same, expect the same. Anything less than a total demand for constant connection is the behaviour of a loyal dog whimpering pathetically at the feet of an abusive owner. You are not a dog. You do not have to behave like one. But hey, come on, Jim, this was expected, right? We all knew the game's launch would be problematic, right? We all knew the servers would struggle day one, right? Yeah, we knew. We expected, we should have been prepared, but that attempt to play devil's advocate really only serves to further condemn EA and Maxis. See, we all knew it had happened. We all expected it, and that includes EA. That includes Maxis. There's no way they didn't expect this, which means they deliberately made the decision to put their need for customer control willingly above the need for a quality customer experience. They happily and knowingly sold a broken game, one that would remain broken for an indeterminate amount of time, for $60 to each and every one of you. Doesn't matter if the break is temporary. It was foreseen, it was known, and it was sold anyway. A game broken not by accident or unknown quantities, but by a deliberate decision, a knowing and flagrant disrespect for the time and money of the customer, and that disgusts me to my core. How fucking dare you? You put your own need for dominance above the happiness of people who paid you, and that is so far beyond acceptable, I literally don't know how you're allowed to do it. EA is going to apologise for this. EA is going to try and fix this for you. But understand its attempts to make up for it are hollow, its apologies practically lies. EA knew this would happen, it was a calculated risk, and your enjoyment was the acceptable collateral damage. Time was, a game existed to make customers pleased. Now, pleasure seems to be a happy side effect, a garnish. Desirable if possible, expendable if not. What matters is your money being secured long before a quality product is guaranteed. It's an attitude that will contribute to the eventual consumer revolt that'll finally seal the fate of mainstream game development. Because shit like this ain't sustainable. Some argue that customers keep lapping it up, but I have faith that they only eat so much shit before they throw up in the waiter's lap. See, if we are abused dogs, we are those ones that only take so much, only accept the torment to a point. We are the dogs that only need one slap too many before we bite, suddenly and sharply, as the market proved in the 80s. And this, too, is something I think EA knows. If it didn't know that, it wouldn't keep doing things like this. It wouldn't keep trying to exert authority, control, dominance over you, the customer, long after you've done your business. EA is afraid of you, and one day you'll justify that fear. And I can't say the mauling, however bloody and brutal, won't be well deserved.
One day the free market, the precious free market, will punish EA for what it's done, but not today. And what do you do in the interim, ye gamer who may like playing video games but not agree with DRM? Well, one thing you can do is not buy it at launch. I'm not suggesting a boycott, just wait a week. Wait 2 weeks. They're the most important weeks to a game's sales. They're the most important weeks to a publisher. And after all, you won't be able to play it for that first week anyway, because the DRM would have fucked it. So just wait. That way, you get to still buy and play and enjoy the game while sticking it to the man, and safe in the moral superiority at having not pirated it. Although I dare say some of you right now are thinking piracy is the best option. Oh, and you may very well think that. I couldn't possibly comment. Thank God for me. In a few weeks we're going to be having our 100th episode of the Jimquisition, and it's time to make some changes. We've been treading water for far too long. Innovation is the name of the game. So at the end of this episode I'm going to be revealing a brand new and exciting direction for the Jimquisition. Keep watching, kids. It's going to be bloody exciting. Probably.
Innovation. Innovation, innovation, innovation. If you listen to some developers, innovation is not so much a concept as it is a magic spell, a secret enchantment that can be distilled and infused into a game to automatically make it brilliant. Devs like David Cage always talk about innovation like it's the saviour of the game industry. Games must innovate or die. But is innovation so important? Hell, do game devs even know what innovation is? That a man who basically remade Dragon's Lair talks about innovation like he's the only man doing it should suggest the industry is in a very weird place when it comes to the idea. I'm not against innovation. However, the way some people talk about it, I fear we're wandering too much into the territory of innovation for innovation's sake, doing new things without regard for whether they make for an entertaining game. It's something many of us, I feel, encourage. I remember when the frankly brilliant Lost Odyssey was released, one of the few console-based Japanese role-playing games I truly loved this generation. I loved it, a fair few people loved it, but many critics and gamers slammed it for being too traditional, for not being innovative enough. On the flip side, some games with very serious problems have their issues overlooked simply for being innovative. I remember a Guardian article a few years ago. It was angry at those who didn't like or buy Mirror's Edge because it was innovative. Writer Keith Stewart lamented the criticism Mirror's Edge received because its ideas were fresh, as if innovation deserves a free pass. Essentially, innovation is placed at a higher echelon than quality, and that's something I feel is far more reckless than not innovating at all. In my opinion, the only one that matters, insecurity about innovation has done more harm than good. We've seen this in Japanese RPGs on the whole. Final Fantasy has been desperate to reinvent its battle system to the point where Final Fantasy XIII's just this weird, self-playing wreck of organised chaos. Games like Infinite Undiscovery, and The Last Story, have all obsessively tinkered with their battle systems to the point where I feel they focused on the wrong thing, ignoring the one element that JRPGs rely on more than almost any other genre, the story. I don't care if a game uses simple turn-based battles, so long as it's fun and the story is good. This is why I loved Lost Odyssey. It didn't need some fancy new battle system with some contrived leveling structure that changed things simply for the sake of changing things. Mistwalker in this instance was unconcerned with trying to reinvent the wheel, which meant it could polish and refine the wheel. Similarly, the superb Ni no Kuni does the same. It's a veritable scrapbook of other people's old-fashioned ideas, a game that JRPGs harder than any JRPG has ever JRPG'd. Its battle system, monster catching, progression structure, side quests and extras are all lifted from the best and most established titles in the genre, and is therefore allowed to focus on the things that matter: quality and entertainment value. It's not just RPGs. Singularity is one of the best first-person shooters made this generation. It bloody is. And it's true, it lifts whole ideas from BioShock, Half-Life and Fear, but it does them well. It does them supremely well. The overall product is familiar, but it's beautifully crafted stuff. Yet, it got a critical mauling for not being fresh enough, not innovating enough. A similar criticism levelled at Darksiders, which is basically The Legend of Zelda but darker and with a big honkin' sword, yet is still full of great characters, boasts a cool art style, and plays excellently, which is all that really matters at the core. Hell, The Legend of Zelda alone is practically the same game over and over again, but that doesn't matter to fans, who still get a new sense of wonder every time they enter Hyrule, because Nintendo is able to focus on developing a whole new world full of whole new characters and new ways to enjoy the experience, because it's not wasting time and resources on changing those experiences at a fundamental level. All these games are better than some innovative games like The Path, a game that's totally unique and original, I admit that, but it's also dull and dreary and almost smarmy in its attempts to be pointlessly subversive. Sometimes I think developers try and hide their lack of quality behind innovation, attempting to look and feel different to make up for the fact they're shit. Weirdly, some critics praise them for that, because innovation apparently deserves a free pass. I may sound like a Luddite to you, but I do respect and appreciate invention, I truly do. I'm all for innovation, but only when it's called for. Innovating for no other reason than to be innovative is a bad idea, and leads to shoddy implementation of poor ideas. Lair for the PS3 was innovative in its control scheme, and its developers believed it deserved instant praise for it. Didn't matter that the 6-axis waggle controls were considered borderline unplayable. Well, no, I mean it does matter. If your motivations for innovating are just to innovate, as we've seen with a lot of waggle-based games whose motion gestures are actually less convenient and nowhere near as quick as just pressing a goddamn button, then don't fucking do it. Innovation isn't bad, but like any tool, it's not inherently good either. People talk about innovation like it's automatically a good thing. No, it isn't. If invention was this brilliant cure-all medicine rather than the snake oil it is, we'd all be talking about how brilliant Vigil blood bitterness is, but none of us are doing that. They say necessity is the mother of all invention, and game developers would do well to remember that. Invent when it's necessary, not just because you can. If you make changes just for their own sake, chances are you'll lose sight of what you really need to be working on. Innovation is great, not always. It shouldn't be the end goal of a game project, only the means with which to achieve a goal, should the circumstances call for it.
What do you mean this isn't awesome? This is innovation! I'm an innovator! You have no idea of my intellect! Thank God for me!
Given my tendency to talk at length about Electronic Arts on this show, some of you may be expecting a statement concerning John Riccitiello's resigning as CEO of the company. I have indeed prepared a statement which reads as follows. Bye, John.
In a recent interview with Penny Arcade Report, Remember Me's creative director revealed he had to fight tooth and nail to make a game with a female protagonist. According to him, he was told straight up that you can't have a female character in games, it has to be a male character, simple as that. The game industry doesn't want female protagonists. Even worse, the game industry doesn't want playable female characters that exist as human beings. Remember Me wanted to give its heroine an actual life, involving a relationship with a man, and was told, disturbingly, you can't make a dude like the player kiss another dude in the game. That's going to feel awkward. I've not considered that before, but as I thought more about it, I realised we really don't see a whole lot of women allowed to have any agency in physical contact. I can't think of many playable female protagonists who are actually seen initiating intimacy in any real way. I've been informed Dreamfall does it, and in the mainstream space, the closest I can think of is Heavy Rain and Indigo Prophecy, and even in those two situations, the players were in the role of the male protagonist, not the female one, at the time of intimacy. Remember Me's Jean-Max Morris calls this situation weird. I'll go one better and call it creepy, and sexist as shit. The general idea is that women can be sexy, women can be hot, they can have their massive boobs bounce up and down, parade around in bikinis or chainmail lingerie for your sexual enjoyment. The male audience can drool all over them, but the moment a female heroine initiates, reciprocates, or otherwise has any involvement outside of being a piece of alienated sex meat, things get awkward and undesirable. Admit it or not, but that's the very essence of objectification. The idea you can't play a woman in a straight relationship lest it incur the insecure homophobic wrath of the audience is disturbing in its reduction of a female character to a mere ornament, to exist for no other reason than to rush a load of blood to your dick, but heaven forbid she ever want anything to do with that dick. That'd be gay. This is all before we get to the root fear of having a woman in the leading role in the first place. Even when women have a significant leading role, the game industry is terrified to admit it. We recently saw Elizabeth relegated to the back cover of BioShock Infinite, and as someone who has played the game, I can tell you what a crime that is for the character, to not acknowledge her as the star of the game. She's a fantastic character, a brilliant one, and BioShock Infinite is absolutely her game, but you'd never know that looking at the box. Now, director Ken Levine's defended this, and I do absolutely get his argument. He said the art was focus tested, that people were most attracted to Booker DeWitt stood alone, being a gun bro like all the other box art with all the other gun bros. And Levine wants Infinite to have the best shot at success and do well and sell to everyone. So let's agree for the sake of it that this art is Infinite's best shot at success. Agreeing with that, can we at least also agree it's fucking sad as fuck that this is Infinite's best shot? To hide the womanfolk lest they scare away the audience, to undermine the importance of the game's actual star because she's a woman. Even understanding the reasons, I absolutely cannot say I enjoy the action. Naughty Dog was in this situation too, though it actually stood its ground in its case. The Last of Us apparently had to battle with the publisher to get Ellie on the front cover. Like Infinite, Ellie's support is crucial to the game. It's very much her story as much as the male leads. Naughty Dog felt it important to put Ellie centre stage, and again, it's just sad it had to fight for this. Again, it sends a creepy message that these women are useful as things. They have their uses and their place, but like any other tool, they need to be put back in their box when we're done with them, out of sight and out of mind. Even if that's not the developer's motivation, it's the shudder-worthy message that gets sent, and it makes me itchy under my skin when I think about it. Who is to blame though? Is it the industry or the audience? Are publishers just being scared of the unproven again like they always seem to be? Or is the predominant straight male gamer really this spineless and pathetic that he can't handle playing the role of a woman in a game? It is, sadly, a chicken-egg situation, a complex ball of yarn that I don't think we can unravel easily. Sure, there's evidence to suggest games with female leads don't sell well. However, analysts such as Ida reveal that games with leading ladies actually get half the marketing support that male-led games do. So, are these games not selling as well truly because the audience dislikes them, or because publishers aren't promoting them? And are publishers not promoting them because audiences aren't buying them? Or is it vice versa? Are FPS and action games not as popular with as many women because not as many women like them? Or are the current ones just not trying to appeal to as many women? And what of the women who do like first-person shooter and action games? Are they really some weird rarity like this shrimp with a hat? And on the cover art thing, okay, Infinite was tested on audiences, but here's the thing. You ask most consumers what coffee they want and they'll say a rich dark roast. You see what they buy when they actually go grocery shopping? Most of them go for something milky and weak. This is an actual thing. The audience says it wants something because it sounds good when it's said. When it comes to buying it, the actions differ from the consumer's own belief in what he or she wants. Look up Malcolm Gladwell sometime and see the perils that come from relying just on what customers tell you. I don't blame Levine for Infinite's cover. I don't blame developers who alter the gender of their lead character because they had the fear of God put into them by a publisher. I don't know, in all honesty, who to blame, or if we should blame anyone. But whether this is a fault with the market, a fault with the audience, or both, or neither, we need to admit there's a fault somewhere. Plenty of pundits will tell you there's no problem with sexism in the industry, that gender issues aren't issues and people should shut up. But when we're in a situation that devs are actively being told they cannot have a female protagonist, and women are being ignored in the promotion of their own game specifically because they're women, I mean, come on. Come the fuck on. Even if you have to grudgingly do it through gritted teeth, you have to admit that's an issue. It's a sad problem that deserves to be examined and shouldn't be simply accepted. Oh, and if you are the kind of gamer that legit feels creeped out if you see a female character kiss a man, while at the same time refusing to buy a game unless a big muscular guy is holding his polished, gleaming weapon on the cover, you know what I'm implying. And if you need me to suck the repression out of your cock for you, I'll be at PAX Prime this year. Daddy will get you over your insecurity.
As we discussed in an earlier video, accepting the isms, admitting that there's a problem in the game industry with this sort of thing isn't the same as condemning, vilifying and refusing to support the game industry. I've got nothing against Bioshock Infinite, I've got nothing against Ken Levine, I think he's a great guy actually. We disagree on a lot of things, but I respect him, I respect the man, and I respect a lot to do with video games, just not everything. And we can disrespect those elements while still respecting the industry at large, that which is left to be respected. But the offer at PAX Prime still stands. If you need me to be your daddy, I will. Why should I yearn to be everybody's daddy? Thank God for me. When the Jimquisition first debuted on The Escapist, the initial response was spirited. Who is this fat douche? Is he on drugs? How can we get rid of him? He's like Movie Bob, but shit. I can't believe The Escapist got rid of Lisa Foyles for this guy. I do hope they cancel him soon. Here we are, 100 Mondays in, and it looks like the Jimquisition is here to stay. Hello, I'm Jim Sterling, and it's been 100 main numbered episodes, not counting extras, of the Jimquisition, and I'm very, very proud. We've got a new backdrop, we've got a new suit for miniature fantasy Willem Dafoe, we've got new background music courtesy of game composer Danny Baranowski, check him out, he's really good. But we've still got the same brand of familiar brilliance that only Jimquisition can provide. You lucky, lucky people.
I need to apologise for an earlier episode before we continue. On the episode Sim Shitty, I accused SimCity of controlling its customers through always online DRM. It has since come to light that I was incorrect. SimCity does not have DRM because it is, in the words of EA Label's boss Frank Gibeau, an MMO. Yes, an MMO, like World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2 or... I can't fucking do this. Ladies and gents, welcome to the new way publishers are going to get away with pulling their familiar bullshit stunts on you. Just call it something else. Present it as something different. Claim it's an innovative new feature. We saw this with Diablo 3, where Blizzard said the online requirement was a crucial anti-cheat measure, important for the real money auction house that nobody actually said they ever wanted and they now regret. We see it now with SimCity. The repackaging of games as services is a new way to ensure the publisher retains domination of the consumer. It sidesteps the stickiness of involving things like Secure-ROM and other forms of vilified DRM and boasts itself as a benefit. EA exemplified this perfectly when it called DRM a failed, dead-end tactic in the same breath that it defended SimCity as an MMO, as a service. Anti-piracy measures that punish the consumer are bad, says EA. Oh, but SimCity needed its consumer-punishing, progress-killing, game-breaking online restrictions, even though evidence points to it being perfectly playable online, because of services. It strikes me as convenient, as oh so convenient, that these all-new features seem to serve the exact same purpose as DRM. To keep an eye on potentially illegal copies, ensure loyal customers are constantly proving themselves to the publisher up to the point of sale, and getting in the fucking way of people who paid money for an experience they expect to work properly. Yet it seems to have a lot of people convinced. Hell, the people even doing it might have convinced themselves. I've had people argue against calling forced online requirements DRM because EA is not calling it DRM. Yeah, and Guitar Hero World Tour never called itself Rock Band either, but it's still fucking Rock Band. In my opinion, if it looks like DRM and acts like DRM, well, I'm gonna be a churlish bastard and call it DRM, even if it's tied to some extra service, even if it's said to be crucial, even if the developer believes its own hype. The feature is still serving the exact same ends. It's still utilized in the same way. You can put a wig on a horse and stick it in a wedding dress, but you and the horse both know you're still banging a fucking horse. We're seeing this with online passes too, and what a surprise that EA's leading that charge as well. Here's Army of Two, The Devil's Cartel. A game that is basically a co-op experience. That's what it is. It's designed for co-op, but the online co-op is still gated off until you activate the online pass. Except it's not an online pass anymore. They're slowly de-emphasizing the bad-sounding online pass and all the negative connotations with it to call it something else. Now you pay $10 to get the online pass and also transform Army of Two magically into the Overkill edition. Dead Space 3 pulls the same magic trick. It's an online pass, but also a limited edition. Woo! Now, in fairness, they've justified this by adding a few bits of extraneous DLC, but it's still holding a crucial part of the game to ransom. It's still the online pass, but with this extra added little bit. I'd be fine with a code that really was used just to unlock a few fluffy extras and do an actual upgrade like Rage did, but I'm not falling for a cheap Trojan horse with a smuggled online pass inside. As with everything in the game industry, I expect this to be a creeping situation. These things aren't too widespread or excessive, yet. But look forward to seeing more of it. If companies can get away with calling all their PC games MMOs and forcing an online requirement, you can bet they'll bloody ruddy do it. If a publisher can get away with gating more content behind a paywall and telling you can upgrade it to a special edition, you're damn right it will. These tactics are wolves in sheep's clothing, and this episode is here to just encourage you to keep an eye out for it, be savvy to it, and not let them think they fooled you. Calling DRM-laden games services, calling online passes upgrades, it's just trying to sell you the same thing you didn't want already, but in a flimsy disguise. So that's the industry right now. SimCity's an MMO, online passes are limited editions, and the Titanic was an innovative submarine.
In all seriousness, and from the bottom of my sure-to-be-diseased heart, I didn't expect the Jimquisition to be particularly popular. Not as popular as it became, especially given the rather tumultuous beginning it had on The Escapist, but it's done really well, and I am blown away. And I'd like to thank all of you people who tune in every week and who share the videos. I'd like to thank those of you who watched the initial run, hated it, but then gave it another chance later and really liked it. That's often one of my favourite stories. I'd like to thank Russ Pitt for bringing me on initially, even though he thinks I'm a twat, with good reason. I'd like to thank Susan Aaron for always being awesome and supportive and and letting me know when I've gone a bit too far. I'd like to thank Danny Baranowski, of course. I'd like to thank Tyler Rostby, who did the credit animations at the beginning and end. I'd like to thank Drill Queen for providing Born Depressed and giving me very kind permission to use it in the intro and outro of the show. I'd like to thank Alex for helping me every week with all sorts of odds and ends and things I need. I'd like to thank Movie Bob, who's always been very helpful and is always sharing my videos when he likes them, which is awesome. And most of all, I think I'd like to thank God for me, naturally. See you next week. You know what, Willem? I am regretting the shiny reflective vinyl. That's 50. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be the first to congratulate Nintendo on securing possibly the greatest exclusive of our generation, an Aliens Colonial Marines cancellation. It's funny. Oh, let's crack on with the show.
Rumours abound about Microsoft's next-generation Xbox requiring an always-online connection. Yes, just like Diablo 3 and SimCity. Now, rumours are unsubstantiated, and it's been proposed many times that not even Microsoft would be so foolish, so contemptuous, so awful as to impose always-online DRM system-wide. The very idea of the conversations happening, however, and I have no doubt boardrooms full of executives often talk about such ideas while wanking each other dry, is disturbing, and it's not hard to see why some people are deeply concerned by such a hypothetical console, even if it is just hypothetical. Well, it's hard to see for some, like Microsoft's own Adam Orth, who thinks it's not a big deal because his vacuum cleaner needs electricity, lol logic lol. But there are others too who think it's not a problem and may even welcome an always-on console, because after all, a man chooses, a slave tweets blind support for every choice, and in any case it falls to me, as it so often does, to explain rationally and calmly why an always-on console is a dumb idea. First of all, any system that'd adopt this approach would do so at the risk of alienating GameStop and other retailers. While the industry pretends GameStop is this horrible plague on the industry and it's killing the business, this is a lie, evidenced by the fact that publishers fall over themselves to tongue the retailer's ring piece at every given opportunity. An always online connection will make it that much easier to cripple the used game market, especially if paired with other rumours of consoles putting the always online requirement for that very purpose. Look forward to shelf space for such a console drying up while more free and open, used-friendly systems have their games line the shelves. GameStop's used game displays making one console look way more prominent than the one with a small corner dedicated to its handful of brand new games for sale. Second, an always online connection, contrary to what people suggest, is about more than just needing an internet connection. Sure, we're all online right now, but not all of us have access to high-speed, reliable broadband. The US's infrastructure is a total joke, with a lot of regions still tied to dial-up and bandwidth caps restricting the amount of content we can access. This is to say nothing of other countries that have it way worse. And let's engage a little empathy and consider the huge percentage of Xbox 360 users who currently don't have their system hooked up at all. Even Microsoft admits it's a considerable share of the audience, and any system, Xbox or otherwise, that intends to cut that audience out of the deal will cripple its own sales potential. A system demanding a perpetual net connection is a system banking on the world's broadband infrastructures improving immeasurably in a rapid amount of time. For a console, something that needs a way wider audience, turning your bloody consumer's niche is a terrible idea. But that's only half the battle. The recent launch failures of Diablo 3 and SimCity have demonstrated that we not only have to worry about fulfilling our end of the online pact, we can't trust publishers to hold their end of the deal. Server outages and inability to handle a large amount of users at one time, queues and error messages out the wazoo, and some people think that'd be a good idea to adopt at a system-wide level? Really? Fucking really? We can't trust any mainstream publisher to handle its own part in the rules it imposes on us. How the hell can we be optimistic about this shit? Always online DRM does not work properly. It's too ambitious an idea for the reality of the situation, and we have the proof already. Any company that pursues it in the face of such proof is demonstrating open contempt for the satisfaction of its customers. Hell, I often find my current Xbox 360 is so slow to connect and it holds up the entire fucking system when all I want to do is play Deadly Premonition or something. And when I bought my first Xbox 360, my housing situation was such that I couldn't situate it near a connection. Had the 360 been an always-on deal, I'd have never have bought the thing in the first place. Then we have the general bad press of DRM, of making customers jump through hoops with no benefit to them. We have the fear of how playable the system will be years down the line, especially as consoles are popularly eradicating backwards compatibility. What happens if, the generation after this one, if there is one, we want to play a game on the older system and find out that, whoops, the servers are now dead? Again, we deal with that in this generation. Games we can buy but can't access all of because the online pass doesn't work anymore, servers flipping off the titles when the publisher's done making money off them. These are all legitimate concerns. And yes, some of them are very forward-thinking, future-based ones. But you know what? It's sad that we're the ones thinking about the fucking future and not the perpetually short-sighted, live in the moment, who cares if the market crashes, we're making money now, AAA game industry. And those are just some of the reasons why an always-on connection would be dumb. I hope Microsoft doesn't go that way. I hope Sony doesn't pull a fast one and announce plans for it. Then again, as the console market spirals toward a crash, maybe it'd be kinder to hasten it along with something this fucking stupid. I'll still have GOG.com. I think I'm winning.
You know, I find it funny that the Microsoft mouthpiece answered concerns about an always-online console with the phrase, "deal with it." And that's an attitude that a lot of mainstream publishers have right now. Don't like what we do? Deal with it. We can take your custom for granted. Well, no, you can't. We're in a console industry right now that's seen EA and Square Enix lose their CEOs, because even though they're selling millions upon millions of games, they're still not hitting their fiscal targets. They're failing after selling upwards of 3 million games per release, and that's ridiculous. The console market is practically in a crash, and people like Orthy or whatever, I'm not near my computer, they're not in a position to say deal with it anymore, because it's all drying up for them. There's more competition than ever, more luxuries for us to turn our eyes to should we get bored of one of them. There's the mobile market that they're so scared of. There's the independent scene, which is going very, very well. And when enough of the audience has split apart and been cast out and alienated and gone elsewhere, and these titans of the industry are left bereft and on their knees and wondering where everybody went, where all their loyal, taken for granted customers disappeared to, there's only one thing we'll be able to tell them. Deal with it. Thank God for me.
Hi, I'm Miniature Fantasy Willem Dafoe, otherwise known as Miniature Fantasy Willem Dafoe from the Jimquisition. If you like these videos, what you see on the internet, maybe you could click the subscribe button. It's probably down there somewhere.
My fine friends, it is a saddening day to have to admit to you that I, Jim Sterling, am sick. Yes, even I am subject to the frail mortality that afflicts you, the common people. This is a sad truth I've just had to come to learn to live with, and all of the miserable nastiness it brings. So apologies if I sound gross or nasty or miserable at all in today's episode. I did my best, and I did it all for you, because it's a moral imperative that Monday be Jimquisition Day. To miss a week, why, I'd be no better than H.H. Holmes the serial killer. So, I'm not that. Definitely not.
Let me be the first to send my commiserations to From Software, having learned of Dark Souls' pathetic, pitiful, measly sales performance. After managing just over 2 million sales, the game has clearly failed, despite such critical and consumer
oh wait, Dark Souls is not a failure because it was budgeted, marketed, and manufactured according to demand. See what happens when you don't blindly pump so much cash into a project that you need to bend reality to make more than your money back? Good things happen. Recently, Square Enix revealed just what a ridiculous mess the console market is in, admitting Sleeping Dogs, Hitman Absolution, and Tomb Raider all failed to meet their sales goals. Using such hilariously short-sighted evidence as Metacritic scores and "we thought the games were good," Square Enix said that each game respectively selling 1.7 million, 3.6 million, and 3.4 million was disappointing. Disappointing. While Dark Souls celebrates its 2 million milestone, Square Enix is crying into its bag of sour grapes because it didn't get 6 million. That's what it wanted from Tomb Raider, up to 6 million. Not that nearly 6 million was good enough for Capcom, it expected way more from Resident Evil 6, which flogged over 5 million copies and was still considered a failure. But of course, there's a reason why From Software is pleased and Capcom and Square Enix are kicking their bedroom walls like spoiled brats. Obviously, Dark Souls didn't cost as much to make. I mean, Resident Evil 6 had a dev team of 600, Tomb Raider had to pay for extravagant hair physics and Hollywood actors. I've had people defend the unrealistic goals of so-called AAA publishers by telling me, well, they had to spend so much money, so they had to expect 6 million sales. Dark Souls can't be compared to Tomb Raider, I'm told, because Dark Souls didn't have to pay Hollywood actors or build a brand new engine. But neither did Tomb Raider. I'm sick and tired of being told AAA games are forced, as if by invisible gunpoint, to invest decadent amounts of money in their games to the point where they need to sell more copies than reality itself is capable of providing. That's not a defense, that's just bad, terribly bad, and terribly bad business. When EA's telling me Dead Space 3 needs to sell 5 million copies to save the series, I'm not feeling sorry for EA. I'm not shrugging and saying, well, that's reasonable, Dead Space 3 costs a lot of money. I'm simply stunned by the short-sightedness of it all. And what makes these companies so sure they can make over 6 million sales? It seems to be a combined factor of game reviews and comparisons to Call of Duty, two incredibly dumb sources of evidence. It's been proven for years that critical acclaim can't guarantee sales, because otherwise Psychonauts would be the biggest game ever with yearly releases. As for expecting to sell as much as Call of Duty because of reasons, are you high? We'd all love to have the biggest game on the market, but reset your expectations. Only one game can be the biggest, that's why it's the biggest. Expecting to sell as much as COD based on little more than wishes and gumdrops is fucking silly bones. Even funnier when you look at how many corners the COD series cuts, reusing engines and assets yet still spinning out major successes that, contrary to popular belief, are still pretty fucking decent. Ironic that EA spends millions a year trying to beat Call of Duty, when Call of Duty is likely spending half that for way more success. And back to Dark Souls. You know, that game wasn't built in a fairy tale magical land, where money is pulled from a laughing pony's asshole and the king of marshmallow dreams builds game engines from the pixie sand in a sleeping babe's eyes. No, it was made in the real world, sensibly. It knew its audience, knew what to expect, and clearly budgeted accordingly. It made as many copies as it could sell, and was thrilled to sell what it did. And it's not like Dark Souls looks or plays like shit. It looks gorgeous, in fact, and plays incredibly well. For Dark Souls to look as good as it does, play as tight as it does, and be happy with the sales it got, there's actually no excuse for the rest of the game industry. Nobody's forcing publishers to sink ridiculous amounts of cash into projects. Most of the audience doesn't care about eye-fucking graphics and brand new engines. They just don't, no matter what Crytek tells you. Again, if graphics mattered so much, the PS1, PS2 and Wii wouldn't have won their respective generations. People just want good games, and you can make fantastic games without throwing cash around like it was water. But hey, at least Tomb Raider had that multiplayer mode we were all clamouring for, right? Christ almighty.
As a man 100% physically committed to his people, I have spurned lovers and have no son or heir, but there is some little 10-year-old thing that runs around my house, and he's a child. I didn't kidnap him. The government knows he's here, but his way of viewing the world is that if he wants something, He just has to say that he'll get it, and then he'll get it. His logic being that, well, he wants it, therefore he's going definitely to get it. Which reminds me very often of publishers and companies in the game industry. They have this same view as well. Tomb Raider should sell 6 million copies. We want it to sell 6 million copies, therefore it's going to. That's how a 10-year-old thinks. They're allowed to, legally, because of some loophole that says they can, because they're children. Publishers aren't afforded that kind of freedom, and it's going to bite them in the arse if they continue to believe that just if I wish, it will come true. It's not Sesame Street, guys. Come on. Praise the sun for me. Dark Souls reference. A few things before we crack on today. First of all, I want to tell you about a brand new video series I've got on The Escapist. It's a crossover with Yahtzee of Zero Punctuation, and it's called Jim and Yahtzee's Rhyme Down Spectacular. It's about poetry, and it's quite good. Second of all, I want to say that this video, this topic this week, owes a lot to Malcolm Gladwell, who is a very good markety, talky type guy. You can look him up on Google, he says good things. And I also owe quite a good bit to my good old pal Flannel, who introduced me to Gladwell in the first place. So do enjoy. I think it's a good episode this week. I think quite good indeed.
In the 1980s, Dr. Howard Moskowitz was asked by Campbell Soup to help them create the perfect pasta sauce. They had Prego, which was getting its ass kicked by Ragu at the time, and they wanted the help of a preeminent market researcher to nail down that one winning formula, that one thing that'd see them beat the competition. Prego, objectively, was considered the superior sauce. Even those taste tested thought it was better, but that didn't matter. Ragu was king of the mountain, and not even quality could top it. Campbell's needed the pasta equivalent of a killer app. Moskowitz, however, didn't think that way. Before this, he'd worked with Pepsi to try and find the perfect level of sweetener in Diet Pepsi. He concluded there was no perfect level. There is no perfect Pepsi, he said, only perfect Pepsis. And this is what he told the Prego people. There is no perfect pasta sauce, only perfect pasta sauces. Moskowitz didn't try and find the perfect sauce. Instead, he had 45 very different sauces whipped up. He tried sauces with more garlic. He tried sweeter sauces, zestier sauces, all sorts of sauces, thick, thin, with solids, without solids. He then tested them on people and had them rate them. Armed with the data, he looked not for the most popular sauce, he looked for the most popular sauces to try and find the most common elements people liked. He found that there were roughly 3 types of pasta sauce consumer. Those that liked it plain, those that liked it spicy, and those that liked it extra chunky. That last note was a particular revelation because neither Prego nor Ragu had extra chunky. Nobody had thought to provide it, and it's not like consumers asked for it because they hadn't even conceived of such a notion. Think about that for a second. A third of the consumer base wanted something that nobody was providing. Prego came out with an extra chunky, and the results were almost instant and ended with $600 million in the bank. And nowadays, you go to the pasta sauces in the supermarket and what do you see? Loads of different sauces. Ragu itself, having answered Prego's challenge, has 36 pasta sauces because there is no perfect pasta sauce, only perfect pasta sauces. This is a video game show, so why are we talking pasta? Well, Moskowitz's work in the 70s and 80s revolved around food, but his findings can be applied to the mainstream game industry fairly well. For example, let's cast Call of Duty as Ragu and Battlefield as Prego. Now, many would argue Battlefield is better than Call of Duty, but it's not as successful. Electronic Arts tries to beat Activision every year, throwing huge amounts of money in its advertising and in its game engines, trying to make a military shooter to defeat a military shooter. And the result? Well, financial disappointment and a resigning CEO, apparently. More and more, EA's homogenizing its games. The horror series Dead Space becoming a cooperative cover-based shooter. RPGs like Mass Effect and Dragon Age getting online modes. And it's not just EA, of course. Tomb Raider's getting multiplayer, Fear 3's getting co-op. More and more, games are all boasting the same feature sets, the same options, because publishers are pre-chunky Prego. They're all trying to distill the most successful elements of the most successful video games to create their very own perfect pasta sauce. And there is no perfect video game. There are only perfect video games.
Call of Duty is a first-person shooter. It's the biggest game on the market, and so we have a ton of first-person shooters. Tons of them, all chasing the same audience. The audience that's already been won by Call of Duty. Meanwhile, we have underserved and unclaimed demographics ignored in this misguided rush to perfection. The best example we have recently is XCOM. Now, XCOM was originally rebooted as a shooter because 2K Games decided, just based on assumption, that strategy games can't succeed anymore, so bye-bye XCOM as a strategy game. Now, while the XCOM shooter struggled in development hell, at some point the company decided, seemingly under duress and just to shut the fans up, to release a little spin-off strategy title, Enemy Unknown. This, in XCOM terms, proved to be extra chunky, as it became a critical and commercial success to the point where it seems the FPS is now a phantom, possibly even due to be relaunched as its own IP, rather than tied to the now firmly strategy-powered XCOM name. Just think, there was this audience craving an XCOM strategy game, ready to spend their money, and 2K was gonna miss out on it. What else could there be? We're told horror games can't sell, we're told adventure games are dead, and yet the success of titles like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, the fascination with games like Slender, the overwhelming love of Telltale's Walking Dead, all seem to suggest there are audiences waiting in the wings, aching to be served. The mainstream publishers are ignoring huge amounts of gamers because their tunnel vision is causing them to focus so much on the one all-or-nothing killer app. They tell us horror and adventure can't sell. How would they know? They've not tried! Why not do a horror game as well as your obligatory first-person shooters? Why must everything be a massively budgeted AAA game? Why not make some mid-tier games with some mid-tier budgets to attract the mid-tier demographic? The big budget industry right now sees the market as two extremes. You've either got obscure failures or you've either got big franchise successes. It's ignoring everything in between. Meanwhile, we get some rare companies like Bethesda publishing a stealth-based single-player linear new IP like Dishonored and making, wait for it, money! Because there was an audience for stealth-based single-player linear new IPs that nobody else was considering. And sure, Dishonored probably didn't make Call of Duty money, but it made money. And some money is better than no money. And no money is what you get when you ignore 1/3 of the public. Prego learned that in the 80s, publishers more than ever need to learn it now. Now, before some of you go tippy-typey in response, I know a few of you were going to bring up the episode I did a few weeks ago about innovation, where I said that innovation for innovation's sake is bad. Now, that doesn't contradict this episode. No. In fact, it complements it. Cynical innovation for the sake of innovation is bad. On the flip side, cynical homogenization for the sake of homogenization is equally as bad. Actually, it might even be worse. I'm not against innovation if a developer wants to do it. I'm not against reusing old ideas if a developer wants to do it. If it's good for the game, that's fine. If it's because of some focus testing you've done, because of some industry assumption that a game can't sell, that's what's bad. What I'm in favour of is game developers making the games they want to make for the people that want to play them. A bit of variety, natural variety, as a result of developers just doing what they do best, making their games. And I think that's very fair enough. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I think there's a market for it, because variety is the spice of life. Literally. It's what the gene pool is all for. Look at the British royal family. They fuck each other and they fuck each other and they fuck each other until the end result is and that's what the AAA market is right now, a bunch of inbred aristocrats. They've got the pedigree, they've got the name, but when you stare into their cold, blank, soulless eyes, there's absolutely no substance there. Thank God for me. Please. Brace yourselves, folks! We're doing another episode on gender issues. Won't that be fun? In fairness, this is an episode that looks at both sides, appeals for calm, and is rational and responsible. But, just in case. Dragon's Crown has been at the centre of a controversy lately, and it's been an interesting one. Jason Schreier at Kotaku recently criticised the game's character design, chiefly that of the sorceress, for the focus on gigantic breasts and physics-shattering ass protrusions. Schreier wrote the designs off as something designed by a 14-year-old boy, and the artist, George Kamitani, responded by drawing a picture of naked burly dwarves and implying that Jason might like that more if he wasn't into the women. Frankly, rashness prevailed on both sides, as it so often does. Schreier could have made a far better point without the insinuation, and Kamitani could have claimed more high ground by not resorting to the rather tired lol big burly men for you lol retort. Cue mudslinging, venom and attacks from both sides, be they for or against Vanillaware's designs. But then, that's one of the major issues crippling any discussion of gender in games right now. Nobody can have a fucking discussion about it. They can only have arguments. Jimquisition's tackled gender in games a few times, and each time I've tried to stress the need for discussion, for an exchange of ideas, for understanding, as opposed to a war over boobs. I think the gender issues hitting games are good for the medium, and there's a wealth of positivity to be mined from it, and I think there's potential for the gaming community to be so much more inclusive and welcoming and ultimately healthier, but only if we put down our swords and sit round the table, and that goes for everyone involved. The gender discussion right now seems to be a contest as to which side can harass the other the most on social networks, who can shout accusations or levy nasty threats the hardest. Dragon's Crown's mess utterly typified that. There was room for a great debate over the differences between sexualization and sexuality, of crafting characters that are sexy but not objectified, of what makes a character design satirical as opposed to simply titillating. For the record, and I speak only for myself as I can't arrogantly presume to speak for any women or men other than myself, I don't like the designs of the Sorceress and Amazon. I find them kind of unsettling. The Amazon in particular looking all lumpy and clumpy, like she evolved from whatever race Krang off Turtles is a member of. At the same time, I understand the intent to riff off the old fantasy designs seen in Dungeons & Dragons and Conan the Barbarian, and I get Vanillaware's decision to exaggerate those designs to ludicrous proportions. Then, again, I understand that in an industry utterly dominated by stereotypical designs of over-muscled men and ass-thrusting, boob-laden women, more of the same, even exaggerated, kind of fails to be ironic, especially when gamers, men or women, who want something else have so very few alternatives when it comes to female avatars in games. It's either play a game with maniacal wobbly breasts, or replay Beyond Good and Evil for the 15th fucking time. That imbalance is one of the key reasons why games like Dragon's Crown make some people roll their eyes. We already discussed a few weeks ago how the game industry is deliberately trying to cull female protagonists, so it's doubly unsettling when that knowledge is accompanied by the message that playable women have to look like they exist solely for the purpose of popping boners. What's really interesting about Dragon's Crown, though, is that it does have an example of a sexy character that's not sexualized, and I'd love for there to be a discussion about that too. The elf is sensibly clothed, more reasonably proportioned, and any skin shown at least makes sense within the context of the character's role. I think it's a very sexy design, personally, and it's able to be so without resorting to the frankly unimaginative protrusion of massive boobs and bumholes. It takes real talent to make a sexy character that doesn't go for half nudity and exposed mamos, and I think the elf is an example of Kamitani's talent really shining through. But again, that's just me speaking for me and what I like. But to the boob wars again, it's funny that after Jason and George fired their shots, they started speaking, and both ended up quite reasonable. Jason apologised for his initial insult, George apologised for a ham-fisted response, and then went on to explain the reasoning for his character designs in a thoughtful and intelligent way that I found quite interesting, even if I didn't quite like the designs in question. You see what happens when people discuss things? When we're not trying to one-up each other in one-liner contests, when we're not flinging shit at each other, and we're actually acknowledging that some people like things and some people don't, I feel gamers can have some really great provocative discussions. Then again, we're still trying to get over the fact that some people bought one game console and not another, so I guess we've still got a lot of groundwork to lay.
The thing that really upsets me about the fights that are going on is I'm an ignorant man. I fully admit that. There's a lot I don't know, there's a lot I try to learn. In my early years writing for Destructoid and around the web, I wrote a lot of ignorant, some would even say, and they wouldn't be that wrong, some would even say sexist shit. And at the time, I thought it was okay. I didn't realise it was a problem. And I didn't really appreciate the problems until someone calmly and rationally
told me the problems. And all these fights that go on when gamers get angry and start throwing mud at anyone who points out a problem in the game industry, when that happens, the discussion dies, and when the discussion dies, we don't learn anything. And that kind of learning is stuff I've thrived on, stuff that's made me a better writer, a better commentator, a better video producer, and I think it makes the industry a better place. So let's talk, let's discuss, let's get something ruddy bloody done. Thank God for me. Hit the microphone again. That's going to sound terrible. It's going to sound absolutely terrible. 2 big lawsuits happened this week. This episode's about one of them. I want to address the other one, Aliens, Colonial Marines, and the class action suit attached. And I just want to say, rock on Gearbox. Well done to you for defending yourselves against this frivolous litigation. You have every right to. And as you say yourselves, you will not back down from letting your entertainers, from letting your artists show work in progress footage. Even if it's footage of a game that doesn't exist, like your version of Aliens, Colonial Marines that Sega is still using to advertise the real game that exists. That is shit. Keep that up. I respect it, I admire it, I want you to keep doing it, because that way we all know that you're feeding us a big line of bullshit. And then we can just take it from there. We won't be misled anymore, because we already know what your high standards of quality are. On with the show now. It's about a different thing.
You may have heard recently that Fifth Cell and Warner Brothers are being sued by the creators of Nyan Cat and Keyboard Cat due to their appearances in several Scribblenauts games. The suit alleges these characters were used without permission and their creators want compensation. Now, I get the gut reaction many gamers have had to this. The default thought is that these creators are money grubbers out to nab some ill-gotten gains. We've been trained to think that over the years, that anybody suing over copyright is being greedy. Well, apparently we only think that when a big company is being sued. In any case, I'm actually on the side of Charles Schmidt and Christopher Orlando Torres, the accusers. And as unbelievable as some seem to think that is, let me explain why. First of all, let's look at the case. Schmidt and Torres owned their respective cats as characters. They legally own them. They've got the trademarks, which they allow the use of in non-commercial content and negotiate fees for in commercial content. Regardless of your opinion on what should be public domain or not, that's a legal fact, not just what I think. Scribblenauts contains unnegotiated trademarked material. Further, neither creators leapt straight to lawsuits. They tried contacting Fifth Cell and Warner Brothers, but were allegedly snubbed and ignored because neither company felt like they were worth the time. Schmidt and Torres say they wanted to avoid doing this, but were boxed out until it was the only route. So legally, they're confident they have a case, and morally, they were painted into this corner, and that, I feel, is fair enough. More importantly, this, to me, at least where Warner Brothers is concerned, is fucking justice. Companies like WB have for a long time considered the internet a den of thieves out to steal from them. DRM and takedown notices are rife online as publishers and movie studios and television producers troll the internet for the slightest infringement on their content. Warner Brothers itself has admitted to filing many false takedown notices, screwing with the content of other people just because they might have stolen something from them even when they didn't. WB is also, as a movie company, under the protection of the vile lobbyists of the MPAA, an organisation that supported SOPA and wants to control and dominate the internet, restricting the way we use it. Bunch o' fuckers. Yet, at the same time as these companies treat the internet like it's out to get them, they rifle through its drawers like swaggering burglars themselves, pilfering online content for their own uses. Memes find their ways into commercials now, news reports take videos off YouTube, and because it's the internet, many of them don't even feel the need to attribute basic fucking credit, let alone pay to use someone else's work. I don't like copyright law as it exists, and I hate content being locked down and protected, but at the same time, I'm glad WB is getting a taste of its own fucking medicine. The outright hypocrisy of all these companies that feel because it's the internet, they don't need to give credit where it's due, while at the same time stamping their feet down on things as innocuous as fan tribute videos on YouTube is utterly disgusting. Warner Brothers' ignorance of Schmidt and Torres says it all. They're beneath Warner Brothers in its eyes. The message it sends is that WB can take whatever it likes from the internet, but woe betide anyone on the internet that takes from them. The legal system has, for years, been set up to allow for this behaviour. It's always been stacked in favour of the copyright holders, who claim to protect the rights of artists, but are really just trying to maintain dominance of their own profit makers. For once, a company that has benefited immensely from this system is at risk of being stung by it, and that's why I'm on the meme creators' side. I don't like the system as it exists, but if it's going to be turned back on those that put it there, good. Bloody good. Warner Brothers would do the same to them in a heartbeat. It has done the same to people over the years, so let it ride, says I. Let the fucker ride.
Some people have brought up Fifth Cell in the argument, and I love Fifth Cell. I think they're a great developer. Locke's Quest is one of my favourite ever DS games, and you should track it down if you can. But I think they'll be alright. Warner Brothers will, if this lawsuit ever gets further and Warner Brothers and Fifth Cell find themselves in trouble, Warner Brothers will probably take the credit or the blame and deal with it. As license holders, that's kind of what they're there to do. And that's another example of the system that they created biting themselves in the arse, which is what this is all about. That's my only stake in this. We can moralise over copyright law all day long. I'm against a lot of it, and that's not my issue. My issue is just the hypocrisy, just the bullshit of Warner Brothers, of all companies, finding itself in this position and finding itself the victim of a system that it itself, along with many other members of the movie and game industry, helped create. So if those fuckers that started this shit get involved in the same shit, fine, I'll take that positive. I don't like the fact that the internet's becoming more homogenised, gated off and corporate driven, but if it has to go that way, at least some of the bloody buggers are getting in trouble as well. So I don't know why my voice is doing this. This is the problem with these bits being unscripted. Thank God for me. Sound a bit like Merman from... Let me shit. Now, I consider this show infallibly perfect, just going off the basic evidence. Not even me saying it, it's science. But there are some people with criticisms of the show, and I'm very sensitive and open to criticism. One of those criticisms is that the Jimquisition is too smug. I'm too smarmy. The Jimquisition persona is unlikable because he's too full of himself. And the only thing I could say to that is...
A common argument I typically see in any discussion of sexism in gaming is the point that objectification of women isn't a unique problem worthy of discussion because men are just as objectified. We're all equally reduced to lusted meat, goes the suggestion, therefore we need to stop talking about women's problems. According to the argument, while women are portrayed as having tiny waists, big breasts and thrusting their asses in every direction, the men are overly muscled, overly brave and overly powerful. This NeoGAF response to my Jimquisition on Dragon's Crown put the argument as such, stating that male leads in games are ripped, tall and heroic, and he's not upset by it, so why the big stink over women being portrayed uniformly as walking boob dispensers? You know, I don't think wanting to believe we're all equal, I don't think wanting to believe that the playing field is level makes you an ignoble person. Hell, it'd be nice to believe that. It's not, however, true, and it's not true that men in gaming are really objectified. They're not.
First of all, let's examine who games are being made for. Despite the gaming audience being roughly half women, most AAA games are still made entirely with young men in mind. That's not an assumption. Ken Levine himself admits BioShock Infinite was marketed to appeal to frat boys. Naughty Dog has revealed its focus testers didn't want to see what women thought of The Last of Us and was trying to appeal exclusively to males, while the director of Remember Me has told how female protagonists are being killed off by publishers because men allegedly don't want to play as a girly girl. We know that mainstream game development is predominantly designed by men for men, and knowing that, we have to ask, exactly who is this hypothetical male objectification being done for? Women? No, because the industry has a practiced history of not giving a fuck about women. Gay men? Ha! We've not even moved past the lol you wanna have sex with a man lol gay stage of video game writing yet, if only. No, in the same way female characters are being designed to appeal to men, so too are male characters. But not, of course, in the objectifying sense. Objectification is the reduction of a human being to a thing, an item, a something to possess. This is what's meant when we say women are objectified. In a previous video, I explained how video games typically objectify women by making them the targets of sexual desire while stripping them of their agency in sex. Women are allowed to dress skimpily, they're allowed to be hit on, and they're allowed to be fucked. However, they're not allowed to initiate sexual contact, be playable during a sex scene, or really have any input in a relationship outside of being an objective, a goal, a thing for the male hero to go after. This is not what happens with male characters. They're presented as tall, muscular, heroic, and brave, and most importantly, they're not supposed to be things we want to own. They're not targets, they're not goals. Their ideals are our goals, but they themselves as individuals are not. And that's what men are in the game industry. Not objectified, but idealized. That's the difference in the game industry, and this is where people arguing that we're all equal trip themselves up. Women are objectified, they're supposed to be things men want. Men are idealized, they are heroes men are supposed to want to be. Now frankly, I think this uniform idealization of what men ought to be is a problem in and of itself, but it's not the same problem faced by women. It's a different problem, and it's not equal, especially when the idealization involves traits that are generally considered pretty good to have. Physical strength, nobility, bravery. I mean, I'd rather have those traits than have no personality or life outside me tits and vulva. Hell, playable female characters get objectified and idealized. When it comes to male protagonists, you can have ugly, grizzled, or old characters. Your Marcus Phoenixes, your old Snakes. You can have a male hero that doesn't conform to the archetypal template of physical beauty. Not so with a leading lady. Even the best playable female characters are going to be inoffensively beautiful in some way, shape, or form, held on a pedestal to represent what a good girl should be. There's a bit more leeway with supporting characters, but not much, and very rarely. It sounds good to say we're all equally objectified. It sounds inclusive. It is, as I say, untrue, and only serves to obscure the actual problems with both female and male video game characters. So, let's not do that.
Of course, I do understand the mixed message that the Jimquisition shows, complaining about the idealization of the male protagonist and suggesting that's a problem, when of course I too am tall, muscular, handsome, and above all brave. But that's God's choice to make me that way. I didn't decide it, so do take it up with the big man upstairs. After, of course, you remember to thank God for me, and then blame God for my muscular abs and pecs. It's incredibly humbling that Jimquisition has the fans that it has. It's incredible to me that people tune in and people say nice things, and some people even go so far as to gift me things, whether they go on my Amazon wishlist and get me Skeleton Warriors action figures or anything else. And this week especially, I feel I must I hesitate to use the word, but I must thank Brian Green, who sent me an incredible gift, something I never even knew I wanted until I saw it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what my fan base is and what my life is now. This is the Belladonna Bitch Fist. That's its actual name. It's modelled after the porn star Belladonna. Thanks. It's what I always wanted.
Hey, remember when we talked about how Dark Souls succeeded by having realistic expectations, marketing to the right audience, and not spending obscene amounts of money? Dark Souls and its 2 million sales basically stand as the prime example of console game development doing it right, in a world of bloated development costs, decadent marketing campaigns, and desperately overambitious sales expectations that can see Resident Evil 6 shift around 5 million copies and still be considered a failure by Capcom. By contrast, Dark Souls knew exactly the niche audience it was going for and spread thanks to word of mouth and keenly targeted promotion. On Dark Souls 2, however, Namco Bandai's PR director Lee Curtin said this: Demon Souls, it was very focused, small scale. We're treating this as a massive AAA title. We're going to go guns blazing with it and hope to God that it works. We're going after people who love and adore Dark Souls while hopefully widening the net a little. I'm not saying that every Skyrim player's going to be jumping on Dark Souls, but it would be nice if some of them did. It's a different game, sure. This attitude is disturbing, to say the least. It's like Namco literally forgot that it succeeded with Dark Souls minutes after it got its financial results. What we see here with Demon Souls and Dark Souls is a series that became a cult hit specifically by not doing what everyone else did, and a publisher that now wants to make it more successful by doing what everyone else did. You know, the same everyone else that keep posting disappointing financial results, having their CEOs resign, and watering down their games with generic feature sets because they're terrified of not appealing to all people at all times. Going guns blazing with it and hoping to God it works is what the main AAA industry has been doing for the past few years, and it's not worked. Pumping boatloads of cash into advertising and then wishing on the teardrops of a magical moon fairy doesn't work. Did Lee Curtin think fans would be excited by this news? That hardcore gamers would be thrilled that AAA, a label fast becoming associated with overindulgent failure, is a label being affixed to Dark Souls? If so, if Namco truly thought we'd be thrilled to hear it's making the same financial decisions all the other companies fuck themselves making, then it exhibits just how astoundingly out of touch mainstream game publishers are with the audience, and with, well, reality, and it exhibits a frightening lack of understanding of how and why Dark Souls became successful. We're actually privileged to see this because we're looking at the genesis of failure. This is how it starts. We're witnessing the birth of a future train wreck. This is what turns Battlefield from a promising series in its own right to a mass-marketed clusterfuck only good for snapping at the heels of Call of Duty. Namco wants Dark Souls to be its Elder Scrolls. Curtin compared Dark Souls to Skyrim, and that's how it starts. Not content with a cult hit, Namco is now eyeing the biggest and brightest game in the genre, greedily and lustfully salivating at the thought of taking its crown. Curtin wants to, in his words, widen the net with Dark Souls 2, and that's how it starts. Dark Souls has its audience. It's a passionate audience, it's a loyal audience, and it's not enough. It's never enough. It wants to widen the net with Dark Souls 2. Soon it'll want to broaden the audience, then appeal to the mainstream, and then it'll start talking about mobile gamers for some fucking reason. This is how it starts. Just like with Dead Space. Dead Space was a horror game. Horror games are niche games with niche audiences, and there's nothing wrong with that. Dead Space would never be as big as Gears of War, and it had a loyal, mid-sized, but loyal following, and it wasn't enough. So Dead Space 3 crammed in a cover system and Uncharted sequences and microtransactions, and none of that was gonna work because the world already associates Dead Space with horror, and horror fans do not number 10 million. And Dead Space could have been a successful franchise on its own terms if it stuck with spending what it needed to spend to reach the people it was always gonna reach, rather than trying to appeal to an audience that never wanted Dead Space
And never will.
Understand this about niche titles. If you let the world know it exists, the people who want it will do the rest of the work for you. The people who Dark Souls appeals to, they know it exists already, and they'll spread the word to others who might be interested. The people to whom it does not appeal, well, you can shove as many ads in the commercial breaks of Raw is War as much as you like, and you know what? They won't fucking care. They're playing Skyrim, they're catching butterflies, they don't care. There's crossover between Skyrim and Dark Souls players, sure, a little bit, but those who only bought Skyrim and only care about Skyrim don't fucking care about anything other than Skyrim. But for these people, for the Namco Banders of the world, it's never enough. It's not enough that Tomb Raider fans bought Tomb Raider to play Tomb Raider. No, gotta shove in some multiplayer because millions of people will buy Tomb Raider for Gears of War, because that's how fucking logic works, apparently. So let's shove in a feature nobody asked for because we're morons who can't understand that the people who buy Gears of War already have Gears of War, and the people who buy Tomb Raider, maybe they wanted to just play Tomb Raider. Game industry, stop it. Fucking stop it. The years of failure must surely have proven to you on some level that you can't make millions of dollars just by saying you want millions of dollars. That's not how reality works. Did this not become clear when Sony released the PlayStation Move and was unable to magically clone the profits of the Wii? Was it not clear when Dead Space 3 was made to look like Gears of War and Visceral failed to mystically turn overnight into epic games? Is it not evidenced every single year when EA brings out a new military shooter that doesn't beat Call of Duty at retail? You can't just copy the tactics and products of other people and get the exact same returns those people are getting. The world isn't a printing press where you can duplicate success in a calculated way. And furthermore, the market is not this linear thing where growth is an entitlement, an inevitability. Companies seem to think now that if a game is mildly successful, the sequel will always be bigger. No, the world is not this constant, steady, upward slide. You can't guarantee your game will be twice as successful because it has a 2 in the name, and you shouldn't sink tons of money into promoting it based on that woefully fallacious assumption. Dark Souls deserves support, and it deserves success. It doesn't deserve, however, to become the next game that failed due to ambitions outpacing realities. It doesn't deserve to be considered that game that failed to beat Skyrim. It doesn't deserve, actually, to be called a AAA game, because Dark Souls has dignity, and AAA games are fast losing all theirs. By all means, have high hopes for Dark Souls 2. By all means, hope it does well. I certainly do. But understand, it's a niche title for a specific audience, not for all audiences in the world at all times, and be happy with that. If you expect to lick the sky every time you jump, you'll never be bloody happy.
You know how to fix your problems, game industry? I'll give this one to you for free. You find a man on the streets of San Francisco. Anyone will do, so long as he looks a bit like Chris Redfield from Resident Evil 6. You take that man, take him to some abandoned warehouse, kill him with poison. I don't advocate murder, but some things need to be done. Cut his head off with a great big bone saw. Get a tree branch and sharpen the ends of that so it fashions some sort of pike. Take that pike and that head to the city limits of San Francisco, heart of the game industry. Pop his head on the spike, pop the spike at the city limits. Then, when any game developers and publishers come through the city, they can see Chris Redfield's head on a spike, and then learn from that. Let it be a lesson to what happens when one day a publisher wakes up and decides that one of their premier franchises isn't the same franchise anymore. Let them learn. And thank God for me. So the Xbox One was revealed this week, and straight after the event I got a lot of tweets on Twitter from people who were all excited for a Jimquisition on the subject. I got a lot of people saying, oh, I can't wait for an extra Jimquisition. I hope there is an extra one. Oh, he needs to tear this console a new asshole. Well, I'm not your performing chimp.
I'm not here just to say the things you want me to say. I'm not here to just tear things a new one just because you decide someone needs to put out a hit on a system. I'm not your hitman. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, I am gonna do it, but not because you told me to. I'm gonna tear the Xbox One a new arsehole now, because I want to.
Microsoft's Xbox One reveal reeks, absolutely stinks of desperation. No two ways about it. The same desperation fueling its ham-fisted use of Windows 8, the same desperation it's felt for the past few years as it's become paranoid over Apple and its own sliding irrelevancy. The Xbox One is a system designed to protect Microsoft from what it views as future threats, but only opens itself up to failure by risking becoming a relic of the past. Microsoft went in exactly the direction I predicted it would on this very show, attempting to position the Xbox One as a direct competitor to our own televisions. An absolutely demented idea, considering the Xbox One needs a television to work in the first place, but a television doesn't need an Xbox One to succeed at all. MS has been trying to do this with the 360, slowly trying to make it about far more than games and pushing web browsing, music, sports, television, and television streaming. But here's the thing, my smart TV already does that, and it does it quicker, more efficiently, and straight up better than the Xbox 360. We're in an age where we don't need peripherals to access Netflix, Twitter, TV, web browsing, or music. This week, Microsoft basically announced my own television, and do I really need to buy my own television again? The whole one philosophy is broken. One destination, one hub of entertainment. It's presented as a unified experience, but when we have iPads, mobile phones, and smart TVs and computers already doing the things Xbox One does, the irony is that rather than unify our entertainment, Microsoft will try to fracture and disrupt it, butting its head in with something competing for our attention as opposed to something that complements what we already have and do. It's clear Microsoft sees the way mainstream tech is going and it wants to be riding that wave, but here's the thing, there are better, more specialized devices doing that shit, and a games console's best bet would be to provide ways of enhancing that shit rather than just doing that shit. Being ahead of the curve isn't the right idea for a game system. If it was, the Dreamcast wouldn't have died, God rest its soul. By contrast, the Wii was a plastic toy with outdated tech and its old gangbusters. The PS2 was the least powerful system of its generation and it dominated it. Games consoles benefit from being on or even slightly behind the curve, mastering their trade of games rather than trying to be a jack of all. And yet, Microsoft's eagerness to push itself as a TV and sports box was cloying to a blatant and embarrassing degree. Executives trotted out onto the stage to constantly say the word TV to boast of live television, and use neato words like snap and trendy to try and convince us it's snappy and trendy. It was the epitome of old men trying to look cool in front of their kids. It was pitiful. Do I even need to talk about the online and used game shit? Current word is, and it's hard to tell because Microsoft doesn't seem to have its arse from its elbow on this, but the word is the Xbox One will require you to install games with discs that become useless to anyone renting, borrowing, or buying them used, unless they purchase the rights to get Microsoft's permission to play it. The Xbox One will require an internet connection once a day, and MS will shove this whole cloud thing down everybody's throats as a result, so that basically cripples charities like Child's Play, puts Microsoft at loggerheads with GameStop, pisses off used gamers, fights rental companies, and shits on the huge amount of Americans who still lack the means to connect their game systems to an online connection. As if Microsoft's push toward iPad integration and rich boy gadgetry shit wasn't already enough to narrow its market down, the Xbox One seems content on whittling away its viable consumer base to nothing but the very rich and the very privileged. Rich and privileged enough to already own devices far better than the shit the Xbox One is gonna try and do.
This generation, consoles were already becoming so consumer-unfriendly, they were basically turning into shit versions of gaming PCs. Sure, on PC you buy most shit digitally and thus can't trade stuff in, and you're asked to input serial numbers, but you also get access to cool games major publishers won't touch, better delivery systems, and freedom to upgrade your tech. If consoles are going to do what Xbox One is doing, pushing features we already have, enforcing system-wide DRM, crippling used games, and trying to control everything we do, then fuck. There's no better time to start saving for a computer. Xbox One won't have an edge, won't have leverage over a good gaming PC. Not if this is the direction it's going. Now, things could change in a week, absolutely, but for now, PC and PlayStation 4 have my attention and my expectations for the next generation. Xbox One needs to show basically the best games ever seen in the world at E3, and considering it didn't feel the Xbox One reveal itself actually needed to show many games at all, well, let's just say I'm not going to hold my fucking breath. I will say that if the Xbox One reveal has done one thing right, it's that it has made me a fuck ton more excited for Killzone Shadowfall. See what I did there? Because that's a PS4 exclusive. As I say, things could change, E3 could blow our minds, but I'm not going to wait until E3 to withhold my judgment, because that circus, that shit show, that here's Call of Duty, look at this dog we've made joke of a performance was something Microsoft thought the world should see. And if that's what they think gets the world excited while their stock drops and Sony's rises, then I'm not going to hold out much hope. Thank God for me. I sometimes wonder that the Jimquisition is a bit too negative sometimes, that we don't focus on the positivity in life. So, following on from last week's episode where I had a right old royal go at the Xbox One, I thought I'd ask my friend, miniature fantasy Willem Dafoe, what he liked about the Xbox One reveal and press conference. So what did you like about it? Fucking nothing! It's a start. This past week, Ben Kuchera at Penny Arcade argued that if the Xbox One killed used games, that wouldn't be such a bad thing. In fact, he posited that the end of the second-hand market would be a good thing overall. Now, I like Ben, I respect Ben, but on this topic I have to say no. No. Ben argues that without used games, publishers won't lose cash and will make more profit, which might lead to cheaper games. He also suggests that we'll see things like Steam sales or game bundles come to Xbox One, operating on the logic that PC games don't have a used market, and that's why Steam has such large discounts. He also points out what the Jimquisition has pointed out, that the current console business model isn't working, as game budgets bloat and sales fail to meet huge expectations. However, he suggests that used games being pushed over new games, as well as piracy, is a big part of the problem, and I gotta say, I totally disagree. First of all, let's not paint the GameStops of the world as the sole principal villain here. Do you know why GameStop aggressively hawks, as Ben puts it, second-hand games? Because publishers take the lion's share of new sales to the point where there's almost nothing in it for retailers. Reports vary according to retailer, but I've been informed about $2 is the average amount a retailer makes off the sale of a new game, with the publisher pocketing the rest. In the UK, I was told by one game manager that the sale of a £400 PS3 back in the day netted the store £4. Like so much in this industry, this was a problem exacerbated by the publishers themselves. Their need to take almost everything, as much as they could get away with, effectively led to used games becoming a massive market by necessity. That's this industry for you. Create the problems, then expect others to pick up the tab, because publishers want all of the power and none of the responsibility. And this leads me on to the second point. No used games will lead to cheaper new products? Oh, if only I could be so trusting. History seems to favour the suggestion that if companies get a monopoly on something, they don't exactly become altruistic. The suggestion that publishers will pass their profits on to the users is some Reaganomics trickle-down economy shit, and I think we've learned by now that such an idea is bullshit. Like Activision's Bobby Kotick himself once said, he'd charge more than $60 for games if he could, and it's true. The evidence is there that if a publisher can get away with a thing, it'll do that thing
gladly, gleefully, and at the expense of anyone other than itself. There's no evidence to support the theory that publishers will charge less for games if they don't have to. To bring up an old but perpetually true point of mine, EA once told us outright that games need to start being cheaper than $60, and yet when they made Origin, a system that had no used game market, was solely controlled by EA and distributed digitally to cut all manner of production costs, it still sold games for $60 fucking dollars. Once a company gets used to raking in a certain amount of cash, it's not want to give it up. No, I don't believe used games will get cheaper if companies make more money. On the contrary, if they effectively demolish their competition, there's nothing stopping them charging more. We saw this with Xbox Live's Games on Demand, where Microsoft's market refuses to have games depreciate in value over time. A $60 game on there is $60 forever. We saw this when Sony tried to push the PSP Go as a digital device, yet digital games cost exactly the same as retail. Greed. Pure fucking greed. Or, if you believe the other excuse, fear. Some people suggest that publishers refuse to mark down digital prices for fear of upsetting GameStop. But I have a problem with that suggestion. If GameStop, as so many developers and publishers insist, is this evil entity that does nothing but harm the game industry, why are companies so eager to please it? Why are they constantly cloying for GameStop support? Why are they always offering retailer bonus pre-order DLC? Follow me on this one. If GameStop was as toxic as the industry suggested, the industry would not be doing business with it. If it was so harmful to your business that you couldn't survive by doing business with it, you wouldn't be doing the business. Am I the only one who sees the fucking hypocrisy of a company painting retailers as harmful villains while simultaneously trying to jump into bed with them? Retailers are convenient scapegoats, but it's clear they do more good than harm to the industry. Ultimately, all this doublespeak does is reveal game publishers to be little more than starscreams, feigning subservience to retailers while openly plotting to seize the power for themselves.
How dare you! Starscream may be many things, but he never put microtransactions in Dead Space 3!
And finally, let's discuss Steam sales. The suggestion that Steam sales happen because of no used games is a guess at best. And that's really the problem with the used game debate. It's all guesswork, it's all hypothetical. When a publisher acts like it lost millions of dollars due to used games, it doesn't have proof. It has anecdotal evidence at best. That in mind, I'll offer my own guess, and it is just a guess. Steam has competition from good old games, Green Man Gaming, Amazon, Origin, and Desura. Game devs self-publish, sell games direct from their sites, or host them on browser platforms. To me, Steam sales are driven by good old-fashioned competition. When companies vie for our dollars, that's when consumers benefit most. Competition drives price cuts, it drives ideas, it makes the market good for us. By contrast, the Microsofts of the world, who want to bring all entertainment under their domain and make the world march in lockstep, want competition dead. Microsoft and its ilk hate to compete. They like to dominate. They want control. They want the monopoly. And monopolies are where consumers benefit least. And that is what the Xbox One wants. It doesn't want to benefit you, it wants to own you. Microsoft wants to own everything. And if you think that'll lead to good times ahead, well, I envy your optimism.
Used games have been blamed for all sorts of things. The likes of David Braben and Dennis Dyack have accused used games of crippling studios, of demolishing new IP, of forcing so many sequels and generic FPSs to happen. If you look at any problem in game development, there's always someone who's going to trace it right back to used games. But don't forget, in the 90s it wasn't used games at all. It was game rentals. It was rentals that would kill the entertainment industry and take money from the hands of the starving artists. After that, it was piracy, of course. Piracy is the cause of all of our problems. And then, of course, as those theories got debunked, we moved on to used games. Now, if used games get killed, there is one positive I can see. the game publishers and developers are going to have to scrabble for something else to blame when they realise that their high expectations are still not being met by reality. They're going to have to find some other monster to rally cry against. And I have to ask, what happens when you slay all your imaginary dragons? What happens when all the monsters are dead? You will eventually have to admit that maybe some of your problems are your fucking fault. And I guess that's a very, very long-term positive. So thank God for that eventual day. And thank God for me. Are the people crying? Why, thank you. Yes. Thank God for me. Best thing about this hat is don't have to bother combing my hair. Hey guys, whatever happened to Overstrike, that exciting, cartoony, unique-looking game with energy and passion that Insomniac was making for EA? Do you remember? It looked a bit like this. Oh no, that's right. It's called Fuse now. They released it last week and it now looks like this.
It's volatile, unpredictable, and when combined with other elements, shit gets really weird.
A focus group is a small-scale case study used in many industries, and the video game industry in particular has never been shy about using it. It's the reason why grizzled men with guns are on the covers of games because, as Ken Levine puts it, that's the scientific method of appealing to frat boys. It's why Don't Nod Entertainment had such trouble getting a game with a female protagonist made, because focus groups say playing as a girly girl is gay and full of cooties. It's why so many games lately pile in co-op, competitive online, cover systems, assault rifles, and brown colour schemes. It's why Resident Evil 6 was a soulless mess. The drive to make games appeal to everybody by asking focus groups what they like is the reason why games come out lacking sincerity, energy, and passion. Because how can you have a game made with genuine passion when you're cynically creating them to appeal to a checklist of stated desires? How can you put your all into a project when it's not being made for you, but for a room full of 12-year-old strangers? I think we gamers can tell the difference between a game made with love and care and a game made to just sell copies. Hell, say what you will about Call of Duty, but Infinity Ward and Treyarch genuinely give a shit about what they're doing. Even if you think they make crap, their story campaigns in particular demonstrate that shit comes from the heart, and their developers doing what they want with vigour and passion. By contrast, Medal of Honor Warfighter is a cynical and coldly calculated game, going down a checklist with all the enthusiasm of a dead dog being poked with a stick. We can tell when games are being made with spontaneity and vision, and we can tell when a game is being made to order. The problems with focus groups are well known and long established. To return to Malcolm Gladwell, who I used in my Pasta Sauce episode, his knowledge of marketing and research reveals that focus groups, polled consumers, they know what they want, but they don't say what they want. Coffee is his famous example. Focus-tested coffee buyers say they want a rich dark roast when asked what coffee they drink. Listening just to focus groups, consumers want a rich dark roast. However, when buying habits are observed, it's found instead the average consumer buys a weaker, milkier coffee because that's what they actually wanted. It's the kind of coffee I drink. I'm drinking it right now, some heavily creamed, inoffensive, mediocre shite. But am I going to tell all my coffee friends down the coffee club that I drink that? Of course not. I'll say I drink a rich, dark roast, because that makes me sound refined and distinguished. This is called social desirability bias, a phenomenon whereby people answer questions not according to their tastes, but according to how favourably their answers will be to everybody else. SDB is heavily evident in focus groups, and I think it's obvious we're seeing it in games, just like how we say a rich dark roast because the coffee industry makes it sound special and wonderful. So too will a focus group be inclined to say they want cover and co-op, because the most heavily marketed games already have that. The industry tells us it's in vogue, and the consumers agree to be in vogue, and when these games come out, they fail. Co-op didn't help Fear 3 become the biggest name in entertainment, nor did its competitive multiplayer, because being a slave to focus testing is not going to lead to a good game that people actually want to buy. This can be observed with how many games include online multiplayer that nobody is actually playing. Codemasters stuck it in Overlord, for Christ's sake. You know how many people were playing Overlord online at launch? I do, because I remember. 2, including me. 2 whole people. We saw this when Streets of Rage and Golden Axe first came to Xbox Live Arcade. So many people who said, oh, they better have online in these games, otherwise they can fuck off. Again, I think I managed to play one single online game of Golden Axe on XBLA at launch, and never again thereafter, because it simply sounded good to people to say they wanted Golden Axe online. It sounded correct. It wasn't, however, actually right. It's not what they wanted because no fuckers were playing it. And of course, there's the feeling focus groups aren't used to learn things, but simply skewed to back up what publishers already want to hear. Naughty Dog recently revealed researchers focus testing The Last of Us refused to include female players, and the developer had to force them to do it. Insomniac also revealed it was testing 12-year-old boys when developing Fuse, and Ken Levine was using frat boys. It seems that for all their talk of diversifying and broadening their appeal, game makers are just going after the same audience time and time again. Why? Because Call of Duty is being played by young boys, and this industry is so fucking blinkered, so fucking unimaginative, that that's all they can think to go after now. Like a priest with his pants down, the industry chases smooth young boys almost exclusively, and of course they're all gonna make the same uninspired game by chasing the same old demographic.
But when we focus tested our game, they said they liked Call of Duty. Why didn't our game sell just as many copies as Call of Duty?
Because your focus group already has Call of Duty, you dullard. They didn't actually want your shitty version of it. Douglas Rushkov is another guy who points out focus groups are problematic, with data being cherry-picked to support existing company ideas. He famously points out that the utter disaster of New Coke was down entirely to this kind of blinkered focus testing. Focus groups loved New Coke, just like Coca-Cola knew they would, and then they released a New Coke to the market, and the market spat it back in Coca-Cola's face, and Coca-Cola was humiliated, and New Coke is now remembered as one of the biggest marketing failures of our time. Has Electronic Arts or Ubisoft heard of New Coke, I wonder?
It's volatile.
Oh. Guess not.
Now, this is not to say, of course, that focus groups are inherently wrong and should never be used. Use them? Sure, they're a tool in the toolbox just like everything else. However, relying on them slavishly, devotedly, letting them dictate your entire project is effing stupid. As we've said before, games are at their best when they're being made by people that want to make them. And if you're making a game just for somebody else's benefit, just because this paint-by-numbers chart told you to include things in it, well, it's going to be a shitty game. I mean, that's just logic, that's common sense. Not that anyone listens to me, apparently I'm just some raving mad lunatic behind his podium, drinking his milky, shitty coffee. But you know what? Even if I am mad as they call me, well, maybe the industry has just gotten to this insane point, to this level of madness, to where the madman is the one talking sense. Thank God for me. It's Friday morning as I record this. The video itself will be up on Monday. Too early to do E3 reactions and too late to do E3 predictions. But it's got to be something to do with E3. What would you have of me? Oh, if only Microsoft had done something stupid and vile to such a degree it didn't matter whether it was E3 or not, and I'd have material for weeks. Oh, wait! Yes, they did! Oh, this is gonna be so good!
So Microsoft finally pulled its head out of its cavernous, echoey anus and deigned to grace us with a clarification on the Xbox One's used game policy, and in doing so confirmed that the next 5 years won't be a new generation, but a continuation of the old one. An era of consoles that can't commit to fucking anything, using half-baked, half-frightened, half-witted half-measures to cover their problems the same way an idiot puts a newspaper down over a puddle of cat piss and walks off to let it dissolve the floorboards. In case you didn't know, here's the lowdown. Yes, the Xbox One requires an online connection, demanding users check in once every 24 hours as if you're an ex-con and Microsoft's the fucking parole board, making sure you're legit and keeping a running tally of your every activity. If you fail to check in, the Xbox One will block you from playing games until you renew your fealty to Steve Ballmer's squirming tongue. Oh, but you can still watch TV and Blu-rays.
Oh, Microsoft! Can it be true? I could still watch iCarly as much as I want on the video game machine I bought video games to play. Oh, thank you, Microsoft! I love video games!
As far as used games go, Microsoft's taking the well-worn path of the fucking coward and passing responsibility to publishers. Basically, because the Xbox One will record your games digitally off the disc, publishers have the choice to tie the disc to your system, barring you from trading it or lending it to a friend. The likes of EA and Ubisoft have the power to decide it, and they're well known for using their power over consumers wisely, aren't they? Oh, and if companies do grant you their golden, holy, fucking permission to trade your own property in, it'll be at participating retailers only. So what does this mean? I mean, other than the obvious fact that Microsoft is now going to be the scary, possessive boyfriend of anybody giving it custom. Well, some people, like Penny Arcade's Ben Kajera, believes this is the end of GameStop. The dragon has been slain, the way we buy games has changed. Probably not. You see, as we already discussed, the industry is a fucking two-faced coward when it comes to GameStop, decrying it as the death of the business with one mouth while cutting little backroom deals with the other. When Microsoft says we can trade games in at participating retailers, you can bet your ass GameStop will be one of them, if not the only one, and you can bet your fucking ass it's already had a big say in what the Xbox One already does. Rather than be sunk by this trade-in policy, I fully expect GameStop to benefit directly from it. GameStop is the friend publishers pretend to be enemies with, and I guarantee you it's friends with them in this. When Arkham City pulled that Catwoman code online past bullshit, what retailer was given the power to hand those codes out for free to used buyers? GameStop. When it comes to pricing digital versions of games, who are publishers so frightened of they'll charge exactly the same as a retail copy? GameStop. And who secures all the exclusive pre-order bonuses? GameStop. And who owns Game Informer, the magazine that's essentially a monthly press release for exclusive video game announcements? Is it? I think it's GameStop. This is not going to screw GameStop, because the game industry, for all its public bluster, is too friendly with GameStop to kill it so suddenly and sharply. Publishers dream of an all-digital future so they can finally pull a Starscream and seize control, but that won't happen with the Xbox One. Not while consoles still inhabit a weird limbo where they're too terrified to ditch retailers completely, and so end up with an inadequate digital distribution model as a result. Until digital takes hold fully, GameStop is a friend to the industry, and the industry will look after its friends. Meanwhile, I think it'll be indie retailers, smaller businesses, that get excluded, shunted off, killed, while the bigger corporations just get bigger because, hey, we all know how crony capitalism works by now. It's what keeps this business turning. The sad, bitter irony is that while GameStop is lauded as the single biggest threat to game development today, it'll be the one benefiting most from any attempt to restrict used games. I tell you now, GameStop won't be coming out against this. If it's not already done so by the time this video's published, the retailer will make a statement about how it's excited by Microsoft's new direction, and how it's confident in being a major player in the next generation, or words to that effect, because it's gonna love this. What really sickens me with this is that corporations have been put ahead of people, as Microsoft robs the end user of the very concept of ownership. Well, the Xbox One makes being a game publisher more fruitful, choice-laden, and convenient than ever. The people buying the machine can no longer freely rent or lend games, they must suffer DRM restrictions at the whim of the publisher, they must have a bare minimum of 1.5 megabytes per second broadband connection, they must deal with the retailers of Microsoft's self-tailored choosing, and they must take the black to serve out their days and the night's watch. Oh, and of course you have to have Connect now, because heaven forbid Microsoft let you decide whether you want to take part in its latest fucking pantomime of a bullshit idea. Never has the idea of putting the customer first been so flagrantly tossed out the window. Never has the buyer been so blatantly, insultingly expected to serve the seller. indie retailers will take a hit, and video game buyers will be stripped even further of their statutory rights, robbed of their ability to own the things they fucking pay to own, and expected to jump through contrived hoops. Because, as we've learned, when the industry faces a problem, its first thought is to never take the responsibility of solving that problem. Their problems become our responsibilities to fix. We're the ones saddled with the results of their issues. We're the ones expected to pay more for less content because multi-million-dollar companies are pretending to be paupers. We're the ones having to sign in and get our wrists stamped when other people illegally download shit. We're the ones being charged the same for digital and physical copies of games because publishers are too fucking spineless to tread on the toes of retailers. The game consumer has for too long been a beast of burden for an increasingly desperate and clueless console industry, and it looks like it's just gonna get worse. Oh well. There's always the Wii U.
My loyal subjects, unlike Microsoft, I deliver you exactly what you want. A new asshole for the Xbox One. In fact, you could say I just put a hole in one. Thank God for me. I'll admit, I've ragged on the Xbox One quite a bit, and that's not pleased everybody. Some people saw my attacks on Microsoft's used game and DRM policies and said, well, you know what, Jim? When the PS4 comes out and they do the exact same thing, you're going to have to change your tune. Oh, I hope that when Sony at E3 says they're going to have DRM and stop you trading in games, that you attack them just as much as you've been attacking Microsoft. Well, E3's over, Sony's DRM strategy has been revealed, and all I've got to say is... yeah.
So Sony actually did it. It went and did it. In what is destined to go down in E3 history as one of those classic moments, Jack Tratton boldly proclaimed the PS4 would support used games, our right to ownership, and our desire to be treated with a little basic common dignity. Sony killed it at E3 this year, and the PlayStation 4 has only shot up in my estimation. And before you say it's really not worth applauding, let me explain why it kind of is. I do totally agree that it's sad, in a way. It's sad that in this day and age, Sony doing nothing, Sony simply keeping things as they were, is worthy of applause. It's true, Sony's actually done nothing here. It didn't make some new rule and it didn't break its back for you. At the same time, it's good that Sony's actions, or lack thereof, this past week helped contextualize that and highlight exactly how far gone the console industry's become. I mean, I'm under no illusion here. I admit it's patently fucking ridiculous that Jack Tratton should be treated like a hero for simply standing up and saying things any decent company that gives a shit about its customers should be saying. It's ridiculous that Sony has essentially done absolutely nothing and been lauded for it. It's ridiculous that we should act grateful for such inactivity. And yet, that's the sad reality. The industry around it has grown so rotten, Sony's doing nothing truly is one of the most heroic fucking things a corporation's done for gamers in years. It speaks volumes about the miserable state the mainstream game industry is in, that we must celebrate a company saying it won't go out of its way to mistreat you. And we must not deny the temptation must have been there for Sony. The company knows a thing or two about having to protect its property given the piracy magnet the PSP was, and its constant firmware updates for the PS3 and Vita indicate it is willing to inconvenience a gamer for a number of reasons. With Microsoft already taking the lion's share of the heat and bringing us one step closer to a standardized domination of consumers, Sony had the tools it needed to slip its own used game control, its own DRM, into the mix. It seemed Microsoft itself was banking on not being the sole villain here, and villainy shared is villainy halved. Sony could have taken that hit, and gamers looking for a console with next-gen visuals and shit would have had no choice but to pick one of them or one of nothing. there is a risk involved in simply doing naught. It's clear Microsoft is trying to please corporations by making it easier than ever to punish customers for the crime of custom. By its own admission, it's going out of its way to satisfy their so-called needs. And one's gotta believe there's reward in pleasing the briefcase overlords of the video game empire. Sony risks, if not anger, at least concern and mistrust from the third-party publishers upon which consoles increasingly rely. Nobody likes the idea of an ineffectual ruler sitting silent and inactive upon its throne, and publishers may view Sony in that light with its do-nothing stance. It said Sony hadn't even decided upon its used game policy until the last minute, and that must speak volumes about the kind of hard decision it actually was. Now, while I agree it shouldn't be a hard decision, Microsoft made it that way by sending the message that it was okay to put corporations ahead of customers, to put the needs of a few CEOs over the needs of millions of gamers, to write off criticism with that old fucking pathetic excuse, it's just a vocal minority. But Sony didn't take that bait, and I think that, yes, in some way, that's worthy of praise. Another thing I enjoyed was the direct mention of used games. Now, if you paid attention to Sony's behaviour after the first PS4 announcement, they were very skittish, only saying they'd do the right thing. DRM and used games, they're elephants in the room as far as industry executives go. They don't invoke those things by name unless specifically asked, terrified of their Voldemort-like implications. It would have been easy, again, for Sony to say nothing, and maybe drip-feed info the next morning, to outright say the words, supports used games on stage at E3? I mean, I can't adequately convey what a big deal that is. It's the game equivalent of a movie studio saying at an MIAA conference that it's a big fan of people wandering into movie theatres with handheld cameras. It is a big fucking deal. Not to mention the sheer level to which Sony took the fight directly to Microsoft's doorstep. Jack Tretton essentially nailed Microsoft's ass to 3 separate walls that night in an all-out assault on Xbox One's shitty policies. I don't think there's been such a direct attack on a competing console since the old Nintendo versus Sega days, and those days weren't half as personally gratifying. In an age where passive-aggressive little swipes are standard for these milquetoast executives that can't commit to fucking anything, seeing Sony finally spine up, step up and shove an asshole full of fucking A directly into Microsoft's mouth also deserves a raised glass. There are other reasons why Sony pleased me. Its variety of gameplay choices from platformers to weird simulator things, its amazing commitment to indie games, and its less overbearing approach to non-game entertainment all put it ahead of Microsoft. But this no DRM thing, this support of game ownership, yeah, I agree Sony shouldn't be a hero for doing the right thing. But in a world where the wrong thing has become so common as to prove banal, I'll take it. Sony did nothing. But at the same time, its gesture meant everything.
And pray tell, what was Microsoft doing while Sony was too busy nailing its dick to a tree? Well, we had Don Matrick coming out with things like, oh well, if you do want to play games offline, we've got a system for that. It's the Xbox 360. And revealing things like The Witcher devs not even being able to play Xbox One in their home country of Poland because Xbox One isn't coming to Poland. In fact, it's coming to about half the countries the 360 was. So what was that again about me having to give the PS4 and the Xbox One equal treatment? And you know what? I don't care if that makes me look biased or bad journalism, because as far as I'm concerned, Microsoft has declared war not on Nintendo, not on Sony, not even on Apple, but on you. Microsoft has declared war on the consumer. And that, I'm afraid, will not do. So thank God for me. And fuck you, Microsoft. The concept of console DRM is now no more, at least for now. And while Microsoft's champions, those noble corporate warriors, are crying into their soup because innovation's now been killed and everything's exactly the same, I did want to address one final thing in this whole debacle. Why is PC allowed to get away with it. A lot of people brought up that, oh, well, you can't share PC games. Oh, but Steam has DRM and we give it a free pass. Why are we just picking on consoles? Well, I thought it would have been obvious. I didn't think a video like this would be necessary, but there we go. So I'm going to explain it now, because I'm nice.
The most important reason why PC doesn't get the same amount of shit the Xbox One got over a lack of used sales is the fact that PC has, by and large, absolutely been able to justify itself as a home of digital distribution. Storefronts like Steam and Good Old Games provide titles that don't need to fearfully shy away from competing with high street retailers. Instead, they compete with each other directly, meaning great prices and regular sales. By contrast, digital storefronts on all the major consoles are still something of a joke. Slow and poorly designed storefronts, weekly updates at best, very few sales, and mostly games priced to exactly match retail with only the rarest of price degradations. The next-gen systems look to improve these issues, but I don't think they'll be good enough. Steam, GOG, and other stores have turned digital distribution into a valid thing, and above all, worked hard to maintain a level of consumer trust and integrate reviews and community features to directly allow users to inform their buying choices. This is all important stuff, crucial to justifying the eradication of used games, and consoles just aren't good enough in these areas to justify it, beyond the fact that they price every single game, unless it's some cheapoid budget thing, at $60 bar none. Not to mention the added benefits that come with PC gaming. People rag on Steam and Valve, but at least there's choice. You get a gaming PC and you have Steam, Good Old Games, Green Man Gaming, Origin, Amazon games. You get access to a ton of indie titles consoles won't touch. You get a ton of free games, mods, free community expansions to things you buy. The scale and scope of choice on offer is staggering, and you never have to suffer under someone's monopoly. You can migrate from storefront to storefront for free, which is a huge difference from buying a $500 console and having all your gaming dominated and controlled by a single company. Consoles don't have all that, and for the limitations consoles have, we should rightfully expect a trade-off in convenience. That's what made consoles such a valid buying option once. The plug-in and play aspect, the not having to fuck around with DRM, with connections, with making sure your computer qualifies for the game. Microsoft's DRM policy, when it was first announced, did away with all that, giving us the limitations of a console combined with the bullshit of a PC. There's no benefit to the end user in that sort of arrangement. No trade-off in convenience versus flexibility. We're checking in online and having to check our own internet speeds and geographical locations to ensure we qualify to play games on it, and for what? The same limited console experience we've always had. And in that regard, Steam even shows how you can do fucking DRM without pissing off the consumer. Yes, Steamworks is DRM, but at least it's DRM designed to provide benefits to the end user rather than simply demand that the end user jump through hoops. There's an offline mode so you don't have to play with a permanent connection. There's chat and community services, achievements for those that like them. There are tangible, beneficial things in Steamworks, rather than the lazy, churlish, demanding bullshit implemented by other publishers. I am not 100% against a publisher requiring I do something, but there's one question I always want to ask. What's in it for me? Don't make me input some passcode, don't make me check in online. If there's nothing a paying consumer, get out of it. Serial codes are dying by the wayside on PC, replaced by things like Steam, that give me a reason to want to play using it, rather than being made to. And hey, if you're against DRM in all its forms, GOG, always, there's beautiful GOG. Or just buy direct from the game makers, that's becoming way more of a thing now. Then there's the worry about what happens to our games when the servers go away. Consoles don't do backwards compatibility anymore, and there's a very real fear that anything we buy on them will disappear one day when the servers no longer exist to keep them validated. Again, not so on PC, where I can buy a DRM-free copy of fucking System Shock 2 and keep it on my system forever, and if I upgrade my PC, I can bring it right on over, no fuss. If there are clashes between software and hardware, you bet someone out there has a patch that'll fix it, and on PC we have the freedom to keep
keep our own servers and storage methods for keeping old software alive. Meanwhile, I've got a fucking shit ton of PSN and XBLA games that are going nowhere when or if I upgrade. The lack of trust, the lack of security that what I buy is what I can keep. That's another major crippling difference between PC and console. All this in mind, it comes down to the fact consoles don't fucking deserve to abandon the used game market. They've not earned the right. They don't provide enough benefits to the end user as a trade-off. They don't have the same amount of competition on one platform to drive discounts and good prices. They don't allow themselves to fix things when a game's released buggy or expand an experience with a ton of user-generated content on a whim. Everything is tightly controlled by publishers on console, and as I've said before, trading games in and buying used is about the only control a console gamer has left. It's about the only power they have in a transaction anymore, and that's why the very concept of an always online console with no used market, with DRM that demands and demands but never gives back, fucking disgusts me. Hell, on consoles you can't even get a fucking patch for a game bug out in a timely fashion, compared to PC where I just feel all around safer buying a game, even without the ability to trade it in. I mean, why isn't this obvious to all of you? Why? Why did I have to do this video? Why am I saying such obvious fucking things? And this is all before we get around to the actual physics of it all. So long as there is a physical copy, there should be the freedom to do what we want with it. Digital, yeah, it's data. Hard to actually trade in and sell used, you know? But now we're talking basic fucking physics and I can't lower myself intellectually anymore on this. God damn. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think that the PC digital distribution model is 100% perfect just yet. There need to be more policy changes, things like returning games. That needs to be a lot more no quibble, a lot less of an extreme case. Even if it's not like retail where you can bring a game back within 7 to 30 days, even if it's just a matter of hours, just some sort of extra security there. But then again, things like Steam's rumoured rental thing where you can borrow games that your friends aren't playing, that's an interesting step forward, and I hope we see more of that in the future. But I think that just proves my point, the fact that PC digital distribution is still leagues ahead of console stuff, and yet still has room for improvement, big improvement, I think, before digital distribution can become this total thing, this full-on 100% this is the future. I think that just shows how short-sighted and rushed the console thing is, because they're nowhere near that, and not even PC gaming is truly where it needs to be for digital to fully take off. So there you go. That's why PC's been getting away with it so far, and why consoles have not. So thank God for me, for being so good at talking for a minute. My cherished friends, welcome to another edition of the Jimquisition, a celebratory episode, perhaps, since the Defence of Marriage Act has been kicked away like so much detritus, and yet nobody's thanked me for that yet. I'm not sure why, not that I'm asking for thanks, but a little bit of praise wouldn't go amiss. Not to worry though, for those who are upset that I'm not being given the credit I deserve, I did thank myself repeatedly over the course of the past few days. I thanked myself dry, because nobody else is gonna. Over the past few years, a great emphasis has been placed on a console's launch library, and it's not hard to see the logic behind that emphasis. No platform holder wants their system to be accused of having no games. It's a stigma that's very hard to scrub off, even if it stops being true. Hell, even if it were never true to begin with. The PS3's got no games, the PSP's got no games, the Wii's got no games. We've heard such phrases many times, and it's easy to understand why it'd make a company paranoid. The reputation of a game system with no games is a potentially lethal one to acquire. So with recent console launches, the likes of Nintendo and Sony have gone to great lengths to boast of their impressive launch lineups. Only trouble is, the whole launch library fetish is kind of a crock of shit. I've grown to think more and more that focusing on having a massive library at launch is not only pointless, but maybe an actively damaging thing to a console. Let's look at recent examples to see how little good a launch lineup's actually done for a system. Sony was proud to announce the PS Vita had the largest launch library in PlayStation history. How about that?
And yet, it's been called a flop, consistently had low sales, and has struggled to shake the rep of having no games. Similarly, much noise was made of the Wii U's launch library of 23 games, and yet, third parties have been fleeing the thing. Nintendo's admitted it did a bad job launching, and it's struggling with the reputation of having no games. So what's the deal? Well, it's not hard to see the issue when you actually look at it. If you start day one by firing every damn gun you have, what are you gonna fire on day 2, day 3, day 4? The problem with a big launch library is it shoves everything out of the gate in one saturating volley, meaning the gun barrel's empty by the time it comes to reloading. This is to say nothing of the fact that of a launch library of over 20 games, there's gonna actually be, maybe 5 worth playing if you're fucking lucky. The problem with launch games is many are going to be ports or rushed out of the gate to hit the deadline, and so you end up with not a lot of quality to choose from. And I should know, I played fucking Rabbids Land. Unfortunately, I think we've all gotten sick of consoles with nothing to play on them, and therefore we've all been responsible for creating this demand for a large library. However, our demands are misguided, in the wrong place as it were. A huge launch lineup sounds great on paper, in theory, before we consider how many of them are rushed and shitty, or even just how many of them are out at once, struggling to get noticed in the throng of saturated content. What we should be demanding isn't a big launch lineup, but a consistent lineup of games over a period of months. I am no longer excited by the promise of a big launch day selection. I want to know what I'll be doing with a new system in half a year's time. To that end, I'd much rather a company say, hey, we're launching with 3 to 5 games. They're all good, but that's what you're getting. And you're getting 3 more the next month, and another the next month, and the next month. It'd give all games more attention as well as more time to be completed and polished. I'm sick of an industry that can see things only in the short term, and I think we as gamers can stand to be more long-term thinkers as well. Rather than be happy when a company tells us we're getting a huge launch lineup, I would like us to ask, and then what? I implore you, friends, to ask not for 20 games day 1, but a consistent release of 20 better games over a longer period of time. A system that shoots its load one day in is no use to anybody. It ensures a console has a harder time staying in the public eye as it spends the next few months waiting for more games. It ensures gamers' wallets are spread thin at launch and have to duck past the rushed, shoddily produced shit. Consistency is way better than a release schedule of extreme peaks and troughs. In that regard, Nintendo post E3 must at least be praised for revealing a launch schedule that consists of roughly 1 Wii U or 3DS game per month. That's exactly what should have been promised at the system's release, a long-term guarantee of quality content rather than a sudden burst of middling to good games that included Game Party champions among its roster. It may be too late for Nintendo to do it now. I hope not. I also hope against hope Sony and Microsoft learn from Nintendo with the PS4 and Xbox One and deliver the same kind of guarantee. And as we gear up for the launch of the new PlayStation and the new Xbox, I urge you to keep your eyes on their launch promises and keep in mind that such promises are but a mummer's farce, an illusion, a distraction from the real concern we should all be having. Let us ignore the boasts of large launch rosters and instead ask what we can play months into the system's lives. Let us not be wowed by the lure of 20 games splooged onto shelves in one gaudy explosion, and let us instead ask that each game be cooked to perfection and released in a steady, dignified stream. We don't want a strong launch library. We really shouldn't want that. We should want a strong library. There is a difference. Demand it.
And there you have it, another problem solved by yours truly, Jim Sterling, making America a little bit better every day he's alive and breathing in it. Thank God for me. Hello, my elegant, sensual beauties, and welcome to another episode of the Jimquisition. Whoa! What is going on? We are having a trouble. I have no idea what happened there. Oh, right. Looks like we've gone into an alternate universe where things are not exactly the opposite, but are all just different and flipped around enough to allow me to make a sarcastic point about something. I wonder how this is going to affect the show. Better watch and find out.
You know what I've become increasingly sick of over the past few years? The influx of so-called guy gamers who have just suddenly appeared onto the scene. You know, back when I was gaming in the good old days, boys didn't care about video games at all. And now, the boys who used to bully me at school for being a nerd have started to appropriate my culture, playing their casual fucking games like Call of Duty and Halo 3 ODST, being all, hey, look at me, and hey, games are cool now, and so am I. Pathetic. These fake guy gamers are ruining our hobby by taking such a big part of my personal identity and stealing it from me, to where I can't have that identity anymore because, just like video game piracy, once you take it, it can't be used by anyone. And we all know why they're doing it too, don't we? To get the attention of women and gay men and people like me who'll bang anyone, thinking that they'll impress me by telling me they played the superb Mario Boys or the legendary Zeldas, because I'm such a glistening bronzed Zeus of a man who all the boys want to take out for dates. I've had it up to here with guys trying to get my attention by talking about video games they probably haven't even played. Guys leading me on with their muscular buns and slick calf muscles. I'm just sick and tired of going to gamer conventions and seeing all these dumb boys wandering around with NES controller belt buckles trying to get me to look at their dicks. That's nowhere near as bad though as the cosplayers who are practically shoving their balls directly into my face. Yeah, nice Zhang He costume, bro. I'm sure you're such a big fan. Dude, do you even Dynasty Warriors? It's as bad. It's just as friggin' bad as those live streaming cam man whores who play games badly, of course, while wearing really tight-fitting t-shirts, using their supple, smooth bodies and elegant nipples to sell themselves on sex appeal rather than actual talent or knowledge about games. And yeah, I'm watching all of them, and yeah, my tumescent scepter is fully engorged, but I'm not happy about either of those two things. Oh, and the amount of males turning up in online games now, it's enough to make your head spin. I try and kick them when I can and wait for some girls to turn up. I mean, shouldn't the boys be off watching 1,000 Ways to Die on Spike TV or something? God damn these fucking boy gamers. I hope they suck a minge and go back to the construction site where they belong. Get out of our fucking gaming. It's gotten so bad, this real problem of mine, that whenever I'm talking to a man and he says he's a gamer, I quickly ask him a question to prove whether or not he's lying to me with his lies. I remember a friend of mine on Facebook said he was such a nerd LOL, and I smoothly shot back with, oh yeah, what's your favourite fusion in Shadow Hearts? And he didn't fucking know what I was talking about because he was a fake geek boy and I fucking caught him. I caught him, the liar, fucking liar, lying to me. They're everywhere all the time, betraying me with their biceps and their penises. Liars! What are we gonna do? Oh my fucking God! This affects me! This fucking affects me! Know this, male gamers of the world, your time is up. You will not be allowed to get away with saying you like video games. Not on my watch, not if you don't mean it. There will be examinations. There will be questions. Any boy I catch even daring to mention video games in my presence will be processed, re-educated, and kept under intense surveillance. Your days of seducing women with your ragu-stained Killzone t-shirts and half-grown goatees is at an end. Your days of muscling in on conversations about real games with your ditzy testosterone-addled half-baked ideas on how it'd be cute if Lara Croft was a boy are about to be harshly terminated. Because I'll be there, watching, waiting, ready to mention really obscure Japanese video games to confuse you, and then all the girls will laugh at you for being a stupid boy who doesn't know as much about a thing I like as I know about a thing I like. By the time I'm done, when the great purge is complete, guys will not dare talk about video games again without an official certificate I'll be giving out. The new world order is coming, and you better drink it in deep, boys, because it absolutely smells of vaginas, as it should be. as it should be.
Oh, what a crazy adventure that was! Anyway, we're back in the real world now, but that was an exciting little adventure. It was kind of like the Wish-verse from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but not at all like it. I just wanted to make a pop culture reference. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. It was very exciting there in the Saki Bastard verse. Maybe we'll go back there one day, but probably not. Thank God for me. My people, loyal subjects of the Jimquisition. I don't have a good idea for an intro this week. I just stood up behind the lectern and then realised I got nothing to say. Do you like my Adventure Time wallet? It's got Finn the Human's face on it, and it's stuffed with money. This, actually, money's poking out because a student knocked on the door, a Christian, which in Mississippi, for someone of my persuasion, can be quite intimidating. She wanted money, was selling books. I lied to her and said that I'm not a resident of the US. I'm here on a trip, and the owner of the house wasn't in, so I had no US currency to give her. And then she said, well, we could take British pounds, and then I pretended to look in my wallet and said I've only got traveller's checks. I've never seen a traveller's check. So I eventually got out of it, and then she asked if I wanted to have a bit of a pray with her on my doorstep, and I said no. And that's what you do when you're a social coward. I'll have something next week.
Recently, Rockstar revealed a Grand Theft Auto 5 gameplay demo, showing us how the game works, what it looks like, etc, etc. You wanna know what I thought the best bit of the video was? It wasn't the sneak peek at GTA Online, it wasn't the tasty violence, it wasn't this guy flushing a foot down a toilet. No, it was the repeated use of the word fun.
Fun and responsive.
Whenever Rockstar justified a change being made to its controls or mechanics, it did so in the name of fun. It may seem like a bit of an obvious thing. I mean, most games, after all, in the mainstream are supposed to be fun, so it's not saying much that Rockstar is designing its game to, well, be fun. However, set against the backdrop of the current game industry, Rockstar stating something so simple, so pure, so fucking obvious is a breath of fresh air in a cum-stained jockstrap. We've gotten so used to developers designing their games not to be fun, but to appeal to a wider audience. Resident Evil 6 was designed to broaden the audience. Dead Space 3 was designed to appeal to a wider audience. More recently, Dead Rising 3 was declared to be aimed at Call of Duty players, because that's the twisted fucking logic the industry runs on. To have Rockstar say GTA 5 was designed to be fun, repeatedly, rather than designed to appeal to a wide audience, that means a lot more than a first hearing may make you think it does. But surely, I've already been asked, there's no difference, is there? A game that's fun is a game that's appealing. And on the surface, I tend to agree. I mean, Grand Theft Auto already has one of the biggest audiences out there because it's always been a damn fun series. However, there's a difference between a game being designed to be fun and then using that fun to appeal to gamers, and a game cynically, coldly designed simply to sell copies, to reach an audience and nothing else. And we're not dumb for the most part. We can tell the difference between a sincere attempt to entertain us and a calculated, designed by committee attempt to simply make us buy a game. We can tell the difference between something made with genuine heart, like The Last of Us, and something made by ticking boxes on a what 12-year-old's buy chart, like Resident Evil 6. We can see this difference between the way most games are focus tested and the way Valve play tests. When I did a video previously on focus testing, a lot of people argued that Valve does focus testing just as much as the cynical, cold COD clone console industry, but that's not quite true. Focus testing typically involves getting a myopically selected audience, typically young boys, and finding out what sounds and looks good to them in order to try and trick them into buying their game later down the line. Valve, on the flip side, rigorously has test groups play their games to specifically study their behaviour and design their games to exploit that behaviour, to make their level design more intuitive, their player feedback more useful. It's a symbiotic relationship. censorship. It's the difference between a game like Half-Life that designs its world carefully so players are naturally looking at a focal point of interest, and a game that can't be bothered with that and wrests control away from the player to force them to look at the thing the developer wants them to look at. Ultimately, it's the difference between a game that's designed to include, to amuse, and to exist for the player's sake, and a game that's, well, not. As much as I don't like comparing games to movies, Hollywood and the game industry are becoming so analogous now it's pathetic, and as such, we can directly see a comparison between games and the way movies are being desperately, pitifully pumped out for no other reason than to claw in some quick cash. Compare the recent Lone Ranger. Get a recognised brand name, get Johnny Depp in makeup and a stupid hat, get a shitty origin story, get explosions, get called out for being the soulless, heartless, pointless, contemptuously designed film you are, because we can tell that crucial difference between something made with love and care and something made in a belittling, insulting attempt to appeal to a wide audience. It's the entertainment equivalent of the uncanny valley. A movie or game can look, feel, move, sound, and act exactly like an amalgamation of things we already love, but if it was designed to be simply that, rather than designed to be entertaining first and foremost, we get an unnatural chimera whose glamour we can easily see through. At the end of the day, yeah, it's all marketing speak and PR buzz. Saying you made a game to be fun is of course no guarantee it is fun, but it is a nice clue as to where a developer's priorities are. If the priority is to be fun, or at least put fun in the forefront of our minds, that's a lot more promising to me than a game whose priority is just to market itself to demographics and flowcharts. Rockstar saying GTA 5's combat was refined to be more fluid and more entertaining is infinitely better than Visceral saying Dead Space 3 had microtransactions because mobile gamers are used to microtransactions, because what the fuck is that? What sense is that? What the fuck, Visceral? Priorities, game industry. Fucking get them in order and your appeal will follow suit.
Ultimately, it all comes down to what the developer's doing for you. If they are putting a feature in a game because they think its implementation will make it more enjoyable, will make it more fun to use, that's awesome. What they're saying there is, we care about what you think of our product after you've bought it. If something's been put into a game just to appeal to a wide audience, just to hit their 5 million sales mark, just to broaden the scope and make people more interested in it, what they're basically saying is, we don't care what you think of the game after you've bought it, we just care that you've bought it. Tell us why the feature has a purpose for us after we've bought the game. Tell us what it's doing for us, because otherwise you're letting us know where your loyalties really lie. Thank God for me. Just briefly addressing last week's episode, I was not saying all games have to be made to be fun. It was about developers prioritising your enjoyment, what you get out of a game, over and above just appealing to the audience and selling copies and not caring about what happens after that. Okay? Hopefully nobody will misunderstand this week's episode. Everybody probably will.
Ubisoft recently confirmed something I think we've all known for a while now. The game industry is totally fucking fettered by its lack of fucking fetters. In a recent interview, Tony Key talked about turning Watch Dogs into a massive franchise, and, thinking that what he said sounded good, declared Ubisoft won't even make a game unless it can be turned into a gigantic sequel factory. That's what all our games are about, he said. We won't even start if we don't think we can build a franchise out of it. There's no more fire and forget, it's too expensive.
What, that's good, is it?
It's good that the industry has gotten to the point where you can't afford to make a single game anymore. You can actually say, out loud in front of grown-ups, that you literally can't afford to make a single game because your budgets have utterly ran away from your control, and as such, you can't make a well-paced, one-shot, self-contained story that actually fucking concludes. You know, like some of the best movies, books, and video games of the past. Stories written to tell a distinct story with a beginning, middle, end, you know, like proper stories that wraps things up and doesn't need to be revisited. Oh, silly me. That's me thinking video games could be art again and aren't just empty ships sent out onto the waters of mediocrity and charged to come home filled with money. Maybe Roger Ebert was right when he continually sneered at your industry, Ubisoft. Companies like you justify his attitude every single day.
Look, I'm enough of an idealist to know how the world should be, and I do, but too much of a realist to believe it can ever be that way. That in mind, I decided to do some new game journalism, i.e. talk to people on Twitter, to find out just how bad it is. Can the industry really no longer afford to make a one-off story without dragging everything out until it sucks? Is artistic integrity, is basic common fucking restraint simply too expensive in the game industry? Getting responses from the likes of Nick Chester and John Drake from Harmonix, Cliff Bleszinski and Level 5 Xander Davis, the conclusion seems to be that no, it's not impossible to have a one-off story crafted well enough to not need a sequel. You don't need, as Ubisoft posits, every game to be a big franchise. You don't need to turn your once promising IP into a sequel-a-year exploitation like Assassin's Creed. But they want to. Thanks in part to the fact that AAA game budgets have gotten to near unsustainable levels of fucking ridiculous, companies indeed are too scared to risk anything they can't latch onto like a parasite and suck completely dry before moving on to the next juicy target. As Chester put it, if you strike oil, why grab what you can, then go searching elsewhere for different oil? And that's the attitude the game industry is in now. Pump it dry, sink in your fangs and slurp it all out until you're left with a shriveled, desiccated husk. And when there's no more life left, when you've run out of ways to extend the story beyond its already stretched limits, when you've run out of new ideas to justify the game's existence, and when the audience has finally gotten sick of your shit, take the wrinkled, mummified, sagging remnants of a once great idea and toss it on the garbage pile with the rest of your victims. Not because you need to, because you want to, because video games are, as the industry loves to tell you, a business. To paraphrase Bleszinski, the prevailing attitude is indeed to put the cart before the horse, to see the first game as a loss leader designed only to make money back in cheaper to make sequels. Not even the idea of just making a fucking video game and, if it's good, think about a sequel, is a thing anymore. Taking yet more pages from Hollywood, which seems like a terrible idea given how in the shit a Hollywood is, the game industry doesn't even wait for the first game to be popular anymore. It commissions trilogies, yearly sequels while the first title's in production, greedily or desperately unable to even be patient and see if the game works, because through lust for profit or common fucking cowardice, the big budget game arena is too afraid to not have multiple comfortable cash cows reliably giving them money. The same kind of attitude that saw The Hobbit turned into a trilogy when it really didn't need to be. Not because it's artistically the right thing to do, but because movie studios have gotten used to being able to rely on franchises to draw from like a reliable village well, and if it doesn't have at least one sequel factory in the works, it'll feel naked. And unfortunately, the console game industry is almost nothing but these types of movie studios looking for their town wells, regardless of artistic merit, and game developers are so desperate and insecure in their jobs, they seem to have given up caring about anything other than sequels too, and one can hardly blame them. It's not all bad though. Whatever criticism you might have of the company as a whole, at least Sony has the fucking spine to give us a variety of one-off, riskier projects and franchises, which is really the healthy way to do things. We can have a mix of different types, imagine that! Not this blinkered, black and white, childlike, all-or-nothing approach perpetuated by Ubisoft and Activision. Sony has its Uncharted, its Killzones, sure, but it also has the guts to give us Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and more than likely The Puppeteer. And in my talks with some developers, that's a good, viable thing to do, I found. You can make a huge load of cash off the franchise and use some of it to fund humbler stories with definitive endings. It can be done. Sony's shown it can be done, and yet so few publishers want to do it. Because hey, what's the point even trying if you can only make some money as opposed to dizzying, excessive, endless amounts of it? The attitude is, if it's good once, it'll be good twice, thrice, and a dozen more times. And you know who else thinks like that? Children! A child says something that makes the parents laugh, so the child just repeats it and wants the same result. Game publishers approach games like they're friggin' infants. Tell the one joke until everybody stops laughing, and only then try some new material. And we, the audience, aren't blameless. We demand fucking sequels. We are like children too, who, after seeing a cartoon rabbit shit in its pants, want to see the same rabbit do the same shit in the same pants because it makes us do a laugh. We're the reason Matt Groening could barely do anything post-Simpsons, because we demanded more Simpsons until it's the sad, shallow shadow of a show it is today. We're the kind of people who see a funny character like Ralphie from The League and, devoid of any understanding as to why that character is funny, demand he be taken out of his element and given his own spin-off show. Yes, people demand Ralphie spin-offs and it makes me sick. I'm personally guilty of this though, I must confess. I see a good game, I think about the follow-up. We, the gamers, look at a game like The Last of Us, which told a great story and ended perfectly, and look at what we ask. Sequel? Sequel? Can we have the sequel?
sequel? Because none of us know when to say stop. We're never satisfied. Avarice rules our every consumption. And it's tough for us to even blame publishers sometimes mining their properties to death while we're lapping it all up. And none of this is to say sequels are inherently bad. I'm not against them if there's cause for them. Fuck, I love Dynasty Warriors. I can't be against sequels, how could I? But as Jimquisition often stands for, I stand for variety, reason, and a healthily nuanced approach to making games. It's the all or nothing, sequel or death attitude that drives me up the wall. All of one, nothing of the other. That's a problem, a dangerous imbalance, and that's what I hate. The black and white, extremist inability to see anything without the broadest of strokes and the most ridiculous of ambitions. The same extremism that made games so prohibitively fucking expensive to make in the first place. Have your franchises, have your sequels, but at least fucking consider the artistic merits of a game that just wants to tell one story, and respect your own fucking products enough to realise that a game series can end on a high note, not when it's scraped the very last dregs of filth from its barrel of diminishing returns. You can do it, I know you can do it, I've seen it done. It all comes down to what you want to be, the kind of cynical, infantile, pathetic little extremist the world outside of games thinks you are, or the versatile, varied, artistic creators we all know you can be. Art and business, despite what they tell you, aren't mutually exclusive. Not until they make it that way.
And so, to conclude, I don't hate sequels, I don't think they're inherently bad, I don't think there's anything wrong with the franchise existing, if it can be justified. How could I hate sequels? Look how much jizz is on this copy of Dynasty Warriors 8, thank God for me! The other day, I was talking about the leveling system in Game of the Year contender Dynasty Warriors 8. And I was talking about this one mode where you can spend gold to level up a character, buy level ups with gold. And realised after I said this that I then had to specify that I meant in-game gold earned in-game and in-game only, and that you weren't spending real money to buy gold to then buy level ups. Instead, Dynasty Warriors 8 operates like an actual fucking video game. And I realised that I've not had to make that specification a lot before, and now I do all the time. And a few years ago, you take it as read that gameplay meant things happening, not spending cash. And that made me very sad, and now I am sad in my head and in my heart. But I still have Dynasty Warriors 8, which is, it's The Last of Us of last week. It's good.
Free-to-play started out as a promising idea with tons of potential, so of course lots of big companies descended on it like locusts, totally missed the point, and exploited it until it was as warped, twisted and broken as every other fucked up business model keeping this Rube Goldberg machine of an industry afloat. Above all, the most concerning idea is the rise of free-to-play elements in games that aren't free-to-play, games that cost $60 at retail, typifying the whole missing the point thing that publishers seem to do so much. Dead Space 3 caused a major ruckus when it was revealed it would have free-to-play elements. The producer's justification, which remains on record as one of the silliest ever spoken out loud by an adult, was that mobile gamers expected freemium elements, therefore a horror game based for console users definitely needed it. Yeah, logic? Anyway, point is, the game cost $60 but introduced a crafting system that could be exploited via transactions of more real-world money. And this is something I fear we can expect more of, having also seen similar things in Mass Effect and Assassin's Creed by now. The rise of games that can't be called free-to-play, for you have to stump up $60 to start. Instead, they are fee-to-pay games. A game you buy in order to buy more stuff. And that's fucking gross. And it can damage a game, and despite many people defending the practice by saying it's optional, I'm going to tell you why fee-to-pay is such a disgusting idea that you don't opt into. Okay, so people say these microtransactions are optional, and on the surface they are. In Dead Space 3, you send out robots to salvage for crafting items and use them to make more weapons. Spending more real money dollars unlocks special parts and gathers resources far quicker, but in truth, you can just wait and be patient and get whatever you want without paying. Sounds fair, right? pay now for the convenience or put in the work. Except, that's not how free-to-play works. There are many great articles on this, so just type free-to-play psychology into Google and get reading. But the basic point is, there's nothing optional about a freemium ecosystem. A freecosystem, if you will, even if the payments are technically a choice. The whole point of free-to-play games is that they fight you. They're designed to test your patience against the tightness of your wallet. By making you wait around in real time to get your resources, Dead Space 3 alters the entire game's design to inflict psychological warfare on you, the player, and you have no choice to be in that war whether or not you choose to pay. Even if you've an iron will, even if your resolve is not ground down, the point remains that your will and resolve is being tested. You've got a dog in a fight you never asked to have. Freemium games are by their very nature underhanded and insidious, and just because a purveyor of one tells you they don't have to take your money, I mean, come on, you think they don't want your money? You think that's not the point of it being there in the first place, and that they won't do what it takes to get that money? Playing a freemium game is, ostensibly, playing a game with the Serpent of Eden slithered eternally around your neck, constricting as it whispers sweet temptations in your ear. That's how this shit works. And you saying it's just optional and can be ignored is you playing directly into the hands of it, and even worse, being more susceptible to it because you've convinced yourself this is all a choice and doesn't affect you. And that's how the worms get in the brain. But like I said, it's not that free-to-play is a bad idea. A well-designed freemium game like Blacklight Retribution or Tribes Ascend can be so good anyway that you're happy to give them money. But most importantly, they're free. They're free to play, and if I'm going into that arrangement knowing the deal, accepting the compromise of a free experience, knowing the serpent is gonna be around my neck, I'll be glad to indulge. But $60 for a game that is designed not to give you an entertaining experience foremost, but to tease you with better experiences before attempting to psychologically pummel you into submission? I mean, ugh. That is gross. And despite the fact I still like Dead Space 3, I do, it was a lesser game than its predecessors because of this pummeling. This was one of the most immersive IPs of the new generation, and that immersion was traded in for frequent reminders to buy things, for constantly dangling carrots in front of your nose and telling you can take a bite so long as you stump up the green and pay the piper. It introduced a crafting system not for the simple benefit of our enjoyment, which would have been lovely, but to provide an excuse for this shit, to sneak in microtransactions round the back door. And again, that whole design, the very structure of Dead Space 3, isn't an option. The only option you have is to buy it or don't. Oh, and can we just apropos of nothing, point out the blatant fucking hypocrisy in an industry that says it can't have solo games or horror games anymore because they get completed quickly and traded into the evil used market, yet introduces pay-to-win mechanics on a whim where you can essentially buy your way to total completion in minutes, fuckers. And it's gonna get worse next gen, believe you me. The audience for entertainment is constantly fracturing, distracted by a saturation of games and movies and toys and trinkets, and the question now has become not how do we sell games to more people, but how do we make more money off the people we already have. Without naming names, I can tell you I know conversations are being had in the bowels of one particular publisher that may or may not have made that piece of shit all the bravest about breaking games into bits and pieces and selling off incomplete experiences as a way to make money off gamers before the game itself is even finished. Buy some of the features now, pay for others when we finish making them. That's being talked about. All kinds of weird and desperate conversations are being had in boardrooms as audience growth stagnates, but executives want to keep making more cash and keep finding ways to just dip from the same well and break games up and sell them off bit by bit and just fleece 2 sheep's worth of wool from 1 sheep. And so fee to pay, the freecosystem, and any other awesome words I've just made up will become an increasing part of our gaming culture. And there's nothing optional about it. And one more important thing I need to point out, I've spoken to some game developers who have been involved in AAA production, and they stress, anonymously of course, that they don't want to do this shit. They'd rather make games the way they've always made games and enjoyed making games, but these things come down from on high. And no matter how many developers say in interviews, and have to say in interviews, that it was all their idea and they take full responsibility, a lot of them are mandated to do this from other people who are scrabblingly searching for the answer
to all of their monetary problems. And that also is not an option. That's something we don't opt into, is the fact that game developers, the guys making this stuff at the base level, are being negatively affected because they can't do the one thing that should really be most helpful and healthy for the industry. They're not allowed to make the games they want to make. And again, there's no opt-in, opt-out selection for that. And it is sad. But I'm still here, which is good. So thank God, please, for me. Hey, how about that Phil Fish, eh? He sure did a thing on the internet that we all saw. Ha ha ha. Yeah, Phil Fish has, at least for the time being, quit the game industry and cancelled Fez 2 after a long time of putting up with all sorts of abuse and insults and whatnot. It all came to a head this past weekend when he had a fight with Marcus Beer, after Marcus Beer, aka The Annoyed Gamer, had a go at him and Jonathan Blow and other various indie game hipsters on an episode of one of those game trailer shows. Now, I'm fond of the pair of them, both Phil and Marcus. I don't want to talk about that so much, about picking sides or saying who was right, who was wrong. They both could have handled it better, but people kept asking for my opinion of the whole thing, because apparently that matters to one or two people. So I want to talk just a little bit about the gamer community and things like that. And more importantly, I want to talk about the assertion that Phil Fish needs a thicker skin, and because he was a creative individual and put something out there, he should grow up and quote unquote deal with it. Haven't really got a script lined up, haven't got anything planned. It's just going to be me sat here chatting for a minute or two, just to get something out there. I have considered leaving this job, this stuff I do, several times, especially a few years back. These days, the online hatred for myself and the things I do have calmed down a lot, for which I'm eternally pleased and thankful that so many people have sort of liked and appreciated the stuff I've done in more recent memory. Possible changes from the community side in their attitudes towards me, possible changes in myself, in the way I've handled things. In many ways, actually, I see the way Phil Fish approaches stuff on Twitter in the same way I used to approach things on Twitter and other social networks, where I'd be very combative. And when you get a lot of insults a day, when you wake up and the first thing you think when you log on is who's called me what today, who's threatened who today, is it going to be me directly? Is someone going to wish I died of cancer or just died of fat? Or is someone going to threaten my family? You never know. There's a very intimidating element to putting yourself out there publicly, especially, sadly, in the gamer community. And here's where I want to talk about Phil Fish in particular. Okay, he would be happier if he'd not lash out and fight back, because there's nothing to be gained there. I've learned that from experience. There's no positive element to be gotten from fighting someone online, because they're stupid enough to start a fight with you online. It means they're going to be too stupid to learn anything from a fight online, so you're just shouting at a brick wall and all of your shouts are bouncing off this guy and hitting you in the face. There's nothing to be gotten but frustration. That's fair enough. However, this assertion that people like Phil Fish and other outspoken developers who get a lot of shit need to have a thick skin, the fact he lasted as long as he did, with the amount of abuse that guy got, indicates he had a pretty thick skin to begin with. This is one thing people don't get, is when they insult you and they become the straw that broke the camel's back, and you snap at them or have a go at them or just defend yourself, the first thing they'll say is, oh, well, I thought you had a thicker skin than that. You should learn to take criticism, they said after insulting you and or your family. And they don't realise that they are comment number, 1,000 of 1,000 that week. A thick skin is just that, thick. It's not impervious, it's not invulnerable, and it's not infinite. It gets ground down, it gets worn away, it gets eroded, and it needs to heal, to grow back in time. And if you're getting a constant stream of abuse, then, you're gonna snap, you're gonna get sensitive, you're gonna get raw. And it's not that you suddenly got all butthurt and that you're always like that, it's that you just got so much shit that, someone said the wrong thing at the wrong time after your HP bar got depleted and they landed the KO, to put it in gamer terms. So in that way, I understand why Phil Fish has at the very least taken a break from the industry, and maybe he'll calm down in time and come back. I'd like to see that, because I think he's a very interesting man, if only for his strange outbursts, his interesting opinions. I mean, he was freaking out the other day about the Oculus Rift, and it was quite cool to see. And I liked Fez, and I would have liked Fez too. And like I said, this isn't to talk about his personal opinions of things. This isn't to talk about his opinion of Japanese games or any of that. I just want to talk about what I saw of the man, and I saw a very unique individual who at least made the game industry a bit more interesting. And more developers like that would just add a little spice to the whole proceedings. Developers are so lacking in personality a lot of the time. They're normally just these faceless guys behind these games that we don't get to see. And some might argue that it's a good thing we don't get to see them, but I think it would be a lot more dull, this game industry, if it didn't have people like Phil Fish in it. So yeah, that's my opinion, my rambling opinion. I apologise, unscripted. I just threw on the togs and decided to address this because I had so many people talking to me about it. But that's the bit I wanted to focus on, was the idea that Phil Fish and people like him who may be tempted to quit the industry or even just bite back sometimes when they've been bitten. Those people are childish and can't take criticism. They can take criticism because they get it every single day, and the fact that they still continue to do what they do, whether it's people like me who don't really do anything that noble, who just talk in front of a camera, or whether they're these guys that pour their blood, sweat, tears, lives, ignore their families, work 7 days a week for obscene amounts of hours. These people constantly do it, and often in the face of death threats, of insults about their personal appearance, of harassment, of threats to their family. And I think under that, when you really stop and appreciate what the amount of shite that gets poured on them, I think they're allowed to snap now and then, So, yeah, I apologise for taking up your day. Do enjoy it, and do think about the people who you harass and send threats to. Just understand that if they get snippy with you, it's probably because you are one of a million. Thank God for me. Boy howdy, I sure am enjoying playing Dragon's Crown for a bit. I don't think anybody could take away my enjoyment of this game, unless...
Okay, yeah, so Polygon's reviewer didn't like Dragon's Crown, but you were really looking forward to it, and you were so pleased by all the other positive reviews out there. The game's gotten a lot of 8s and 9s, and that's awesome, but Polygon scored it at a 6.5 or something. At this point, you may be wondering what you should do about it, what you can do to deal with or otherwise counteract the game getting scores lower than you wanted it to score. Unfortunately, I'm on hand to tell you the exact superior course of action, the one that ensures you win, Atlas wins, Vanillaware wins, and Dragon's Crown wins.
Bloody fucking calm down!
I've never understood how, in a mass of positive reviews, someone with no investment in a game's actual development would want all reviewers, including ones from websites they don't even ever read, to all have the exact same high scores. You do realise how fucking greedy that is, right? How avaricious it is to demand all scores march in lockstep. I see this all the time. A game gets a ton of great scores early on, and people on boards like NeoGAF and N4G all happily celebrate it, but then along comes that one score, the one score that's less than overwhelmingly positive, and the record scratches, the party halts, and the previous positive reviews turn to ash and debris in the hands of revelers turned revolters. Suddenly, none of the previous positivity matters anymore, and the entire focus becomes the one lone voice in the room who didn't quite like a thing as much as other people liked a thing. I consider it a massive disservice to the game itself that its fans would stop celebrating its existence and instead put all the attention, all the discussion, all the focus on someone who didn't like it. If I were a developer of a game, I'd feel pretty offended by that. I'd feel like my game was being undermined and insulted by the sudden derailing of good press so that one slice of bad press could explode and get a disproportionate amount of publicity. Over and above that of the game itself. I mean, it's all I've been hearing about since the reviews went live. Discussion about the game itself, about its merits, about its good critical acclaim, have all been fucking drowned out by the endless talk of one review that didn't like it. And that's the story now. It's not, oh great, so many people love Dragon's Crown. It's Polygon didn't like Dragon's Crown. And if I worked at Vanillaware, that being everybody's point of discussion would make me sad. And I personally apologise for contributing to it with this video, which I realise is an irony. This is to say nothing of the hypocrisy of a hardcore gaming community that laments the homogenization of games, that lambasts the focus testing and pandering that goes in AAA development, and yet turns around to demand the very same thing from the gaming press, to order critics to toe the line, appeal only to the common consensus, to pander and to homogenize. Variety is the key to a healthy and productive games market, and the exact same thing is true of gaming media. It's good that there's a dissenting opinion, and it's good that it can be included into the discussion, as it keeps the discussion going. But to focus only on that one opinion, and worse, demand that opinion be changed or stricken from the record because it didn't appeal to the masses? Well, if you do that, congratulations. You're the fucking Electronic Arts of people. Except, unlike EA, you actually gain nothing financially from the homogenization of a product. You don't get anything, whether a game is praised to the moon or trashed into oblivion. You don't win, and that makes you kind of the worst. I can only imagine how fucking miserable I'd be if I redirected all my attention towards people who didn't like the same games I like. Because I like Dynasty Warriors, and let me tell you, if I didn't celebrate those who enjoyed it and instead obsessed over those who didn't, I'd be the saddest and most angry little pucker alive. If I can quite happily enjoy Dynasty Warriors without the positive reinforcement of absolutely everybody around me, if I can be pleased with it in the face of most of my fellow critics sneering at the series, which they do, then you know what? You can handle one bad review of a critically acclaimed game. You can disagree with it, for sure. You can argue why you might disagree with certain points. You can explain why you like it. You can include it in the discussion. Be reasonable, be adult, be sensible about it. But you can handle it. You should handle it, because otherwise you're doing the game a disservice and crippling discussion about it. And you're doing yourself a disservice. And you're making discussion in the gaming community an altogether less interesting and more dismal place. So don't do it, right? Please. Or do it if you want, but I don't think you should. What I say is good sometimes, so don't do it. Oh, nice coffee. I'll stop this now.
And just to focus on that review itself, a game can be criticised if someone doesn't like the art style. The reviewer in question wasn't fond of all the big boobs, spread legs, treatment of women in the game, and that's fine. Games are partly a visual medium. We praise games for good art direction and good graphics. We criticise games for having bad graphics. Why not criticise them for having a bad art style? It was a big selling point of a lot of Vanillaware's games, so if someone doesn't like the style here, it's a valid criticism. And it was one criticism of several that the reviewer in question had, so fair game. It's good that someone approached it from that angle. Not a lot of people do. And if we want game criticism to grow, if we want games to grow as an art form, then sure, criticise all sorts of things. Have people coming in from different directions, with different experiences, different opinions. That's happy times, healthy times, good old discussion times. So that's good. Thank you, and thank God for me.
I owe you all a Lord Humongous apology. Last week's Jimquisition was perhaps one of the most controversial ones I've done in a while. It went up, it caused a lot of arguments online, plenty of infighting, brother against brother, friend turning on friend, and it is all my fault. I blew it, guys. It is entirely my fault that the tumult was as tumultuous as it was, because I, in my blind foolishness, appealed for calm. I appealed for reason, and for that I am most utterly, truly, deeply sorry, and you have my word, on my honour, as a brilliant game-talky man, that I will never be reasonable again. Thank you.
Last week we talked Dragon's Crown, a good game that some people are defending to a fault. In the wake of the video, some people brought up a topic that has been brought up to me several times in the past, an argument used to justify the harsh and often threatening ways in which gamers can react to criticisms of gender portrayal in games. Gamers, it is said, are afraid to see their favourite games neutered. Whether it's the sorceress's boobs, or the lack of a female protagonist among Grand Theft Auto V's 3 male leads, there's a prevailing fear that if straight male gamers accept any criticisms, or give any grounds to those there feminist types, that gaming as a whole will be hobbled from a creative standpoint, watered down in the name of appeal, restricted in the name of pandering, and otherwise forced to not be creative anymore as they toe the social line. They'll be effectively, in their words, neutered. It's a concern I sometimes had myself, but in time I've come to realise that inclusivity is not only a good and inherently creative endeavour in its own right, but that striving to make games that make everybody feel welcome is a healthy, possibly essential part of the industry's future. And the best thing is, it needn't neuter anything. For an example of just how you can promote inclusivity without dampening your creative vision, I'd say look no further than Saints Row. Nobody could ever claim Saints Row doesn't allow itself to go to town in the creative department. Saints Row as a series is unrepressed, irrepressible, audacious, violent, rude, regularly vulgar, and it leaves no idea, no matter how insane or stupid, off the table. And yet this series, arguably one of the most shameless, scatological, and crudely creative things on the markets, is regularly praised for being inclusive, for not shaming, mocking, or otherwise alienating any one demographic, as a lot of shocking games try to do. And this is a game in which stripper poles and dildo baseball bats regularly feature, in which you can customise your breast and dick size to cartoonish proportions in the name of sex appeal. Saints Row is creatively unfettered, but it's also perhaps the most inclusive game out there in the AAA space. You can be a man, you can be a woman, you can be transgendered, you can be any colour, including non-human colours, and as of Saints Row 4, you can be as gay, straight, bi or pansexual as you ruddy bloody like. This game, this unchained, unsubtle, utterly uncouth game, manages to perhaps be the most welcoming video game in the mainstream arena, because it doesn't freeze anybody out of its world. The position of Saints boss is open to anybody, regardless of how real-life society likes to treat them. It can get away with its bawdy jokes because everybody is in on the joke. No one type of person is singled out to be a victim, because you can be anybody you want to be, and you, no matter if you're a man or a woman, if if you're cis, if you're trans, will always have total agency in the things you're doing. Agency is important, and sometimes that's all it can take for a game to remain as creative and as wild as it wants to be, to give you the power. That Saints Row, one of the most improper games out there, can also be one of the most inclusive, should assuage any fear that a game must choose between alienation and freedom. In my personal experience, writing online for as long as I have, inclusivity is often the cause of creativity, not its death. Take, for example, language. Now you'll note in this very show in earlier episodes some of the gendered language I'm tossing around like free candy. In recent years I've grown a distaste for the use of such words, and as I discovered words that pertain to one gender, even phrases as seemingly benign as grow a pair or stop bitching, I've sought out new ways to communicate the meaning behind such phrases while retaining their power, to try and break the habit of familiar turns of phrase. And frankly, I found the challenge creatively energizing, not restricting at all. It's easy, you see, to rely on tried and tested words and turns of phrase. It's difficult to come up with new ones, to break old habits, to stop using cliched sentences, and to generate your own original terminology and way of speaking or learn somebody else's new one. I mean, yeah, I could call someone a pussy or a little bitch, but everybody's been doing that for years. Is it creative to use those words? Hell no! I'd argue instead that by relying on old language, by not challenging the things you say and write, you're imposing far more restrictions on yourself than if you open up your brain and look for or invent from whole cloth, why not, a new dialogue that finds itself welcoming to far more people. Suffice it to say, it's likely not a coincidence we're using a term commonly associated with the removal of testicles to describe a game designed not to alienate genders. But done right, a neutering is the opposite of what will happen. You can be a more welcoming game without taking anything away. Now, I've played Saints Row 4 to completion, and neutered is the last fucking word I'd use to describe it. Done correctly, only creativity can come from this. You may believe games are watered down, because we see that happens when a publisher tries to appeal to a wider audience and then make a game like Fuse. But in the case of games like that, in the case of AAA broadening appeal, that's not truly what happens. You know, if they wanted a wider audience, if they wanted a more mixed up and interesting audience, they'd make their games more varied. They'd make their games more creative, more universally welcoming. But that's not actually what they do currently. Publishers for years have got that wrong. When they say they want to broaden their appeal, all they want is more of the same audience they've always had. And that, my friends, is what has kept them neutered for years, all that focus-tested garbage. Games aren't going to be watered down and stifled by inclusivity. Let's face facts, they're already watered down and stifled. And inclusivity, consideration for new and varied types of gamers, is what can free them. You can keep things the way they've always been, use the same tropes, build on the same premises, and that's fine, but it's not exactly creative, is it? The idea that inclusion, that doing something few games ever bother challenging themselves to do, would stifle creativity flies in the face of what creativity is. They say necessity is the mother of invention, that it is difficulty and hardship and challenge that lead to true inspiration. I totally agree. By taking gamers and themselves out of their comfort zones, by putting themselves under the weight of inclusive conception and asking tough questions about the way things have always been, game designers can take us to a new level of imagination. Giving a female game character massive boobs isn't creative. It just isn't. It's been done a lot. Making a female character that everybody would want to play, with unique motivations that fall outside the traditional backstories female characters are always given, and designed to look unlike anything we've seen before. Well, how the fuck does that neuter the creativity of games? Seems to me it's giving birth to it.
So there you have it. Something can be welcoming, something can be inclusive, and something can sport a giant, great, big, floppy purple dick. Thank God for that. Oh, and thank God for me. Ciao. I got nothing to say, I just like doing it.
So this week's episode was going to be an oft-requested one on the topic of downloadable content and the difference between good DLC and bad DLC. But then, some gamers thought that they would punish a woman who wrote Dragon Age 2 for daring to write Dragon Age 2 by threatening to find her kids on the way to school and kill them to let them know that they should have been aborted rather than have Jennifer Hepler as a mother. So now we've got to do an episode on that, and that gives me no joy, but here we are. You fucking idiots.
The evil Jennifer Hepler, who once dared to write for a video game and had the audacity to even say things about video games that one time, has finally been conquered like an evil tyrant of an oppressive dystopian nation. For indeed, one writer can totally be the cause and the embodiment of everything bad about video games. I dare say, with Hepler gone from BioWare, Electronic Arts will probably stop running studios into the ground, Infinity Ward will start making awesome PC indie horror games, Ubisoft will release Beyond Good and Evil 2 next week, and you will at last get over your lingering resentment of that time you thought a girl laughed at your Sonic the Hedgehog's lunchbox, but you can't be sure, but it totes felt like she was laughing at you, bro. I mean, it's not like the game industry is in desperate need of good or even quasi-competent writers, is it? It's not like we don't need more dedicated writers as opposed to developers who are cobbling together half-baked stories in between doing stuff they find more important, eh? Not that Hepler was good, She wrote some things you didn't think should be the things that were written. Clearly, worst writer ever, and therefore deserves to have the lives of her children threatened. And she should totally be harassed for daring to be a creative in an industry that should be all about uniform compliance with the ideas of the common consensus. Because we gamers, we love to complain about the stifling of creativity, while at the same time creating a threatening and intimidating atmosphere for anybody who might be brave enough to create and risk coming up with an idea we don't like. Because that's how you reward someone for trying, eh? Harass them, threaten to kill them, make them fear for their families' lives. That's some tasty hypocrisy. Fuck you. This show is all about finding common ground and reaching out and educating and trying to build bridges, but this time I feel like just saying fuck you. This idiotic, pathetic, entitled shit has got to stop. And yes, I said entitled, because while I do think that word is often used incorrectly against gamer gripes, this time it's the shoe that fits the fucking best. If your response to a developer doing or saying something you dislike is to dogpile on the poor bastard and make him or her feel unsafe or bullied, then yeah, you're a spoiled, entitled little shit. And this goes for everyone. This includes Treyarch's David Vonderhaar, who received mountains of death threats for daring to alter the way a few fucking guns work in Call of Duty. This includes Stephen Toulouse, who had the unenviable job of being the face of Xbox Live and therefore was considered fair game to abuse, in lieu of being able to make Microsoft feel bad as a person. This includes every game reviewer who dared disagree with the other reviewers and not give a game you haven't played a 9 out of 10 and got shat on because of it. And you can come up with your lame and limp little excuses as for why it's okay. You're so good at justifying yourselves. That Phil Fish guy? Total racist. He doesn't like Japanese games. He's totally an asshole because I saw him in that movie. Yeah, except it must get harder and harder to come up with a reason that sounds good even to you when the biggest crime was, say, being one man in a studio that changed the way a pretend gun fired in a video game. Oh, you'll find a way to validate the threats, I'm sure, because that's what you do. You're great at compartmentalizing that shit and coming up with ways to tell yourself it's okay, but it's fucking not. You hear this a lot from game pundits and you're gonna hear it from me. It's not fucking okay. And yeah, you can try and downplay threatening Hepler's kids and her quitting with, oh yeah, well, she wasn't a very good writer. But if you believe that and want to see someone in her place, ask yourself, why the fuck would a better writer even want to follow in her footsteps now? Who wants to step into an arena where unfettered abuse is acceptable? If this is what a writer can expect, if they ever dare step out of line, if they don't meet your demands, then I can only give one bit of advice to a talented creative wanting a prominent position in the business. Run away from this industry. Run the fuck away. Your audience will try and make your life worse. Run the fuck away, take your talent elsewhere, and don't look
back. I'm a consumer advocate on this show for the most part. I often stand up for letting creative devs make the games they want to make without pressure from big publishers, and I do that because I think we, the gamers, deserve better content. But when this happens, when it's gamers punishing creative individuals for going against the grain, punishing anyone for doing or saying something that doesn't toe the party line, or someone simply trying and being deemed not good enough by the quality watchdogs of the community, I wonder whether or not an Assassin's Creed every year is the thing we deserve, whether we earned every brown conformist follow the leader murky military shooter we get, because we punish the individual on a daily basis with our threats and our harassment. It's only fitting we get games that dare not stand out from the crowd. And another thing, I was going to show off this dragon tongue dildo that a fan sent to me from baddragon.com, and it doesn't seem like the right mood for it now. I'm in a mood with Jarl, so no, not appropriate time for it. But I tell you what, we'll strike a deal. Next week I will do my DLC episode. I'll show you my dragon dildo, but you got to do something for me. Try and go for the next 7 days without being a sick fuck, and I'll play around with a mythical beast sex dildo for you. Sounds like a deal. Thank God for me. Last week, I promised you all that I would play with a dragon dildo if you all could manage to not be butts to one another for the next 7 days. That didn't happen. Myself was called faggot, queer, gay who wants a cock up his arse on Twitter just a few days ago for standing up for some trans people. And the fact that it was true kind of undermined the insult. If I had my way, I'd be sat on a cock right now. But it was still an insult and it was saddening. But I am a man of benevolence, like Liu Bei. So you're gonna get it. You're gonna get your dragon dildo that you wanted so much that a fan very kindly mailed to me from baddragon.com. It's made in the USA, God bless it. And thank God for me. So we're going to have a bit of a fiddle around with that at the end of this episode. Enjoy it and prepare for the floor show. Okay, so let's talk about Payday 2. I love Payday 2. I love the cooperative tactical elements to it, I love the exhilaration of pulling off a successful heist, and I love the fact you can wear a mummy mask like a fucking boss. Perhaps most importantly, however, I love how goddamn successful it is in a world where mightier games from comparative titans are being considered failures and letdowns. Yep, it's one of my patented take a good game and use it to utterly shame and humiliate big publishers episodes. Time to get paid, gentlemen. In the world of focus-tested, terrified video games that fear to be individual and want to try to appeal to everyone all at once, I'm looking at you, the Bureau, Payday 2 stands alone. Yes, its 4-player co-op often leads to Left 4 Dead comparisons, but it's very much its own game. 4 players, a grand theft job, and a buttload of cops standing between you and escape. It's a very specific game, and it's made for a very specific player. It's damn challenging, requires planning and skill to succeed, and doesn't babysit newcomers. It's not interested in players who aren't there to get proper into it. There's none of this appealing to a wider audience shit. None of this broadening mainstream appeal fuckwittery. Payday 2 is a game that knows its audience, knows exactly what its audience wants, and delivers. Payday 2 has its bugs, that's for sure, and it also isn't all that graphically impressive. I mean, it didn't drop millions on a flashy new engine, it doesn't feature masses of dynamic lighting or 10 billion unique character animations. Overkill Software, ironic considering its name, didn't go overboard when it came to making the game look pretty. Instead, it gave us a bright, clean, simple visual style that looks great simply because it was designed well with a unique look. Art direction trumps sheer technical horsepower every time, and it uses a financially cheaper but infinitely more valuable resource: pure
fucking artistic talent. Similarly, its soundtrack is excellent, with memorable pumping tunes that are woven perfectly into the action. And no, it didn't need a full orchestra and a Hollywood composer building a wall of sound at 50 grand a violin. Crucially, one gets the impression with Payday 2 that Overkill did what all game developers need to be allowed to do: make the exact game they wanted to make, free from the oversight of marketing departments, focus groups of teenage boys, and out-of-touch old executives who wouldn't know a video game if it fucked their flaccid white assholes. They made the game they liked and trusted that gamers that felt the same way they did would find the game. And that happened because Payday 2 also didn't waste billions of dollars on obscenely gratuitous and decadent advertising campaigns, instead relying on word of mouth and the fan base of the first game to get attention. Rather than double the dev budget on the marketing moolah, Payday 2 used word of mouth and the power of the internet to get its message out, because you can do that now. I spoke with Overkill CEO Bo Anderson on the game's success, and for him, their priority was simple: involve with the community, the fans who enjoyed Overkill's stuff, and work with them to make a unique game. Rather than bring in some alien audience and try to cynically craft what they wanted based on some other more popular game, they made their game for the audience they had and let that fandom do the rest. And according to him, the pre-orders as a result of this behaviour are unprecedented. That's the result of this apparently maverick, unorthodox approach to making and selling a game. A fucking payday for the developers. Overkill's decision to make a unique, fun game and let it speak for itself was so fucking successful, the project was deemed profitable before it even hit store shelves, you bastards. While Square Enix expresses disappointment that Tomb Raider, Sleeping Dogs and Hitman Absolution only managed to sell between 2 to 5 million copies each, Payday 2 suffered stock shortages where demand outweighed supply. Where Dead Space hangs in the balance because the last game didn't top 5 million sales, Payday 2 is rolling in doubloons. Where Resident Evil 6 sold almost 6 fucking million and still failed in the eyes of its taskmasters, all Payday has to do is sit back and watch its profit margins grow. So there, the next time some corporate apologist tells you games must be super expensive, must have giant marketing budgets, and must follow the market leaders blindly in order to succeed, point them to a game like Payday 2 and tell them to suck it. Ow. It may surprise you to learn that for all of my ranting and raving, I'm actually a fan of DLC, downloadable content. I mean, first of all, I'm a child of the 90s, so rampant consumerism runs through my veins. Well, that and deep fat fryer grease, but that's besides the point. The point is that as big a fan as I am of DLC in general, and I am, big publishers have found a way to make me not want to buy almost any of it, because they took what I thought was a great idea at its nucleus, the idea to enhance a game with a little bit of extra spending money, and turned it into this rampant, mutated, annoying, consumer-unfriendly piece of crap. So this episode is all about how I, someone who is a self-identified fan of the idea of downloadable content, ends up not buying really any of it, entirely thanks to the way it's treated by the people trying to sell it to me. Let's start with my usual source of resentment, Dead Space. Y'all know I love Dead Space, and one thing I adore about Dead Space is the aesthetic designs, especially the rig, the clunky, chunky, awesome looking suit the protagonist Isaac wears throughout the series. I love the look and the heavy feel of the rig, and I love how versatile it is when it comes to designs. I love all of the different aesthetic styles that Visceral has created for the costumes, from the sleek looking to the slightly goofy to the straight up awesome. I love rigs. I love every rig ever shown in Dead Space. Do you know how many DLC rig costumes I've bought? Fucking none! I love all those rigs, I want to own all those rigs, and I've been ever so tempted to buy those rigs, but $5 for a costume and a gun skin, $5 for something aesthetic that wants to sell itself to me as a quirky impulse buy? Nope! No sale. Sorry, you want to sell me a rig for $1 a piece? That's what I'd pay, and I'd buy every single fucking costume for $1 a piece, but I just got sleeping dogs for a little bit over your asking price during the last Steam sale. You can't sell me on your current business model, man. Hell, in an age where great games can cost $1 bill, yo, even $1 for aesthetic DLC could be considered arrogant at best. But you know what? I would have paid that much. But there's so much aesthetic DLC now trying to sell itself at a premium, trying to sell itself for the price of actual games, and every time I look at that DLC and I see how much EA expects me to give it for something that would be nice to have but wouldn't really positively affect my gaming life, no, it's not gonna say penny one from me! That said, costumes used to be available in games for free, as part of the game, as rewards for beating it or what have you, and that's another issue with a lot of DLC these days, even worse than that when it's stuff we know outright that we used to get for free. I knew a guy once who would buy an item at a grocery store if it was discounted, but he would stop buying it as soon as the price went back up, even if you liked it. Why? Sheer principle. The knowing that they were selling this for half the asking price last week, and so he's galled to pay double now. Now that's an extreme example perhaps, but it's a somewhat admirable one, and one that is a good practice for DLC especially. I mean, you look at companies like EA and Capcom and they're selling you cheat codes now. Friggin' cheats, aka the fun secret stuff we used to find out for ourselves and input into the game, for free. But now shit like Big Head Mode and level skips and instant gold, they're being carved out of the packaged experience and sold back to us, sans the fun experience of finding it out for ourselves. But they're charging you for something that's less fun than it used to be for free. And we all know it never used to cost us. And I like to think enough of us have the pride and dignity to say, you know what? Fuck that. This is tied yet again into the hypocrisy of an industry that whines about used sales and how games are completed too quickly and traded in to feed the evil GameStop, while at the same time clawing out the content and selling you ways to get through the game more quickly. I also hate the way DLC is now being thrust into the forefront of our experience, like how the very first thing Splinter Cell Blacklist gave me when I ran the game was a message saying validating DLC, because obviously the first thing you want to think about when you just drop 60 buckos on a game is how much more Ubisoft wants you to spend. All those fucking little tricks they're doing now where an NPC will present you an in-game quest that you have to buy. You know what I'm talking about, Dragon Age, you fucking shyster ass hawk, or like Dragon's Dogma, ostensibly giving you fucking pop-up ads for DLC. Pop-ups now is the thing that is acceptable. How ironic that one of the biggest buzzwords in AAA development is immersion. Oh, games are all immersive now and photorealistic. Oh wait, here's a fucking guy telling me to pay him $10 to unlock the Gold Guns Power Premium Super Duper Nipple Fucker Pack. So much for immersion. You talk a big game about the concept at your press previews, guys, but it's the first thing to be tossed from the airplane sans parachute when you have content that you've gated away on the disc that you want to resell to us. And we've already talked about how inexcusable on-disc DLC is, so go watch that one if you want more of this angry bullshit. So yes, I do like DLC, the core concept, the heart of the idea. I like the idea of dropping $1 on some aesthetic nonsense, not $5 for the same nonsense. I like expansion packs like Skyrim Dragonborn, hell yeah, where you can get hours of additional content, not content that used to be a part of the base experience, now taken away for the sake of some lazy extra dollars. I like to be able to buy my DLC when it's ready and when I'm ready, not have it shoved down my throat in some gauche, tacky, fuck you reminder during the core prepaid experience. And as for season passes, well, we'll get to that fucking bullshit another day. And what fucking bullshit it is.
Okay, I've got nothing left to talk about this week because I'm trying to get ready for PAX, which will be the Monday of PAX by the time this goes up. I guess just a little bit of self-promotion because I'm terrible at my own PR. Jimquisition has a Facebook page. I don't know if that means anything anymore, but it's there. Just Jimquisition. You can put that in and join it on Facebook. And you can watch my other shows that I do on The Escapist. I do a show called Jim and Yahtzee's Rhyme Down Spectacular, where I do poems with Yahtzee, and Movie Defense Force, where I defend movies that other people don't like, but I see the good in, because I'm a gentle and charitable soul. You can also see my reviews on Destructoid.com. I do stuff there, including their Detoid YouTube channel, where I do a playthrough gameplay series called Now Bloody Playing. And you can, I don't know, follow me on Twitter at Jim Sterling. I hope you enjoyed that bit of promotion. That was good. And I guess I'll see you at PAX if you're there. I'm not hard to miss. I'm the fatter one. And that's that. Thank God for me. Let me tell you a little something about faith. I recently joined a fantasy football league. No, I really did. And I drew the 10th pick of the draft, 10 of 16. So I stopped caring because it wasn't the first pick, so I was also away on a business trip to Seattle this past weekend when the draft was held. So I just let the computer auto-draft for me. And from the 10th pick of 16, I somehow managed to get Ray Rice and also ended up with a team that is now tipped third to win out of the whole draft. So let me ask you, do you really think there's no deity? Do you really think there's no superior divine intelligence and that it isn't looking after me? That I am not its protected, that I am not its chosen, that I am not the son of providence. Oh yes, If auto-draft make a good fantasy football team, then gods.
A few weeks ago, there was a storm in a teacup concerning the upcoming PS3 platform of The Puppeteer. Basically, the creator was asked why the game's main character was a boy and not a girl. When asked whether or not The Puppeteer should allow one the choice to play as a girl, Gavin Moore pretty much said no, saying, "Why do we want girls to play girls and why do we want boys to play boys? So I should, as a game creator, start pandering to public opinion? I think we should be making what we want to make, and if somebody is upset by that, then please don't buy the product." Strong words there. Grand Theft Auto 5 recently found itself subject to similar questions. Rockstar's latest crime adventure features not one, not two, but 3 playable protagonists, and all of them are male. Certainly some eyebrows raised there, and questions asked. And of course there was anger from some parties, your usual cries of pandering and censorship and whatnot, when people brought these questions up. As the representation of women in games becomes an increasingly hot issue, as the idea of expanded inclusivity becomes more than just an introspective wish in a mind that thinks it's alone, these questions are sure to crop up more and more, and since the topic interests me, I'm here to lay out how I think it is, because, well, that's what this show kinda does. So to begin, I think if the lead director of The Puppeteer wants his lead protagonist to be a boy, if he wants the narrative to be focused on a male hero and only a male hero, that is absolutely positively his right. If he feels that strongly, artistically, about his choice, then it is not for us to order him to change it. We argue that publishers should stop dictating the creativity of developers and let them just make what they want to make. The same is true for we gamers in many ways. We have not the right to demand a game to tell our story. We have not the authority to tell a developer who a game should star and what choices ought to be made available. Ultimately, if Rockstar wants 3 male protagonists and has written a story to support that and has its creative reasons for not including a woman, even if that reason is simply that they didn't wanna, then you know what? Okay, that's fair enough. It is their story. They should not feel pressure to include characters they're not interested in writing, and I don't think that would help anyone if they did just shoehorn someone in for the sake of pleasing others. Bottom line is, no developer should feel obliged to include a woman protagonist just because some of us may want one. They shouldn't feel made, and that is that. The puppeteer is in the right there, doing what it feels is best creatively. GTA 5 is in the right, doing what it feels is best. However, all of what I just said absolutely, positively does not preclude us from asking the questions. Just as it's totally valid for Gavin Moore to not want a girl leading his story, so too is it equally valid for some of us to ask, why not? Why not a girl? Why must it be a boy? In an industry where women leads are thin on the ground and publishers seem to actively be trying to stop games with them being made, it's a perfectly valid, nay, important question, and I feel it deserves more than the anger and flippancy expressed by Moore in his answer. It deserves more than the usual peanut gallery response of, oh, stop trying to make them panda, and oh, stop encouraging censorship. It is absolutely correct, yes, that creators should create without fear of censorship or bullying, but freedom of expression is not freedom from criticism. It's not a license to go unchallenged, uncommented, and without hard, maybe even annoying questions being asked. It doesn't mean you can just squirt something out and not think about it. Someone has the right to make you think about what you've made. It's an increasing problem that the quickest to cry about their freedom of speech exhibit a fundamental lack of understanding of the term. You are free to say, others are free to challenge. You can say and create art as you wish, but you ought to be prepared to be called out on whatever comes from your mind, because that's real freedom of expression at work. Freedom comes with an inherent responsibility. You become personally responsible for the shit you've freely said and done. And when questions are asked, it really would behoove you to have an answer. And if your answer isn't enough for some, if they choose not to buy your product based on your artistic choices, then fair enough. I've said it before, I don't buy Doug TenNapel games because I think he's awfully bigoted, and that's my choice, and I don't demand others make the same choice, and if someone doesn't want to play The Puppeteer or GTA 5 because they didn't offer a choice of playable genders in the narrative, that too is fine. That's their button, and it's fine, because it's the truest example of creative expression at work. The freedom to create, and the freedom to choose to support or ignore that creation based on the creator's decisions. Whether you buy and love these games or don't, you all are contributing to creative freedom, the upside and the downside. And that, I think, is fucking okay.
I'm actually still really quite sick from convention flu, so apologies if the video didn't turn out too well, but this is just one of the many trials that my divine protectors throw before me, for they are harsh but fair gods, and they ensure that I work for everything I've got, which is also why I'm third to win in the league, and not first, because I've got to do a little bit of work to earn what is rightfully, by mandate of heaven, mine. Thank the fantasy football gods for me. My children, my dear, sweet children, I have a special treat for you this week. It's an episode of the Jimquisition that isn't about gender issues and isn't about publishers being dicks. Yes. Oh yes. It's something different. How much do you love me? A lot. You can admit it.
If you've been following GARM journalism for any amount of time this year, you've a good chance of having heard some intellectuals pontificating on the nature of ludonarrative dissonance. For those who don't know, ludonarrative dissonance is when story and gameplay contradict each other. Let's say, as an extreme example pulled from my arse, a protagonist in an FPS is seen in a cutscene to hate guns and never use them, yet exclusively uses an assault rifle with unmatched skill in the actual gameplay. Of course, it's also a very clever sounding word, isn't it? And that means it's easily abused by people who don't want to to own their distaste of a particular thing and would rather mask their preferences in pseudo-intellectual warbling. Take, for example, BioShock Infinite, one of the biggest victims of the misaimed ludonarrative dissonance argument this year. The game was praised for its story, yet criticised for its hyper-violent gameplay, which many accused of being indicative of lubo-bababiv discogants. BioShock's Columbia looks gorgeous, people said. The relationship between Booker DeWitt and Elizabeth is interesting, people said. It's just a shame that the game is so violent because that totally undermines everything. Where people hamstrung themselves, though, is in the fact they were criticising violence in a story all about violence. The whole idea of Infinite is that Booker is a violent man from a violent world in a contrived stucco city that is desperately trying to hide its own violent violence. The violence in BioShock Infinite actually reinforces its underlying narrative, rather than contradicts it. But the intelligentsia of the gaming community has been brought up to believe that violence is always immature, always shallow, and therefore any game that attempts an interesting narrative can't be violent. The Last of Us also fell prey to the chin-stroking of the glucose scabababic crowd. The same arguments were had. The relationship between Ellie and Joel is great, the story hits you right in the feels, but why so violent, bro? Again, the violence is tied intricately into the story. It's a game predominantly about doing brutal things in a brutal world and how we act when our modern sensibilities are eroded. Joel is never not supposed to be a violent, often unsympathetic man. But again, the consensus has become that violence and good storytelling are mutually exclusive, and that's an attitude as shallow as any accusation of these games can be. Going back to BioShock Infinite, there actually is a very real example of Lugo Sababib disco biscuits to point at, namely Booker, a grown adult possessed of respectable intelligence, regularly halting his time-sensitive quest to chase seagulls away from discarded popcorn and stuff it in his face right off the sandy ground. I mean, he's eating from trash cans and licking the remnants of tossed-out liquor bottles, but for all their harumphing and garumphing, nobody spent any time at all on this rather shattering scenario, because it wasn't violent. You know, at least when Tomb Raider kicked this whole bloody thing off, it was legit. Tomb Raider's violence was dissonant, because cutscenes showing a scared archaeologist forced into a situation she was ill-equipped were offset by gameplay in which she's cutting people's nuts off and scoring headshots with arrows. That's fluconatative dribblance in effect. That's a contradiction of premise and practice. Just being violent is not ludonarrative dissonance, not when the story and world themselves are supposed to be fucking violent. You may not care for violence, but its mere presence in a game is not evidence of dissonance, and you'd sound way smarter just saying you don't like it, rather than dressing it up as something deeper. Fact is, human beings are violent animals, and violence has informed much of our art, from the blood-soaked productions of William Shakespeare to those gorgeous paintings of hell where birds are eating naked people. The exploration of violence, people coming to terms with their own violent nature, that's integral to much of our art, and it's in some of the best stories ever penned. While I'm all for more games that find an alternative to combat, and while most violent games don't have great stories, I'll grant you that, let's stop fucking taking games that do use violence and storytelling together and misapplying our standards for narrative to them. A violent game with a story about violence is the opposite of clubonervative driggle clumps, so deal with it.
This issue has been annoying me a lot lately, just this using of words that we don't quite know the meaning of, but we heard someone else use it, so we're gonna say it in lieu of actually having a point. But I've said my piece. Listen to me, or don't. After all, who am I but one man? One man with his own web show's logo sewn into the lining of his custom suit? What? Thank God for me. And so my fans, my sweet darling fans, have decided that now they're going to start sending me gay, furry pornography. So that's a new issue I have to deal with now. I won't show you the pictures inside. They're a bit salty for the children watching at home, but that's a new thing that's happening in my life. I have no idea what this show does that gives people that impression that this kind of stuff is suitable for the host of the Jimquisition, but, you know, what do I know? Let's get cracking with the show. With Grand Theft Auto 5 releasing, there's been quite a cavalcade of expected controversy and engrossing musings to read. One of the more outstanding shitstorms was found at the doorstep of this show's paymaster, The Escapist, with Greg Tito's review, giving the game the lowest score ever conceived, a damning 3.5 stars out of 10. Tito argued that he disliked the game's 3 protagonists, Michael, Franklin, and Trevor, claiming he didn't enjoy playing as a trio of awful, terrible men. It's a sentiment I've seen pop up a few times over the past week, people skipping GTA 5 because they don't want to root for criminals or play the villains, and that's legit. That's a fair enough desire. It's certainly not mine though, for indeed, while Greg the Demon King Tito and similar pundits feel uncomfortable playing bad people, as is their inalienable right, I actively revel in it. I've always been more fascinated by villains anyway. I read Batman almost entirely for the Scarecrow. I could fall asleep through most of Star Wars, but I'm glued to the screen when Palpatine's there. There's a reason I think that slasher movies are led by the antagonists. Why we know Friday the 13th stars Jason and Nightmare on Elm Street stars Freddy, but would be hard-pressed to remember more than 2 heroes from each series. Bad guys, to me, are often the more complex, interesting characters, especially if their actions and motives are far removed from what we, as normal people, would accept as good. And in video games, a medium so often criticised for relying heavily on self-idealization and heroic power fantasy, I can't help but be fascinated by games that cast us as the irredeemable, the corrupt, and the vile. For me, one of the most intriguing games released this generation was Kane and Lynch Dead Men. Sure, the gameplay itself was a bit rubbish, but as an interactive story, it's one of my secret favourites. Our titular protagonists are among the most ugly anti-heroes this medium's ever produced, in every sense of the word. Physically, emotionally, psychologically, 2 old, broken up, irredeemable bastards, murderers, thieves, unhinged. Nothing about what they do in the game is heroic or noble, and again, in a medium so focused on idealization of the self, of feeling like a champion, the chance to feel uncomfortable in the skin of a truly hideous, morally repugnant villain is a perverse breath of fresh air. Indeed, while the mainstream media would have us believe that Grand Theft Auto is the codifying, normal, default video game experience, such games where you play as a true villain are in reality quite rare. Even games like Overlord, which cast you as a stereotypical fantasy bad guy, can't help making your enemies more morally corrupt and traditionally villainous than you are, much to my frustration. Now, I love Overlord, but your villainy is far outweighed by that of the narrative's antagonists, because the overwhelming majority of games aren't quite brave enough to put you in the shoes of a real baddie. So it is that when I get the chance to play as a real piece of shit, a real scumbag, a game like Kane and Lynch will undoubtedly have my attention. It's one of the reasons I found Saints Row 2 so engrossing as well. While more recent installments have turned the player character into more of a wacky cartoon character, which is cool in its own way, the Saints Row 2 boss had absolutely no good intentions. He or she was unreasonable, infantile, disproportionate in all retribution. There's absolutely no way to morally justify anything that happens in Saints Row 2, and that's something twistedly brilliant. I think it's at least more honest than what GTA 4 tried to do. Give us a morally sound protagonist in a game about robbery and murder, a plan that led to the character accidentally coming off as a liar and a hypocrite, and creating a bit of a dare I say, dissonance between what we're expected to believe about Nico Bellic and what Nico Bellic actually is. In truth, parts of Saints Row 2, parts where the boss crosses the line by a country mile, made me feel actively uncomfortable and disturbed, something I found all the more impacting because I'd made the character look like me. So there I was, murdering someone's girlfriend because they dared to try and cut a deal I didn't quite like. There I was, destroying the hand of a guitarist who didn't really do that much to me, just because I was a cruel, vicious sadist. It was horrifying, and it was brilliant, and horrifying, but amazing. As far back as Dungeon Keeper, I've been in love with the idea of playing the villain. The real villain, not some half-committed anti-hero with token attempts at moral justification. It's not because I want to do bad things in real life, quite the opposite. Video games, I feel, have the potential to explore darker sides and morbid fascinations in a safe environment, or test our limits and resolve when tasked with doing something that in reality we'd find utterly abhorrent. And I don't believe you have to root for these characters either. I mean, I hate Kane. And I hate Lynch, and my total dislike for them as people makes my active contribution to their goals all the more compelling. It's a hard thing to pull off, to have the player take on the role of somebody they don't even like, but if successful, it's so much more potentially interesting to me than yet another blank slate for us to paint our narcissism all over, and it's about 10 times better than a bald space marine called Jake. I relaxed and let the slimy cum pool into my open hand, then brought it to my mouth, tilted my head back and poured it into my throat.
I swished it around in my cheeks as I tasted the mixed fluids of the dozens of guys who shot their loads inside me. It was thick and creamy, and once I licked my fingers clean, I did it again. Thank God for me. Well, we had a lovely few episodes there on video game narrative and video game design, little interesting things, but we're gonna go back to the gender issues and the industry bullshit stuff again, because I like to fall back on old habits. But we do have one new thing for you, just to keep things fresh. My new eyes.
I don't think it should be controversial to point out that men have way more opportunities as characters in video games than women do. Men are allowed to be morally questionable or downright villainous like Kane and Lynch, the other Kane, and every Grand Theft Auto protagonist. When it comes to playable anti-heroes, only bad boys are allowed, you don't get to play as a bad girl. Similarly, men are allowed more freedom in the aesthetics department. You can play as an old man like Old Snake in MGS4, or this old fuck from Heavy Rain. Male protagonists can even be ugly, or at least traditionally not attractive. We've a meaty Marcus Phoenix, a malformed Wario, or grizzled plain Shane John Marston. By contrast, playable women are almost universally designed to be young and attractive. Lara Croft, Jill Valentine, even the regular go-tos that gamers always try out to prove everything's okay, Jade and Samus, are on the objectively unquestionable end of the attractive spectrum. For contrast, imagine a world where Gears of War couldn't exist unless Marcus Phoenix looks like new Dante from Devil May Cry. That's basically all the options women have. Hell, even in Gears of War, any of the playable women are slender and pretty looking, while all the men are grizzled, meaty, bulked up, scarred, battle-damaged veterans. It makes no sense in the game's world. I've scoured the video game industry to find a playable woman who bucks the trends, and I've applied various rules to get there. Firstly, I excluded characters you create yourselves, as they're not generally originally written characters. They're designed to represent you, the player, and your goals. They're kind of your avatar more than anybody else. Second, the character needs to not be conventionally attractive. There's nothing wrong with that, but we've got hundreds of that already. We're looking for someone who isn't all boobs and arseholes, someone not designed with sexing up in mind. Thirdly, we want a character with unique motivations beyond just surviving some terrible hardship or doing something for a man. That's another issue with women in games, and actually a lot of fiction. Women can't be heroic without suffering some trauma, being a love interest, or being inspired by an awesome kick-ass man in some way. And you know, it would be nice to have someone with some personality, not some conventional goody-goody doing generic heroics like a generic hero. So to recap, we're looking for a playable, developer-created protagonist who is not sexy or traditionally hot, with unique personal motivations that don't fall into the usual stereotypes. He's not reliant on men in some trite way, and is, you know, original and creative. And obviously we want her to be able to enjoy the same sense of power and strength that male protagonists enjoy. That would be nice. It's an optional extra, I'd say. So after roaming the land, consulting with wise counselors and lighting candles in the temples of enlightened gods, I have found video game history's most individual, unique, and interesting woman character. Vertigo is a big blue bipedal cobra dinosaur monster of Cthulhu-esque mindfuckery, and is one of the playable characters in the mid-90s fighting game Primal Rage. She has a knife-stabby tail, and can hypnotize T-Rexes, and spits out green poison. She's the goddess of insanity and mysticism. She aims to build a palace where humans are tortured day and night, and to her, finding a new reality where she is not queen is really just a reason to throw down. This big walking snake from 1994 is the most notable female protagonist you have, game industry. Just think about that. Seriously think about it. This is really one of the best you've ever managed to do, damn near 20 years ago. The worst part of it is it sounds like I dredged up Vertigo randomly for a joke, but I'm being 100% serious. I mean, it's legit. She is a strong woman character. She's a goddess and one of the most powerful and influential characters in Primal Rage. She's clearly not all boobs and ass. She's not sexy nor traditionally pretty in any way. She's terrifying at best. Her motivations are not due to the suffering of woman or the love of some man. As one of the game's destructive forces, she even gets to be on the villain side, a rare privilege for woman protagonists. Now, while some may exist, I've personally racked my brains for a comparable protagonist from the modern, progressive era of games, and by Jove, I can't find a woman who was granted this license to be so unique, to be this fresh, to be given the same creative treatment developers lavish over their male heroes. And it is this game, a game about giant farting monkeys and devil dinosaurs, that in many ways led the charge, with a big blue King Cobra Cthulhu dinosaur. And the fact that sounds like a joke, yet is completely real and serious, is something game devs would do well to have a good, hard think about. Because I'm not joking. Vertigo, as far as I can recall, is video gaming's best fucking example to date.
Stay tuned next week, because we've got an episode on season passes. At last. Until then, thank God for me and my new eyes. Before we begin this week's episode, a brief word of warning. We will be using a food metaphor during the course of this show, a show about season passes. This veers us dangerously close to actual game journalism rather than GARM journalism, because everybody knows you've got to have a good food metaphor if you're going to be a game journalist. So I'm warning you ahead of time. If you hear it, duck and cover, hide under your desk if you have to, get in a doorway for the structural integrity, and whatever you do, be calm.
To me, season passes are, from a consumer standpoint, one of the most ludicrous ideas this game industry's ever had. As if it wasn't bad enough that pre-order culture has already successfully duped gamers into pledging fealty to releases months before they know if they'll even be any good, the idea of putting down a stack of cash to pre-order downloadable digital content that's not gonna go anywhere just utterly baffles me. While season passes offer a wholesale discount on the content you're buying versus buying it piecemeal, the amount of trust required towards these companies that so rarely deserve that trust, allo Gearbox, is more than I feel a customer with pride should be dishing out. Not to mention the fact that what you're getting is even less certain, sometimes doesn't exist yet, and regularly seems to be provided by studios that don't even know what the content will be before they pull something out of their arse. BioShock Infinite has a season pass. BioShock Infinite was released in March. BioShock Infinite has 3 bits of DLC planned. BioShock Infinite has 1 piece of DLC out released in June. BioShock Infinite is waiting on the other 2. Ken Levine has justified the long wait for DLC by saying they started work on it after the game launched. Good. That's great, and in normal circumstances I'd find that applaudable, except this is circumstances where Irrational and 2K took money for stuff that didn't exist, and they're just now getting around to putting it out. I sympathise with Levine's regular lamentations that people are so demanding about DLC, but when you've made them pay for it months ago, sorry, but I side with the customers more. Season passes put developers in the nasty position of having to have DLC before the game is even out, which is cynical and makes one suspect content was pulled out of the main game. Or they have to do as Irrational did, taking the cash up front and then frustrating users for months. It's no win, and further encourages the onslaught of games being made purely as DLC vectors rather than actual packaged experiences. Then there's the issue of season passes not including all the DLC released for a game, which just confuses customers and splits up the market and can lead to fears of studios holding back A-grade content and making everyone everyone buy it, relegating B or C grade content to the season pass. Borderlands 2 is a confusing mess of content everywhere, some of it guaranteed to pass holders, some of it making pass holders pay extra. To me, the saving you can make on buying a whole bunch of DLC sight unseen doesn't undo the fact that it is being bought sight unseen. And most DLC that comes out these days is stretching garbage contrived by people who are yanking something convoluted out of their arse to sell you. I'd much rather pick and choose the 1 or 2 bits of content actually worth buying, most of which is actually available outside of the season pass and not available to season pass holders. It'll be cheaper than paying more up front in order to take a blunderbuss full of dog shit to the face and hope there's a diamond in it. I'd much rather retain as much agency and control in my purchases as possible, rather than let companies take my cash then arbitrarily decide what I can and can't have. It'd be like paying for a buffet where someone else decides what gets put on your plate. I'd rather just eat a fixed meal elsewhere in that case. Game journalism food analogy. If you want to see how cynical it's gotten, we've already got a season pass confirmed for Killzone Shadowfall. The PlayStation 4 isn't even out yet, and we've already got the DLC chomping at the bit to be let out of the starting gate and take all your cash up front. Now, Guerrilla's Stephen Terhide tells me that I should view this with gratitude, see it as a guarantee of ongoing post-launch support. Here's the thing though, when a game isn't even out yet, my concern is whether or not the $60 retail experience is actually fucking good, not whether or not I'll be able to buy a load of extra dinky crap on top of the asking price. A fucking awesome game doesn't even need support post-launch, besides which, is this or is this not the game industry? I don't fucking need a season pass to guarantee me that you're gonna support a first-person shooter with DLC. This is a world where the Sniper Ghost Warriors games get DLC. I can assure you, I was not sat here panicking that Killzone wasn't gonna get any. Not that I'd call DLC post-launch support, actually. Support, to me, is keeping the game updated and fixed and running, not selling me more shit. That's post-launch support for the company's wallets, not the fucking game. Call that cynical if you must, but you know it's the goddamn truth. I'm sorry, game industry. I don't trust you enough to just believe we should pay you money for wishes and dreams. It's bad enough that you've got people pre-ordering games like Aliens Colonial Marines, sold on half-truths and unrepresentative footage. I can only feel contemptuous pity for anybody who pre-ordered that, then pre-ordered the DLC for it. So not only did they get a lump of shit in their hand, they got a steady trickle of wet shit plopping into their eyes for the following weeks. And the only way to avoid stuff like that is to not buy into the utterly ridiculous concept of pre-ordering DLC, because whatever cash you may save, trust me, you'll likely save a lot more, and your dignity, by retaining your power of choice and discretion. Also, fuck season passes.
I believe there's something we do after an episode like this. What was it again? Oh, right. Thank God for me. Swinging and hitting the thing. Okay, we're alright. I'm fresh back from the Escapist Expo, and I would just like to extend a huge thank you to myself for turning up and making North Carolina a better place, if only for a scant few days. I envy all who turned up and had the honour of being in my presence, in the presence of Jim Sterling. I sometimes stand in front of a mirror and just talk for hours and hours and hours, just wondering what it would be like to have a conversation with me. And it gets me so off. Thank God for me.
The word toxicity has come up a lot in the past year, and it's not hard to see why. We have, of course, endured the dubious thrill of a most venomous hatred poured on Anita Sarkeesian, a woman who dared to talk about video games for a bit. We've seen BioWare developers citing the nasty attitudes and the scornful negativity of gamers. Phil Fish famously quit the industry after one online bust-up too many. Overall, there's no getting around it. The online gaming community is a hive of toxicity, of angry bile and acidic rage, bubbling ever hot beneath a cracked skin that blisters and bursts with each fresh outrage.
While I was at the Escapist Expo, there was much discussion and debate about the rage of the online gamer, and about how mad we all get, and many agreed we've gotten too angry, that everybody needs to calm down and stop getting het up all the time. I took a slightly different opinion, however, and I liked what I said on the nature of toxicity, hence my turning it into this neat little video here. To me, there is nothing inherently wrong with outrage. Hell, the Escapist advertises this very show with the phrase, "get angry." I'd be something of a hypocrite if I, ever so inclined toward drenching you all in the boiling liquids of my righteous indignation, painted anger as a bad thing. Anger is, in fact, a powerful and beautiful and terrifying weapon. While some may doubt the veracity of such claims, I believe the unified rage of the gaming populace has achieved things in the past. If everybody had shut up and kept quiet, I doubt Blizzard would have done the decent thing and finally admitted the Diablo 3 auction house was a pile of shit. If people hadn't gotten rightfully angry at Aliens Colonial Marines being an unfinished joke of an insult to the Aliens franchise, Gearbox and Sega's false advertising, as well as the depths of just how badly the game was farmed out to lesser studios, may never have come to light. It was anger at public lies that made Dr. Lawrence Cooper admit to, and apologise for, talking made-up scaremongering bullshit on Fox News. It was persistent anger at Electronic Arts that made it, if not fix its shit entirely, at least react to and address some of the bad blood it was fostering among its audience. Yes, it's a powerful weapon indeed. But if you have an array of missile launchers, the worst thing you can do is close your eyes and fire indiscriminately. I've talked about the beauty of whining and being annoyed before, but regretfully I've never encouraged judicious use of such weaponry. We need, as a collective, to start aiming our missiles better, to stop just firing at the first thing we see, and I include myself in this remonstration as I've not always been wise about it myself. First of all, recognise that wet shit always trickles down, and gamers usually bark at those lowest on the totem pole, the community managers and the lower level developers who have likely been shat on just as much as the consumer, if not more. Even when a developer may take credit for a shitty idea in a game, when a studio tells you it was they, not EA or Ubisoft, that decided their game must be always online or have an online pass or do some bullshit, there's an almost guaranteed chance they're not being that truthful. Enough devs have told it to me in confidence, too afraid to say it out loud, that all this stuff comes to them from above. It's that same fear that sees them take the dubious credit for shitty ideas like always on DRM, because who's gonna blame the taskmasters stood above them, their hands on the guillotine lever? When expressing rage, one shouldn't single out individuals in most cases, especially when they're just community managers with no real power. Hell, even blaming singular high-ranking people like we all did when we dogpiled on Don Matrick over the Xbox One DRM is usually a misfire. Rarely is a bad idea in a corporation the fault of one man, as tempting as it is for us to put a human face on the things that upset us. Aiming your guns at a company is just and fair. Aiming them all on one person, just because they're there, is usually going to end up as little more than bullying. Social media makes it easier than ever to target individuals, but it's really the companies as collective wholes that need to be kept in the crosshairs. Shifting blame onto one person or a developer with no choice will just allow the true reprobates to keep on being shit, especially once the discussion becomes about how those nasty gamers yet again did a toxic thing. Remain indignant, and let your burning passion fuel a righteous fury that scourges your foes, but aim it carefully, don't scattershot. We need to focus this shit. Don't let people tell you that you don't have a right to be angry at the way cynical boardrooms full of outdated old men are treating your favourite forms of interactive art. You're absolutely right if you're pissed about the anti-consumer and anti-artistic practices employed by idiotic publishers. You deserve to be angry. You have that much right. And don't let people convince you that your anger is pointless either. There's a reason EA got all pissy and passive-aggressive over winning that Worst Company in America award. Twice. Because bad publicity does affect companies, and they will look into it. But bad publicity also affects us, the people. And if we allow the toxicity to spread beyond its confines, it'll poison the lot of us. So embrace your anger. Use it. But use it well, my friends. And carry on carrying on.
I'm a man of glorious destiny. I am the man to whom you owe all of your enlightenment. I am the beginning, the end, the alpha, the omega, which is the same thing. The God Emperor of mankind, your leading light to your darkest hour. I am James Delacroix Sterling, and thank God for me. Now say my name!
Say my name! Say my name!
My friends, the time has come to discuss the inevitable. This is an episode that deals with sex. Now, I'm a man of the world. I've done it 3, maybe 4 times, but some of you may be more innocent, maybe more unspoiled, untouched, and I warn you in advance, this episode's gonna get a little bit saucy. There's some kissing in it. They're gonna fuck like rabbits! Dragon Age Inquisition sex scenes are mature and tasteful, according to BioWare. No, they're not, according to Jim Sterling, and here's why. First of all, the fact certain developers put sex scenes in all their games purely for the sake of having them is neither mature nor tasteful. Happening once in Mass Effect, sure, I guess that's something kinda new and interesting, just like the famous nuclear death scene in Call of Duty 4 was new and interesting. However, just like how ever since COD 4 every Call of Duty's needed that shocking moment, it seems every BioWare game needs them romance scenes. Now, a cynical obligation, that's all it's become, as opposed to something with actual meaning. And until sex in games can be more than that, can be more than something included for its own sake, you're never going to convince me that any of these sex scenes are mature and tasteful. It's been a fallacy for years that a game needs to have sex in order to be mature, but the clumsy, ham-fisted, ultimately pointless inclusion of the act is infantile at best. David Cage does this a lot, throwing sex into Heavy Rain or Indigo Prophecy at really fucking tasteless moments, for no other reason than for it to be there. It doesn't affect the characters long term, it doesn't really change the story. It's often worse for BioWare games because the sex is just a payoff in a minigame, a reward you get after plying your target with gifts. Almost all romance in games consists of saying nice words and buying presents until someone falls in love with you just long enough for you to get your dirty end away. Once it happens, it may as well have never happened. The concept hinges on the idea that you get sex by performing a set of insincere tasks. That last point is a particularly worrisome element to sex in so-called mature games, as they reflect what some people in the real world actually believe sex to be, a reward for good behaviour. If you've been on the internet for long enough, you're sure to have heard of the friend zone, a dismal purgatory certain men have contrived to describe the feeling you get when you are kind to a woman and she has the audacity not to repay you with sex. A frightening amount of men genuinely believe that women are living slot machines, spilling sex into your lap if you deposit enough emotional currency into it. There is nothing tasteful or mature about reflecting that kind of shitty attitude. It's feeding into the idea that if you show kindness to someone, they're obligated to fuck you. This is exactly what Dragon Age Inquisition is going to be. BioWare has said it in an interview, that sex is the culmination of spending a lot of time with a character and getting to know them. The culmination, the entire endgame, the purpose, just like all the other games they've done. You choose your objective, you spend time with it and you shag it, and that's the end of that. There are pornos with more nuanced approach to adult relationships than that. With sex being the culmination, the endgame, that's really an admittance
it's by design that the sex is there for sex's sake. Without anything after that to further your relationship with a character, the Dragon Ages and the Heavy Rains of the world are no different from something like Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, which at least wears its sordid wish fulfillment on its sleeve. In many ways, I respect Dead or Alive way more than Dragon Age or Heavy Rain when it comes to sex, because they're all using sex appeal in the same vapid, shallow, lazy way, but at least Dead or Alive's being fucking honest about it. At least Dead or Alive doesn't fill our heads with promises of maturity and deeper meaning and emotions, when all it really boils down to is someone's gonna show us their underwear and we're gonna watch an awkward cold dead puppet show set to some shitty music. Perhaps more pertinently, I can at least applaud Saints Row 4 for quite rightly calling these mature romance options out for what they are. In Saints Row 4, you can walk up to every crew member and romance them by simply asking for a fuck, and you get it, and that's it. And that, after all the pretension and pantomime, is what every fucking sex scene in every fucking game has ever been. They're there to be there, and they're not even very sexy, because for all their bravery, developers are still too afraid to show much more than maybe half an arse and some Enya-sounding soft-focused waste of second bullshit. And if they're not furthering the story of the characters, and if they're not even sexy enough for some base gratification, what's the point of them being there? No point, no reason, no consequence, and that's about as far from tasteful and mature as you can get. Maturity isn't, oh my god, they're doing a sex. Sex isn't something you're entitled to after being nice to somebody. If you insist on making sex that way, drop the fucking bullshit and just admit you're making characters bone for no other reason than you can. And Jesus Christ, game devs, watch some high-class pornography. It could actually teach you a thing or two about tastefulness.
Speaking of pornography, did you know I have my own YouTube channel now? It's simple. It's YouTube/Jim Sterling. I do some gameplay videos and stuff on there. Don't worry, I'm not actually putting hardcore pornography on there. Or am I? You'll have to subscribe and find out. There isn't no. I mean, I'll give you some porn if you want. But it's just gameplay videos and stuff. Or is it? Thank God for me.
Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mommy's gonna buy you a mockingbird. Not again!
Hello once again, my sweet little children. Your usual host is frightfully busy, leaving only Scarecrow. We have another cute little show about video games to show you, but when we get back, you will know what it means to taste fear.
I think it's about time the so-called AAA game industry admitted survival horror isn't bloody dead. It's not escaped mine eyes that horror games almost entirely disappeared this generation, where once they enjoyed such prevalence on the PlayStation 2. Publishers for years have tried to convince us that horror games are dead, that nobody buys them, and even in horror-themed games, they've desperately tried to ramp up the combat and action, leading to awful fucking shit like Resident Evil 6 and Silent Hill Homecoming. If you believed the AAA industry, survival horror, or at least those elements that made survival horror what it is, are dead and gone. But that's bullshit. The immense popularity of games like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, Slender: The Arrival, and more recently Outlast prove that horror games are alive and well and have a starving audience. These are games in which combat is not the aim of the game, in which you are surviving by your wit alone, outmatched and outpaced by terrifying opponents. These games feature less combat than even the original masters of survival horror, with Outlast giving you nothing but a video camera and tossing you into an asylum of insane pipe-wielding maniacs. Certainly the rise of Let's Players on YouTube have helped, with screaming, terrified reactions to these games drawing millions of viewers and providing unparalleled marketing. That's the saddest part of all this. In a generation where horror games have been wiped off the map by major publishers, Horror games are bigger business than ever. These idiotic mainstream publishers totally missed the boat because they, based on no real evidence, decided horror games don't sell anymore. I mean, did any of them actually prove survival horror was unpopular? No, they didn't even try and make more games in the genre. It was just, here are loads of horror games, and now there are none. Sorry. Meanwhile, your Amnesias, your Slenders, your Outlasts, they're coming out without million-dollar budgets, they're getting free online marketing worth million-dollar budgets, and they're proving constantly that the audience for terrifying, disempowering experiences is chomping at the bit for more. It's funny. AAA publishers seem obsessed with copying the movie industry. They love aping Hollywood, and yet they don't learn any fucking lessons from it. Look at horror movies. No, they're not gonna be giant mainstream successes like Lord of the Rings or Twilight. There's no Burger King Kids Club deal with Insidious. But horror films, they're always making money. They don't cost as much as The Hobbit does, and consequently don't need to make as much as The Hobbit does. And because horror movies always have a smaller, but ultimately more dedicated audience, horror movies make cash. Not huge stockpiles of it, but they make it. Meanwhile, the moronic game industry is stuck in the mindset that if every product isn't the giant cash vacuum Hobbit-style experience, it's not worth producing. This is an industry that would rather make no money than some money, that would have nothing if it couldn't have it all. The potential profit in a horror game is merely good. It's not extreme, it's not exorbitant, and if it's not extremely exorbitant, companies aren't interested. Another silly reason is based in this belief that the audience will be turned off and bored if you're not waving combat in its face like some massive swinging dick. Resident Evil 6 demonstrated that, having to toss in loads of guns and explosions and Michael Bay helicopters, terrified of boring players by using such things as pace, tension, and slow build. The rumoured Alien Isolation game from Sega seems to highlight how tragic this fear of a combatless game seems to be. If the details are correct, there's going to be, for the most part, just one alien in Alien Isolation, just you versus a single xenomorph. If the idea of Amnesia-style survival against an alien excites you, drop your expectations. It's also suggested you'll be fighting clones and soldiers for most of the game, like all the other Aliens games that have been too scared to do anything but a bog-standard first-person shooter. We could have had Amnesia with xenomorphs, for God's sake. Instead, we're getting just another game where you shoot soldiers because publishers believe we need that. And we don't. The popularity of zero-combat horror games demonstrates we don't. And of course, fear of used sales has been name-checked, specifically by Cliff Bleszinski, who thinks the fear of trade-ins has stopped the typically single-player, short-length horror game from existing. Yet again, this is a baseless fear because BioShock Infinite exists and Dishonored exists and they made their money, so fuck that stupid little suggestion. Speaking of Dishonored, at least Bethesda has the guts to bring survival horror back to the mainstream arena with The Evil Within. And here's my prediction for The Evil Within. It will launch. It will be a success on its own terms. It will prove survival horror has survived perfectly well, and no other big publisher will have the brains or the spine to learn from its success. But we won't really mind, we horror fans, because there are braver and better studios making awesome horror all the time. It's a shame those short-sighted goons in the big budget world will be too busy blowing themselves to take notice.
Well, what a delightful little episode that was! But now we're going to enjoy something far more satisfying. By now, my latest fear toxin should be coursing through the corpulent body of one Jim Sterling. Shall we see what he is afraid of?
Yeah, I know Halloween's over, and, well, I mean, it's November now, but I bought this mask and didn't get to use it last week, so I'm wearing it now. Screw you. You don't tell me what to do. Look at it. Badass.
Rumours about next-generation woes have flooded the internet like so much BP oil in a seagull's wings. From Adam Sessler ranting and raving in vague non-description about how his job is being made difficult, to murmurings that the Xbox One will have shit graphics, to simply cloudy and muddled suggestions that each system will have problems at launch, the rumours are flying thick and fast, and it's painting both Microsoft and Sony in a bad light. There's a lot of fear online right now, and one is left wondering, why is there so much goddamn secrecy in the game industry when all it does is seem to make the secret keepers look bad. We saw this with the Xbox One from the very beginning. When it was announced alongside its shitty DRM and online connection demands, people were rightly furious. Not only were they furious at what they knew, they were furious at what they didn't know, and Microsoft's unwillingness to come clean didn't help. We had people like Major Nelson saying reports on the Xbox One were wrong because people didn't have all the facts, but then he proceeded to not tell us the facts. We heard ethereal promises about family sharing and the benefits of Xbox One DRM, but no rock-solid, detailed, this is why the DRM is good confessionals, because the game industry seems to operate on the idea that all information must be controlled. But the more you restrict information, the more you let misinformation run wild. Some people still believe the Xbox One's DRM was good for the industry, and they get angry at gamers who railed against it, without blaming Microsoft, the company that, to this day, still hasn't officially told us what its plans were with this shit several months ago. Sony, of course, is not exempt. This is the company that refuses to share sales data in the US, sending press releases, though, boasting about how many PS moves it shipped, and never saying how many it actually sold, because there's a difference between the two. The game industry's done this a lot, actually. While we all know how well movies perform at box office, the publishers of games not too long ago swung it so that it gets to control all information about their sales. Now, we don't get to know anymore whether a game sold well at retail or whether it didn't, without the company in charge allowing us to know, giving us nothing but guesswork to work on in the interim and allowing many conclusions to be jumped to. The game industry is obsessed with secrets, likely tied back to major publishers and their obsession with control and dominance at every single level. I mean, even if we know a new game is being announced, if we have piles of evidence and all but a signed confession from a dev, the publisher will refuse to comment or even flat out lie to our faces about it until its official press release is sent out, because heaven forbid the ego of a major company get bruised and it not be allowed to be the one to speak first. Game journalism is something that can never really happen much in this industry because it's so amazingly tightly controlled, and game journalists themselves don't help much either. Rather than be annoyed or at least concerned by secrets, so many games media writers actively revel in their power of knowing something you don't know, and that makes them fairly complicit in all this. Vague booking seems to be part of the job, and heaven forbid you get game journalists talking to each other about a secret on Twitter. The vagueness is matched only by the smugness about how vague people are being. Oh, and in the interests of not being a hypocrite, allow me to just say the thing that a good few journalists were pissed off about at the moment. It's how Sony wants people to go to New York to pick up a PS4, review the hardware at a controlled event, then tote the unit back. Stupid and annoying for those involved, but not the apocalypse as we know it. But because everything is a secret, and people are afraid to be upfront, even if they've not signed anything. I've not signed anything, I can say that, I wasn't told I couldn't. We just had obfuscating rants that gamers saw, drew their own conclusions from, and started panicking. Trying to keep a lid on something so it can be a nice surprise is admirable. Trying to ensure spoilers for game narratives don't get out is fair enough. The level of cloak and dagger bullshit in this industry, however, is a disservice to gamers and something that can actively harm the industry itself. It is why rumours control the blogosphere, why nasty misconceptions can get out of control. It's why, several times in my career, I've criticised a game only to have the developer tell me in secret that I was unfair because I don't know what happened behind the scenes. No!
I don't. It's behind the scenes. It's secret. And you being vague about what's going on behind the scenes isn't helping. And if the truth would make things better, tell us the fucking truth. Don't just sit on your secret eggs like some sort of mystery chicken. You're not a mystery chicken. You're not the NSA. You're not spies. You're fucking makers and providers of video games. Get your heads out your asses, open up and stop hiding everything, because you only make yourself look worse.
Incidentally, Sony recently published an FAQ for the PS4, detailing a lot of stuff, and there was some bad stuff in there. In fact, there was some stuff in there that I thought was a bit petty and silly, some weird restrictions and stuff, but you know what? At least it's out in the open now. At least they were honest and upfront, and we can get all of our fears and worries out of the way, and not panic and make it even worse than it ought to be. This mask is slipping down my face. I better wrap this up. Thank God for me! And tattooed fishman masks. So Willem, how many commenters do you think are going to say, oh, I didn't know you were wearing a mask, or oh, you should always wear the mask, or oh, that mask is an improvement? Yeah, I know what you're typing right now. Some of you may have heard that I have a new job. I have left Destructoid and have joined The Escapist as its new reviews editor. Oh yes, the time has come for some new fucking management, and it's going to be glorious. But don't worry, my children. The Jimquisition is here to stay. After all, we have so much work left to do together, you and I.
Okay, so let's talk about the resolution thing. The Xbox One is looking like it's going to run at 720p, while the PS4 can handle 1080p, although there's been talk of some frame rate issues. There has been rage, there has been controversy, there have been game journalists saying you can't tell the difference between 720p and 1080p. There have been nutjob Xbox brand thralls going so far as to deliriously claim that 720p is actually better than 1080p. It's been madness, friggin' madness, and now I have to talk about it, the only sane man in the room. Yes, I'm sane. So here's what I think about what silly people have been calling resolution gate. You know, it doesn't matter to me that much that the Xbox One runs at 720p, at least for right now, on my current TV, and without it running side by side against something at 1080p to compare it to in the moment, no, I'm not gonna perceive that much of a difference. Now, there is a difference. Let's not ignore that fact. There is one. If you were to see a comparison in optimal conditions, you'd see it. And let's say what is a fucking scientific fact. From a power standpoint, the cheaper PS4 is a better machine. It just is. That's not bias talking or fanboyism. It's science, my friend. Simple science. You can claim it doesn't matter. You can say it's not about graphics, but you cannot rightly claim the Xbox One is a better machine from a raw technical standpoint. It's a fact. 1080p is objectively better than 720p. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Oh, the resolution. That said, currently, the reviled Adam Sessler is not wrong to say that it's ultimately the software that matters. It is an important fact that the more expensive Xbox One is going to run at an inferior resolution, but it's equally important to look at the games coming out. After all, the PlayStation 2 was considerably less powerful than the Xbox or GameCube, and it was a phenomenal device whose strength was predicated on an overwhelming arsenal of video games. Look, I'm not a tech journalist. I got into video games because I believe they're art, and I care about how they make the audience feel, not about how many Tetris flops to the giggle bits you can get on your Scram Drive's blast processor. Show me where the fucking games are, and that's where I'm at. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Games. So many games. Sorry about that, I keep getting distracted for some reason. Anyway, I wanted to talk about the difference between 720p and 1080p, and I wanted to talk about the importance of a game library because I wanted to say one thing. None of that fucking shit matters to me. Not compared to the little kick of schadenfreude this whole resolution shitstorm has given me. See, I feel a certain glee that the AAA publisher-dominated world of console gaming is having this problem with 1080p, and that in a world of resolutions higher than that, in a world where 4K TVs are on the horizon, the struggles with 1080p could be deemed almost pathetic. Because the very companies that are gonna look like fucking chumps on a contemporary television in a few years are the very ones that drove the budgets of games to astronomical levels purely because they wanted the best-looking game. Developers went bankrupt, games failed to recoup their losses because the AAA market had a giant fucking bonk on for graphics. This past generation, HDTV got pushed to the moon, companies like Square Enix spent 6 years and fuck knows how much cash building new and unnecessarily decadent engines to power the masturbatory fantasies of art departments across the globe. And now, their audiences are angry, enraged, they feel cheated because one of the big three systems won't even be able to do 1080p, which to me, these days is just a cute baby resolution for babies. And again I say, You know, maybe if the AAA game industry hadn't pushed graphics above gameplay, hadn't decided that a game was only as good as the name of its engine, then maybe the audience wouldn't be so insanely frothing at the mouth over how a game looks. Not that I have any evidence to support my theory that a game marketed on gameplay over graphics could succeed. Oh, wait.
Flawless victory.
Anyway, that's my little turn on the spoon as we all line up to stir the shit pot. To summarise, right now, I think I will be able to play the Xbox One and probably not mind that it's in 720p. However, I do think running at 720p is fucking silly in this day and age, and I think it's friggin' hilarious that the very market that drove budget costs sky high in the name of extravagant graphics is now under siege by the very people those graphics were shoved in the faces of. It's so fucking funny. Now leave me alone because I'm gonna go play something at 60 frames per second at a resolution higher than 1080p, something I've been able to do for fucking months.
Another brilliant episode completed, thank God for me. Now Willem, are we gonna bother to change the credits this week to reflect the job change?
Probably fucking not!
So here's what happened. The PS4's out now, but a few days before its launch, Sony held a review event, that one I mentioned a few weeks back, where reviewers would have to go to New York, pick up a PS4 unit at some controlled event, and bring it back to wherever they were going to do stuff. What happened was Sony gave these PS4s to the reviewers, had their names engraved on them, and a lot of reviewers tweeted, hashtagged photos of themselves with the units. Cue a shitstorm. Forums like NeoGAF blowing up with threads about how Sony's giving away free PS4s to these reviewers, and then there's a lot of talk of corruption, bribery, money hatting, reviewers shouldn't be allowed to do this, and the reviewers themselves with their little photos of themselves. Whole thing was a bit of a silly kerfuffle. I am Jim Sterling, voice of the people, the sanity of a generation, and so I'm here to explain exactly why everybody's wrong and I'm right. Because that's what we do around here.
Reviewers technically get free games, yes, insofar as they, don't have to pay for them. Similarly, reviewers often don't have to pay for systems either, but very few of them view these things as treats, as presents. As a reviewer myself, I view them as a means to do my job efficiently, a job I do for you, the readers. Most reviewers I know view it the exact same way. There was a lot of sentiment in the NeoGAF thread that reviewers should be banned from accepting these so-called freebies, that they must buy every system and every game in order to do their job without corruption. Yeah, that would be financially suicidal. Games are expensive, electronics are expensive. If we asked a reviewer, many of whom aren't paid very well, to buy it all, it'd end up to the point where they're paying to have their job. The cost of buying would outweigh the actual paycheck at the end. Hell, I consider myself decently paid, but the amount of games I work on covering 7 days a week would financially cripple me. I can only do what I do because I am not bankrupting myself to get the tools for the job, and I only do what what I do because I love criticising games. I love being able to bring you the best coverage I can bring. It's not because I want free fucking games. And just remember, for every free copy of Super Mario 3D World you might get, there's a free copy of Aliens Colonial Marines you have to play. Look, I played Ride to Hell Retribution, my friend. I fucking paid my dues. I fucking paid for that one out of pocket too, actually. Companies making products send products to reviewers to review. That's what happens in every bloody industry. It's not new to gaming, it's not unusual, and I don't think it's sleazy. Companies aren't giving these things as gifts. They want coverage, good or bad. It's a symbiotic relationship. They want coverage, we want to cover. And in almost all cases, that's as far as the relationship goes. Sometimes one party expects more than that and gets angry and does something silly, cough, I'm blacklisted by Konami, cough, but really, it's a very simple, financially sensible idea. The idea of game reviewers with superhuman integrity, buying all their shit with infinite stacks of cash, is unreasonable and unrealistic. The idea that a reviewer getting a product to review, getting a thing to do their job is bribery is, to be honest, super fucking silly. Look, Sony sent me a PS4 as reviews editor for The Escapist. It was on launch, not early, because I didn't go to that event. There, I have a PS4. I didn't pay for it. You're free to distrust my coverage of PS4 games for the next 5 years, but really? Do you think I feel bribed, gifted, beholden to Sony? Please, by all means think that. You'll be wrong and fucking dumb, but feel free. It was not a present for me, it was a facilitator. It was what I'm using to work 7 goddamn days of the week because I am a game reviewer and I work. Now, all that said, the game reviewers themselves are just as culpable for the recent shitstorm as anyone else, because taking hashtagged photographs of yourselves with PS4s engraved with your name, surrounded by stacks of games, I mean, come on. That's fucking gauche at best, and it makes you look like a goddamn shill. We are games reviewers, we exist to serve our readers, not show off to them, not lord it over them. But that's exactly what the photos coming out of New York looked like. Boasting, making people jealous, making PS4s look exactly like they shouldn't have looked, as presents, as toys you got before everyone else. And conversely, it made you look like fucking dicks. I've done it myself. Sometimes a game comes in, you get a bit excited because you're still a gamer after all, and you tweet a photo of it. I've done that, but looking back, it's a tacky practice, and one I feel is best knocked on the head. It's hardly surprising so many gamers got mad this past week. Photos of you looking smug with your stack of PS4 games is inciting and inflammatory, and I know most of the guys doing it were just excited and wanted to have fun. I know Greg Miller, he's a lovely little boy. I know Greg Tito, who's my boss now, so we'd probably skip past him quickly. They're not corrupt, bad people. But the practice of playing look what I've got that you don't have is only going to further widen the gulf between common gamers and gaming media, a gulf I really wish would be bridged more often. As I stand here like wise King Solomon, I say, both sides are at fault here. The hardcore gamers are mad that the laws of physics forbid game reviewers from being able to spend more money than they're actually making, and they want them to financially ruin themselves while somehow providing pre-launch coverage of games that they have to buy on launch day. That's impossible. They want the impossible. Meanwhile, game reviewers are making the impossible look really fucking desirable by showing off and being frankly undignified while serving as unpaid advertisements with their hashtagged tweets. Meanwhile, I am playing the fuck out of Killzone because y'all don't know about my spawn turrets. Thank God for me.
Did I gain journalism or not? It is done! The consoles are out! Next gen is now current gen, so you can all stop fucking saying next gen now. Let's not have a repeat of last time where people were saying it 5 months down the line. And the question on everybody's lips is, who won the console launch? Was it Sony with the PS4? Was it Microsoft with the Xbox One? I just don't know. Oh wait, I do, because I'm Jim Sterling, what I say goes. So watch this episode and be amazed by the rightness of it all.
The Wii U! Aha!
It's been very, very easy to forget the Wii U with all the attention on the PS4 and Xbox One right now. Microsoft and Sony are bringing powerful machines to the market both at the same time in a climactic head-on clash at a time when Nintendo's system has been out for about a year, long enough for us all to get pretty used to its existence. However, if I were to recommend one system guaranteed to give your kids a good Christmas right now, well, I'd obviously have to say the Wii U. As far as I'm concerned, the most successful launch of this new generation was not the PS4 nor the Xbox One, but indeed the Wii U. I'm interested for the potential of the PS4 and Xbox One on some level, yes, but right now they look just so much like an extension of the last generation. The PS4 and One truly are just incrementally improved PS3s and Xbox 360s. The games, too, are either sequels to last-gen games, or they're full of continuations of less than pleasant last-gen trends, like QTEs, hand-holding, season passes, DLC, firmware installations, and fucking microtransactions. In seeing Sony and Microsoft systems at work, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, they're pretty cool. With the Wii U, however, I was genuinely excited for the system. When I plugged it in, I was eager to dive into it, explore, and play with all the new features. The revamped eShop was cool, the Miiverse was hilarious fun, and finding out just how great the gamepad felt in my hands was a fantastic surprise. I'm not exactly down on either the PS4 or the Xbox One, don't get me wrong. They are solid machines and I hope for a good future generation. Launch libraries, as we've discussed before, are no indicator of future success, how we saw that on the Wii U itself. But the Wii U, in fairness, does have Zombie U, which was fucking great even if half the people who criticised it forgot what a survival horror game was, and it just launched Super Mario World 3D, which, by all accounts, is fucking incredible. Right now, as people argue who won the next-gen launches out of Sony and Microsoft, I feel Nintendo really does need to be given its due. Sure, the Wii U has had a sleepy year since it launched, but it did have the only launch that made me genuinely excited for the next 5 years, and it does have the best games of what is now the current generation, at least right now, at this crucial pre-holiday moment. Not to mention, the Wii U's currently rocking that apparently so hard to achieve 1080p resolution like a fucking champion. The Wii U has just been the more exciting console for me. It's the one I get excited about most when I think about turning on a system. It's the one I'm eager for excuses to play. It's the one where I can draw pictures of Willem Dafoe and put them in the Rabbids Land Miiverse, which is the place where Willem Dafoe pictures belong, don't let Nintendo tell you otherwise. Really, the Dafoeverse thing should have been a system seller in its own right, if only Nintendo would just officiate it. Come on, Iwata, you know it makes sense. All these things are relative, and the balance could easily shift. I feel sorry for the Wii U, I have to say. I want to just ruffle its hair and tell it it's gonna be okay. History, I feel, will view the Wii U with a kind of pity, and though I don't like to predict hardware performance, I've got a feeling Nintendo will be looking to axe this system far sooner than it ever considered axing the Wii. But right here, right now, looking at what all three systems offer, and if asked to say which one I felt had the most exciting, interesting launch, well, as I said, I'm going Wii U. It didn't have the hype of either the PS4 or the Xbox One. It didn't have the celebrity endorsements and the thrill of the perpetual console wars keeping it in the headlines. It did, however, do one thing the others are yet to do. It inspired wonder. That wide-eyed wonder that should always come with a brand new console, that sense of new things to dig into, explore and discover. The PS4 and Xbox One, in iterating what previous consoles did, does not have that sense of wonder. It's all very familiar, well-built and good-looking, I totally grant you, but nothing I want to giddily explore in childlike fascination. That's what the Wii U did for me, and I think is what a new console ought to always feel like. So full of surprising newness that it's hard to take it all in at once. Sony and Microsoft gave us stuff we know already, but better. And that's fine, that's cool, but it's no wonder the gaming media seems a little detached and cold in its coverage of the systems. It's all about the games, of course, and once all three systems have a stronger library of titles, the real comparisons can begin. That'll be a ways off, and I'm eager to see how it'll pan out. But right now, if you want a genuinely fresh and interesting current-gen system with some incredible software, the Wii U's probably gonna make you very happy. At the very least. Hell, the poor little fucking console deserves someone tossing it a bone right now, yeah?
You're right, miniature fantasy Willem Dafoe. An excellent episode, and everything I said was correct. But you have a point. Perhaps we are missing out one serious contender. Perhaps it's not too late
for a challenger to appear. Thank God for... Some Jimquisition episodes exist to present a new idea to you. Some Jimquisition episodes are here to fight for the consumer. Some Jimquisition episodes have no real value, not really very helpful, and they just exist for me to rant and feel better about something. This is one of those ones.
Why aren't game developers fucking embarrassed when their shitty PC game is fixed by a complete and total amateur? They should be. Much as I love Dark Souls and From Software, them and Namco Bandai ought to be hanging their heads in shame whenever they're out in public, forced into perpetual humility by the fact they released a broken, buggy, ugly, shitty version of Dark Souls on PC, and it was almost entirely made better looking, more playable, and ultimately less fuck awful in under 24 hours by a guy for free. The same guy, Durante, equally shamed whoever was responsible for porting Deadly Premonition to the PC too, a game that shipped at a locked 720p resolution like some sort of baby, and also looked fucking fuck ugly before the Batman of PC ports stepped in to rescue us all for free without money after doing the job of people who actually did get paid. The game's had a few official patches since in order to make it more acceptable, but being sold to us long before that was fucking shameful. Some gamers have become quite accepting of shitty ports and inferior gaming experiences because they can get free mods and bug fixes from the community. I guess the idea is no harm, no foul. However, while that is awesome, and while that level of community control is one of the coolest aspects of PC gaming, the fact it has to happen in the first place is fucking pitiful, and any developer whose game must become a charity case for the kindness of an amateur should rightfully feel fucking bad about it. It is woeful, game developers, that people are fixing your games overnight and free of charge. That is embarrassing, and you should feel bad. I've praised Bethesda's publishing ethic many times, but as much as I respect the company, it too should feel the sting of shame when, less than a week after it launches a game, everybody else is fixing its shit. We can argue that these developers are making huge, sprawling products with a lot of moving parts, and there's some merit to that argument, but the speed, and often the simplicity of the fixes provided by people like Durante seem to me to undo any validity to potential justifications for shipping a game on PC so full of shit that can be improved with some lines of code. I fear that because it is so easy for gamers to pop the hood and get into a PC game's guts, some developers have settled into thinking it's okay to launch a game that doesn't work the way it should, and that it's fine if a game's resolution is locked and far below what it ought to be. Well, no, it's not okay. It's not fine. You, the developers, should not be pleased when a customer has fixed your shit in his or her spare time. You should be mortified, horrified that you've been shown up in your own profession by a layman. It's like a marathon runner beaten to the finish line by a random kid who hopped the guardrail after you'd already run past the fucker. You should wear a bag over your head, so devastated you are that after you publicly admitted you were shipping an inferior PC port like Namco did, some random nutter made it superior in less than a day. How are you okay with that? How are you not writing "I am shit" on a mirror in lipstick and standing in front of the mirror so it's emblazoned across your fucking forehead? It is awesome that PC gaming is so mutable, at least when developers don't try and take the keys away from the modders and the fixers. However, just because games can be modded and improved doesn't mean they should need to be. It's tempting to feel that because it all turned out right in the end, thanks to community fixes, we shouldn't have to worry about this stuff. But you know, it doesn't excuse the people who sell broken fucking products and inferior products and slapdash cut and shut jobs for the price of a fully polished retail game. That should not be forgotten, and it certainly shouldn't be forgiven, especially when publishers keep cramming shitty port versions of console games onto the PC. That's not acceptable even if we can fix it ourselves, because the developer's ass was saved by external forces, and that's not good. Go back and play Dark Souls on PC without the fixes. Go and play the pre-patch version of Deadly Premonition. Go play any handful of AAA console games that were put on PC in some awful unfinished state. You tell me if that's worth more than $10. Not to my standards, it's not. But that's the truth of what you actually bought. The post-fixed version is not what you bought. That's thanks to the good grace of an outside person who really deserves a cut of the take, but won't get it because the industry takes people like that for granted. Well, screw that noise. That shouldn't be accepted, and I just realised I didn't finish writing this script, and I'm now talking without any stuff that I wrote down, which is ironic, considering I just had a go at other people for, I'm just going to finish my coffee again. Anyway, you get the fucking point.
One person asked me on Twitter whether I differentiate between Japanese developers who, quote-unquote, his quote, don't know how to do PC porting, and Western publishers who don't care. Now, you know, I don't care which territory it is, but whether or not you know how to do a proper PC port or care how to do a proper PC port, I don't differentiate. When you're selling product for $50, $60, you know, I don't care whether you're incompetent or just neglectful. It doesn't matter to me. You're still charging the equivalent of a console game. It should be, quality-wise, equivalent to a console game. Not better. I'm not one of these guys who are angry when PC ports aren't better than console games. If you're charging the same amount of money, they need to be the same quality. Otherwise, you're just being a thieving little bastard. Whether you know how to do a PC port or not. If you don't know, don't fucking do it. Simple as that. So there, that's what I have said, and it was nice to talk about PC gaming again after all of the console stuff, even if it's an angry, sad, annoying little rant about it. Thank God for me, by the way. What's this? Another Jimquisition so soon after the last? What's going on? Are publishers being dickheads, Jim? Yes, they are, Mum! Yes, they are! I just got on my computer to find out that there was a copyright claim issued by Capcom on one of my YouTube videos. This is happening all over the internet right now, hither and thither. Hundreds and hundreds of YouTube videos claimed for copyright infringement by game publishers. We all knew it was happening. It's begun. The copyright war is here. And ironically, that means I get to do this extra video, which is worth about 10 times the money that YouTube one was that Capcom stopped. Ha!
So let's talk about the YouTube thing. In recent years, YouTube uploaders have been making a nice living for themselves off the back of video game footage, usually recorded by themselves for lengthy Let's Play videos or reviews. However, as with any emergent new business avenue, the old guard, the dusty white men on their gilded thrones, saw success and decided they were owed a slice of the pie. More and more recently, and culminating with YouTube's latest lazy policy change, videos have been claimed by video game publishers. Certain companies such as Nintendo, Sega and Capcom have made copyright claims on videos using any footage from their games, and some big YouTube channels have had hundreds of their videos, which they've been earning a living from, flagged and removed from circulation or monetization. Some call it Judgment Day, some even defend it, gleeful that maligned YouTube personalities may be out of work. It is, however, a troublesome situation and one that highlights the dire state of copyright law in the United States. The world has changed. Information has become harder to control. Intellectual property, such that it is growing more difficult to define in an era of social media, where content is constantly shared, often by the companies themselves. One strikingly hypocritical element of the claiming situation is that many alleged infringing videos, including many of my older Jimquisitions that end up on YouTube, and this video I did about wanking men off, use not gameplay footage, but trailer footage or B-roll supplied by the publishers themselves, often to outlets such as The Escapist right here, for posting on their own channels. In the case of B-roll especially, we're encouraged to cut up and edit the footage for our own use, but in the era of scattershot automated copyright claims, it's all being flagged.
It's all infringement, and it's all bollocks. Copyright law has always been fucking bullshit, designed not to protect artists and content creators, but to give power to the parasitic publishers that have convinced the world they're needed to act as buffers and gatekeepers between a creator and its audience. 50 years ago, when information was more tightly controlled and social media was the stuff of science fiction, it might have been a simple little system. Today, as publishers themselves encourage us to share and post and to use and play, the law needs to be changed, and not in the way companies would want, where they get to continue exerting control and sustain their increasingly irrelevant existence. In an online world, creators get to directly serve their audiences, and it is they, whether they're Miracle of Sound making his own material, or Northern Lion playing a game and being entertaining while he does it, who need protection. YouTube benefited from a new generation of creative people just as much as those people benefited from it. It would behoove Google to, for once, to get up off its fucking arse and actually provide some protection for them. And though some of you may be pleased by the reaping of content, don't be too thrilled. As always, this is about publishers exerting control, dominance over the content you consume. YouTube, once a wild west of opportunity, is shrinking and restricting as every medium before it has. The line between folk hero YouTuber and PR spokesman is getting as blurry, if not more so, than the old line between game journalist and prospective marketing shill. Channels like PewDiePie have already been able to score YouTube exclusive Let's Plays of certain games. That in mind, it'll be very interesting to see what channels in future are allowed to show gameplay footage of AAA games, and the clandestine agreements made to get that allowance will be a source of fascination and suspicion. Recently, YouTubers have earned respect as a source of normal coverage from real gamers, something honest and trustworthy, a respite from allegedly shady game journalism. In a world where channels need approval and permission before posting content, well, that probably won't be so true anymore. Things are going to get all sorts of murky, and I fear that attempts to clear it up will lead to something a little bit worse.
I guess one offshoot of this is that PC games and indie games, guys that actually understand and appreciate the value of community, are going to benefit immensely from this. If the big million-view YouTube channels of the world aren't allowed to touch Capcoms and Segas and all those kinds of games, then we're going to get more games like Outlast becoming viral sensations. We're going to get all sorts of cool games from cool developers who are cool about shit actually out there and getting the attention they deserve, which is very good, because ultimately the best YouTube personalities need only their personalities to succeed. So best of luck to them, because at the end of the day, we don't need you, game publishers, for anything. And that's what really upsets a lot of you, isn't it? We don't need you. Look at me, look at the Jimquisition. I never needed any of you to do any of this shit. I mean, okay, I'm also reviews editor at The Escapist, but if you blacklist me there, the worst you're gonna do is annoy me for a minute. I'm not afraid of any of you fuckers. And that's what really makes people like you afraid. Because the new generation of game coverage isn't scared of you. So fuck off. Thank God for me. Friends and lovers, welcome to the Jimquisition Awards 2013. The best video game award show in the world. We don't need special celebrity guest hosts. We don't need exclusive game reveals. We don't need the Loiter Squad to sell our awards and make them the most trusted, credible awards in the world. Although, to be honest, all of that stuff probably would have helped. We have 5 awards to give out. We're keeping it nice and simple. 5 games of the year. Why? Because I don't want to do just one game of the year. That's the coward's way out. We're going to do 5 games that typify 2013, starting with today, going on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 5 episodes, 5 awards. It's gonna be brilliant. And let's kick off with today's winner by looking inside the pink pouch of the Grand Theft Auto dog. So who's gonna be it? I can't wait. Let's find out. It's BioShock Infinite.
It's become intensely popular among the more elite and intellectual members of games criticism to write off BioShock Infinite as a poor game and anybody who enjoyed it as a misguided proll. Well, I'm sorry. I loved BioShock Infinite when it launched, I loved it 2 weeks later when their first hit pieces were published about it, I loved it 6 months later when the obligatory popular game backlash was in full force. I love BioShock Infinite. Sorry, it's 2013's best example of a narrative-driven first-person shooter. It's beautiful in terms of its visuals and its plot structure, it's touching, it's memorable, it's one of 2013's definitive games. Incorrectly criticised for ludonarrative dissonance, BioShock Infinite is a violent game that tells a violent story in a world steeped in violence. It's a brutal game, soaked in blood and butchery, and while some may believe that undermines the narrative, it only reinforces the not-so-subtle subtext. BioShock Infinite's visual beauty is at odds with the ugly nature of its excessive combat, and that's always been the point to me. It's an unsettling effect, but one that makes sense when you realise that, for all its bright whimsy and colourful charm, Infinite's world is itself inherently hideous beneath the surface. BioShock Infinite is an exercise in drawing the player into a believable and relevant world. It's proof of exactly what a video game can mean to a person, and in that regard, for any faults it may have, it's damn near perfect.
Congratulations to BioShock Infinite, the first winner of the Jimquisition Awards. You get a little logo, I'll give it to you, Ken Levine, you can put it on your Twitter profile. You're not gonna, but you should. We'll be back with another Jimquisition Award next time. Enjoy it, you better. Welcome to numero 2 of the Jimquisition Awards. BioShock Infinite has already won a Game of the Year award, courtesy of your old pal Jim Sterling. What's next? Well, why don't you buckle yourselves in and find out. I'm gonna lift up the GTA dog, go inside his pink pouch and find out who's next. It's Outlast.
The AAA game industry may claim horror games are dead, but thank Christ for smaller PC developers who are out to prove that scary games are here to stay. Outlast could be written off as a series of jump scares, but in playing it, one can appreciate the real sense of atmosphere and unnerving dread it inspires. Set in an insane asylum where the madmen are running loose, Outlast is packed full of disturbing images, frightening chase sequences, and none too disappointing penises. While its jump scares make great YouTube fodder, it's the game's quieter moments that really sell it. Sequences of simply walking among the more docile patients of the asylum, witnessing their unusual and often skin-crawling behaviour, are the sequences that really stuck with me. As a haunted house fright attraction, Outlast does the job, but it's more clever than that. The idea of using a video camera to record notes and see in the dark is inspired, and gives the whole game a found footage vibe. Some of its story elements are bizarre but fascinating, and the recurring characters, most notably the wisecracking Dr. Traeger, are deliciously realised. And look, jump scares are fun no matter what you say, and Outlast are some of the most delightful. It's a tasty, tasty horror romp, and yeah, one of my games of the year.
Few games had me as entertained as Outlast this year. Absolutely riveting stuff, a brilliant horror game, and just really well written as well. Some fantastic dialogue. Dr. Richard Traeger deserves to be an iconic character. Anyway, congrats to Outlast. We'll be back with another award tomorrow. Oh, who's it gonna be? We just don't know. Well, we do. We already edited those bits, but you don't know yet. You won't be able to guess. Fools. Part 3 of the Jimquisition Awards, the hottest award show ever conceived, ever in the history of ever. We have had 2 winners so far, BioShock Infinite and Outlast. The next one, I think, is going to be a little bit of a surprise. It's certainly a surprise to me because I'm pretending I don't know yet. We're going to look inside the pink pouch of the GTA dog and find out who's next. I can't wait. It's ridiculous fishing.
If I regret one thing from last year's awards, it's that I never found room for Super Hexagon. I am not making that mistake again.
Yes, it's a mobile game, but Vlambeer's demented fishing simulator is no less worthy of a prize than any big-budget console release. Near perfect in its elegant simplicity, Ridiculous Fishing is all about casting a rod and having the hook sink into the water as deep as possible. The deeper you get the hook, the more varied and exotic fish you'll catch. To get the hook deep, you have to tilt it to avoid fish on the way down. Once it catches a fish, it's reeled back up, and you have to now tilt to grab as many fish as you can nab. Once you hit the surface, the fish are flung into the air and you shoot the crap out of them, because why not? Ridiculous Fishing is, as it suggests, ridiculous. It's also intensely compelling fun. As you play, you unlock and purchase new upgrades to make your fishing easier and more ridiculous. The need to avoid fish on the way down and hit them all on the way up is a beautiful little dichotomy that remains ceaselessly clever. Plus, there's a cute subplot running through the game if you check out all the optional things surrounding the main stuff. Ridiculous Fishing has one core concept, but like so many truly classic games, it uses its one trick perfectly, in a way that leads to endless enjoyment. Ridiculous Fishing is legit. It's utterly ludicrous, but it's incredibly legit. God, I love it.
A controversial choice, maybe, but Vlambeer absolutely deserves some credit. And as I said, I don't care if you're a mobile game, an indie game, a AAA game, I don't care what system you're on, I don't care what you are. If you're a bloody good game and you're good enough to be a Game of the Year, you're certainly going to get an award on this show, because that's how we roll. Tomorrow, it's going to be another award. It's going to be fun for all the family and stuff. So, yeah, next week. I'm running out of things to say. Just watch tomorrow. Come on. 3 Jimquisition awards are gone. BioShock Infinite. Outlast. Ridiculous Fishing. What's next? Well, I think this one was an easy contender for anybody. You're going to see this one on a lot of lists. Let's first reach into the pink pouch of the GTA dog and find out what it's gonna be. Grand Theft Just kidding, it's The Last of Us.
I couldn't not have The Last of Us as a Game of the Year, could I? A beautiful and engrossing story of redemption, or the lack thereof, in a dismal post-near-apocalyptic world. The Last of Us is touching, disgusting, and oftentimes scary. Lifting great ideas from other games, from Batman Arkham Asylum to Amnesia to Naughty Dog's own Uncharted, The Last of Us is as much survival horror as action game, littered with terrifying moments, punctuated by predatory stealth and combat scenes. One great thing about The Last of Us is its choice. If you fail to sneak past raiders and mushroom zombies, you have options, be it to run like the clappers or stand your ground and fight. Options can be tough, but they're all viable, leading to a flexible game that still makes one feel suitably limited in ability. It's one of those few games where an upcoming encounter with enemies is almost a joy, as you know you're about to experience something truly exciting. Sneaking around an area, taking out enemies, it's tense and gratifying, and sequences with the game's scariest enemies, the clickers, are among some of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever played. Add to that a brilliant story and an amazing voice cast, and you've got Naughty Dog hitting it out at the damn park. The Last of Us provided everything I could have ever wanted from it, with almost nothing to complain about. And don't believe the liars, it ended perfectly.
Seriously, don't care what anyone said about the ending of The Last of Us. Beautiful, beautiful ending. So that's The Last of Us, a winner. Congratulations to Naughty Dog, you bloody deserved it. I wasn't even a big fan of the Uncharted series, but The Last of Us absolutely kicked ass. So definitely check that one out if you haven't already. It's a total representation of 2013 in gaming. Good stuff. Oh, yeah, and there's another one tomorrow, the last one. Look forward to it. It's gonna be a belter. The Jimquisition Awards draw to a close for another year. We have had 4 games winning so far. BioShock Infinite, Outlast, Ridiculous Fishing, and The Last of Us. There's one more award to give out, one more Game of the Year, one more Jimquisition award-winning title. You know where we're going. Let's find out who it belongs to. Call of Duty I got you again, didn't I? Huh? I did that same joke yesterday, you silly billies. It's the Stanley Parable.
Well, how do you talk about a game like the Stanley Parable? To describe any one part of it is to risk its ruination. To detail what it has to say about game design, the illusion of choice, and the psychology of the gamer is to tell you too much. Comparisons, too, are going to be woefully inadequate. Perhaps its closest cousin would be something like Dear Esther, but where Dear Esther wastes the form of interactive entertainment, Stanley Parable uses and then subverts it. Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives, and then succeeds, to be every game ever created. Even so, holding the game to the standards of any other title is simply not going to be correct. So how do you award a Game of the Year to what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD, the full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods available online? How am I going to discuss it? How am I going to analyse it? How am I going to recommend it? And how am I going to convince you that it deserves to be placed here among the very best games of 2013? It's a good question, and one with a simple answer. I don't. I'm not gonna. It's a Game of the Year winner, though, because it's that damn good.
In fairness, the Jimquisition Awards are tough to do. We don't do categories, we don't do, runners-up and stuff. I want to do just 5 games that for some reason or another really encapsulated this year, so that when I think 2013, I'm thinking, yeah, those are the games that made it what it was. And all 5 of these games did that for me. BioShock Infinite was the best in class when it came to narrative FPSs. Outlast, an absolutely stellar survival horror title, and one of the most consistently entertaining PC games of this year. Ridiculous Fishing, simple, elegant, near perfect because of it. The Last of Us, just a beautiful, emotionally evocative experience. The kind of game that makes games journalists say pretentious things like emotionally evocative experience. And the Stanley Parable, just genius. Just a genius little game. Again, it's something that blends all of them, I think. Perfect narrative, really hits you in the feels at times, simple but elegant because of it. Just fantastic. Those are my 2013 Games of the Year, those five beauties. If you haven't played them, you haven't played 2013, so go give them a go. And I'll see you later. Thank God for me.
It appears that harassment of women in the online gaming community is becoming a weekly occurrence. Over this past year, stories of women being degraded and belittled for the most spurious of reasons, often for no other reason than their gender, have cropped up with dismaying regularity. And while we've talked about it before and could easily talk about it again, I want to discuss a slightly different facet to the situation, an element to these harassment campaigns that always comes up and is no less disappointing. Let's look at the most recent bit of bullshit, the attack on Zoe Quinn, developer of Depression Quest, for the crime of daring to put up her game on Steam Greenlight while also being a woman. Men online decided to teach her a lesson. She was dogpiled on social networks, her phone number was obtained, and she received grotesque phone calls, and everyone was disgusted. Well, most of us were. Another subsect of gamers decided instead to look at what Zoe Quinn did wrong, what she did to deserve the harassment, and as soon as word spread of her treatment, a number of devil's advocates instinctively jumped in to admonish her for browsing the forum threads that were insulting her. Conveniently glossing over the fact she was being constantly linked to these threads and assaulted over the phone, Quinn was blamed for getting involved. There's this instinct some people have to automatically blame the target of harassment over and above, it seems, the harassers themselves, to look at what the woman did wrong and scorn her for it.
I suppose it fits in with the comfortable narrative we've all been fed since childhood, that every reaction had an action to cause it, that people don't get in trouble without deserving so. So some of us sit haughtily on our thrones, sneering at victims with cries of, well, what did she expect? And she shouldn't have done this, or she should have a thicker skin, ha ha ha. In conjunction with this, and I believe in a related capacity, others did what they could to distance quote-unquote real gamers and thus exonerate themselves from the harassers. As if to cover up dog shit with newspaper and not actually clean anything, many gamers were quick to demand people stop spreading the word about Zoe's harassment, because it was just the work of some frustrated forum dwellers. This happens all the time too. When angry little gamers do angry little gamer things, other game enthusiasts try to mark them as some alien entity, an unrelated sect of creatures that exists in their own little world and have nothing to do with the rest of us. Hey, it's an appealing thought, but a cowardly one that allows us to jettison our collective responsibility for the online community we all contribute to. Because whether you exist on 4chan, NeoGAF, Reddit, Game FAQs, post in the comment section of a blog, YouTube, or here at The Escapist, you're all contributing to the same online ecosystem, and what one group of us does affects the whole thing, especially on an interconnected social network like we have these days. By shrugging your shoulders and saying, nothing to do with me, you're effectively throwing the victims of our ecosystem to the wolves just so you don't have to worry about being tarred with the same brush. That you would rather focus on just how unlike the arseholes you are, you really just show yourself to be another type of arsehole, the craven, selfish arsehole who would rather protect his own than to do so much as show a bit of support for a game developer who is being treated terribly. In attempting to border off the bad bits of your hobby and insisting we only focus on the comfortable bits, in telling off those who talk about and expose the sheer level of awfulness that happens in the name of our preferred medium, all you do is fracture the solidarity that people like Zoe Quinn would most benefit from. All you do is deflect the issue and suggest that victims of hate campaigns shut up and sit quietly, suffer in silence, so you can keep having a great time. And this ties right into the victim blaming, the finding fault with the target rather than the targeters. It's all about distancing yourself, so you can stop being so political and just talk about games, which, you know, do that. Go talk about nothing but the software itself. But don't march arrogantly into a political conversation and tell those having it to shut up just so you can feel comfy. Developers like Zoe Quinn don't have that luxury, and the least we better off sectors of the world could do, the very least, is not get haughty when someone dares suggest there's a problem in the gaming world, because there fucking well is, and you know it. If you didn't, you wouldn't be so desperate to cover it up.
Right, and going back to the Zelda Hyrule Warriors, Dynasty Warriors mashup, Game of the Year, right, with all the people who are angry about it, and they're all, Zelda, this is the Wii U Zelda game they were making, which it isn't, and it's going to be a bad spin-off and it will kill the series. Link's crossbow training. Now shut up. Thank God for me. Oh, hello, and Merry Christmas. I'm Jim Sterling, the host of the Jimquisition. Now, it's Christmas Day as you watch this, unless you didn't bother watching it today because you actually have a family and a life, in which case you're watching it after Christmas Day, but I think the message remains the same. In the United Kingdom, every year on Christmas Day, the Queen gives a speech, reflecting on the year and just having a little bit of a message for us and reminding us what it's all about. And video games, I believe, deserve their own Queen speech, and I am the closest facsimile to the Queen that video games has, so it falls to me. What's 2013 been about? Well, we've seen all sorts of controversies, all sorts of anger and rage. The Jimquisition, of course, has covered most of it. The property of things, ownership, what rights we have as gamers, content creators, consumers, and even game makers has come up a lot.
We've talked about things like EA and SimCity, and how having always online connections, it can ruin a game that you bought at launch, because ultimately these games are being sold to us as services rather than actual products that we bought and own. And the convenience of the user is being placed with a far less emphasis than the control that a company may have over the software. Obviously, we had the Xbox One uproar as well, and that whole issue of Microsoft basically retaining ownership of your entire experience after you've bought it. It was announced to have that always online check-in every 24 hours, where if you don't check in with the game, then the game can't be played. And games that you buy, therefore, having been tied to this online identity, can't be traded in. You basically don't own the game. You buy the right to play the game until Microsoft decides that you can't. This is a problem that actually has recently come up when it turns out that this check-in is still active for some digital titles like Killer Instinct 3, which is obviously not very good. In a lot of these instances this year, a lot of people have fought back. Gamers united and voiced their displeasure en masse. The Jimquisition, of course, was a video series that covered the Xbox One stuff in great detail and multiple videos. A lot of other people online, most notably guys like Francis on YouTube, pitched in, and games media and game forums and game customers, everybody sort of united and told Microsoft this isn't on. And there was enough pressure to where they listened and relented, and obviously not fully, but as we saw with Killer Instinct 3 recently, took away the requirement for the always online stuff and basically put things back to the way they were, something that Sony capitalized on when people made it clear this is what we want from Sony. And that's wonderful. That's an example of what we can accomplish when we're all together on something as this unified voice. With enough pressure, companies can care and give a shit about you and will alter themselves and will change a course that the gaming public doesn't care for. It's not always guaranteed, and sometimes it's not even for the best, but sometimes, like with the Xbox One, we can see real results. We can see a real change for the good. And I think that's something we should always be mindful of. Then there are a lot of people that just throw their arms up and say it's just business, we shouldn't care, and you know, there's no point making a fuss about anything because they don't listen to us, but they do. I've said before, there's a reason why Electronic Arts got its panties in a bunch when it was named the worst company in America 2 times in a row for 2 years. It's not that the award means anything, it's that it is bad press, and it does matter to them, even if they are a big monolithic company like EA. That does matter. So that kind of pressure is good. Obviously, the pressure isn't always uniformly a good thing. Again, this is something we've seen examples of this year quite a lot with online harassment of certain individuals within the industry. I'm talking about, obviously, Anita Sarkeesian's one of them, Zoe Quinn, more recently, the developer of Depression Quest. There's been a lot of stories this year about harassment of people, and it's not just women as well. You know, many of you would be quick to point out. We had a guy from Treyarch who was quite viciously assaulted online and had his private details found and whatnot. In fact, Call of Duty developers in particular report having all sorts of horrible real-life harassment happening to them over a video game. Phil Fish, after putting up with months and months of attacks, some of which would argue he brought on himself, some of which wouldn't, and that's a different debate. But the end result of the harassment was he is still sticking to his guns with not coming back. He may do eventually, but he left the industry this year, and it's not cool. It's not good, and it does upset me when, in fact, I was recently playing Tearaway on the PS Vita, and what really sort of, when I play a game like Tearaway, which was a game clearly made with a lot of joy, a lot of love, and was made just to give us joy as gamers, just to give us love, just to make us smile. That's actually when I get my most angry, when I think about just what the gaming community as a whole can do. Because, I don't know, it's like a big fuck you to a game like Tearaway, to a game like Kirby, to a game like Pokemon. Just games that are made just with heart and passion and pure, like, love for the industry, love for the art of making a game, love for the people playing the games. These are games designed purely to make us happy, and they're wonderful, and they're some of the best examples of interactive entertainment in the industry. And I feel it just does a disservice to the very idea of gaming that so many of us, when we're not playing these games, then go online and spend our time making other gamers and other game makers feel bad and have a terrible time. I just take that as an insult directly to the game. This is true if, say, you have an opinion about a game. You don't like a game other people do. We saw this with Dragon's Crown. Obviously, that one had some mixed reviews, and people were furious that some people didn't like Dragon's Crown, sometimes because of, one of the criticisms being the art style. I happen to enjoy Dragon's Crown, but to me it does a disservice to the game and to the people who made the game and put the effort into the game if all we then do is focus about how unhappy some stranger on the internet's opinion made us feel about the game. The game was made to be enjoyed. Enjoy it. This isn't to say we shouldn't criticise, we shouldn't debate. Of course we should. I love a good debate, I love a good argument, but not if it's starting to make me upset, not if it's starting to make me unhappy. That's not the point of video games. The Jimquisition obviously is an angry show, but I like to think that my show is all about bringing us further toward a greater enjoyment, a greater appreciation of video games. I get angry at business practices that undermine the joy of the software itself. I get angry at business practices that undermine the joy of the game-buying public. And for me, that's what it's always been about. It's been about fun, joy, having a good laugh. And that's something that I would like us to do a lot more of, is to just have a good fucking laugh. And, a lot of times on Christmas episodes of things, on any sort of Christmas-themed video, the overlying message is, let's all just for one season, let's all just for one day not be a dick to each other. I would prefer instead to not just do that for a day. My theory has always been, if you need an excuse to not be a shit person, you're a shit person, so maybe we should all not be shit people, not just on one day of the year, but for the whole thing. That's that. I told Greg Tito at The Escapists I'd have a video for him on Christmas Day. Seemed like a really good idea at the time. And I thought, well, I'll just sit in front of a camera and speak unscripted, which is how the Jimquisition used to be, before The Escapist, and just see what happens, and I'll do a little Christmassy speechy thing and wear a hat, which proves it's Christmas. So that's that. That's just me sat here, but just being normal Jim Sterling, having a bit of a talk. And you don't have to watch this episode if you don't want to. You probably want to eat a Christmas dinner or something, which is fine. Please do it. Have a laugh, please, God. And, I mean, if you made it this far, well done to you. And I hope you got something out of it. It was just a little look back, a little bit of a warble. I'll be back on Monday the 30th of December, for the last Jimquisition of the year. That is the top 10 shittiest games of 2013. Bit ironic after I just said it's all about having fun and celebrating and having a good time, but sometimes shit things happen, and sometimes the Jimquisition, all the time the Jimquisition talks about it. Thank you, and thank you for humouring me. And thank you all for watching the Jimquisition. It's been a wonderful year this year for me. The show exploded, just sort of got 3 times as popular over the course of this year. And I would like to thank everybody who watches the show and has been supporting it and allowing me to keep doing it, because this is, you know, if I could just do Jimquisition and have that be my job, I would do it. But, you know, I guess the more people who watch it and the more people who share it and enjoy it, the closer that can be. So thank you again, and thank God for me.
The Mayans predicted the world would end in 2013. Well, the year's not over yet, and I shall be the herald of the apocalypse, at least for 10 unlucky video games. What? Did you really think you would escape the year without the top 10 shittiest video games? You loathsome fools! You vile worms! Sit back, shut up, and enjoy the top 10 shittiest video games of 2013.
Sony insists we don't call the PS4's knack a tech demo, and you know what? I won't. Instead, I'll call it a fucked up load of old bollocks. With its banal story and tepid, stuttering combat, Knack is a game that has no point at all. You wander around punching the same old enemies who often require you to wait about before you can attack them, otherwise they'll kill you in one hit because this is a game for children. The only thing it has going for it are its particle physics, which frankly, Resogun shits all over. Buy that game if you want pretty PS4 graphics. Knack is a waste of time.
Fist of the North Star! Ken's Rage 2!
I loved the first Ken's Rage, but the sequel was just pants. Boss fights regurgitated from the first game but stripped of their original nuance, Ken Rage 2 takes an already brainless button masher and makes it require even less thought. In fact, most of the content's been taken from the first game and confusingly reduced in quality. Environments are less interesting, many new characters are just ones that were unplayable last time, and the whole game feels like corners were cut by a company that didn't give a shit.
Alien Rage!
A cowardly game that can't decide if it's an old school run and gun or a more modern cover-based shooter, Alien Rage is the worst of both worlds. A glitchy corridor shooter of brainless proportions, a game that requires frequent reloading of entire levels because it saves a checkpoint after it forgets to trigger events crucial to progress, a game with animation so bad you get motion sickness just from opening a door. Alien Rage is utter pig shit made worse by the fact that a good game is desperately trying to happen.
Army of Two! The Devil's Cartel!
Come on, EA, you've had 3 goes at this, and the last one was surprisingly decent. Why did the Devil's Cartel have to happen? A dreary, often buggy game that drags itself out for far too long and constantly serves up the same plodding, unrewarding firefights over and over. The series has been and can be better than this unnecessary piss spittle. Fuck it right off.
Day 1! Gary's Incident!
Day 1 Gary's Incident is ugly and doesn't work right and made its name sound like Gary's Mod to sell more copies, and it also did that copyright claim thing on Total Biscuit that time, so fuck them in the shit pipes. Anyway, this game is crap. It crashes and its combat is nonsensical and barely works right, and its dialogue comes off like it was written by half a chimp. I didn't like it.
The Walking Dead! Survival Instinct!
Earl and Earl in a game. What can be better than that?
Apparently most things, Mr. Rooker.
Aliens! Colonial Marines!
You may have expected Aliens Colonial Marines to place higher on this list, given my hatred for it, but while it stands as a prime example of the disrespect and open contempt the so-called AAA game industry can have for its customers, the fact is that Colonial Marines just isn't notable enough to deserve the top ranking of shittiest game of the year. It's not even fucking remarkable enough for that. It's just a vapid, meandering, poorly written, awful looking, unfinished jizz in the hair of Aliens fans and pre-ordering customers alike. A game sold on lies and barefacedly reckless with a mainstay sci-fi property. But is it the worst? No, it doesn't deserve that dubious honour.
Aliens vs. Predator Evolution!
If AVP Evolution achieved one thing, it's that it managed to be the worst Aliens game of the year in a year that had Aliens Colonial Marines in it. That's quite a feat, but this iOS game with its busted controls and hideous combat design cinches it. Oh, and it's a paid game that's littered with microtransactions, because it was clearly made by fuckers for fuckers.
Road to hell! Retribution!
What to do with this vile, sleazy, borderline misogynistic, ugly, broken, shitty bucket of slack elastic anuses? Ride to Hell Retribution is a masterclass in utterly senseless design, offensive writing, and shit that just doesn't work. It boggles the mind how a game like this can exist in this day and age, and I'm disgusted Deep Silver, a company I usually respect, had the utter nerve to sell it. The fact it gave no review copies out speaks volumes of how bad it knew the game was, and yet it sold it anyway. That kind of wanton exploitation is the kind of sneering attitude that'll lead this whole industry into the shitter. How dare you, Deep Silver? For Ride to Hell I say, how dare you?
Final Fantasy All the Bravest!
By far the most disgusting showcase of the very worst attitudes of the so-called AAA game market. All the Bravest has Square Enix shamelessly, almost dangerously mining its own property to the point of near exhaustion. The Final Fantasy series has very little credibility left, and this horrific piece of software, better named Microtransactions the Video Game, threatens to suck the last of it up in a veritable vortex of open hatred for consumers. Essentially, a delivery method for money, where you pay Square Enix for pictures of Final Fantasy characters that you can tap on to pretend to fight things. Everything about All the Bravest has been cynically designed to extract hundreds of dollars from Final Fantasy fans. From long wait times between actions to exorbitant prices for characters, music, levels, and of course the shortening of wait times between actions, this game, in which the only gameplay involves slapping the screen in short bursts every 3 minutes, has managed to put in the least amount of development effort for the most amount of money. It's almost like alchemy, with Square Enix turning pure shitty drivel into solid gold for its bank account. It's one of the most undignified, desperate, fucking grotesque shows of utter disrespect I've ever seen. Disrespect for the gamer, disrespect for the games industry. Hell, Square Enix disrespect its fucking self with this kind of cloying arrogance. Unforgivable. Utterly, truly, unfor-fucking-givable.
You loathsome worms of software, who charge so much and offer so little. You have been measured and found sorely wanting. Well, you will pay. You will pay the ultimate price, and you will be terrified, and you will be despairing, and you will look upon me and you will quake, you will quail, you will wail, and you will thank God for me.